A practical guide to the afterlife. Prologue. Every journey into the unknown begins with a shift in perception, a recognition that the familiar boundaries of experience are not absolute. The threshold of the afterlife is not a supernatural gate but a psychological frontier, a subtle change in awareness where the mind becomes capable of perceiving what it once filtered out. This threshold is approached through deliberate practice. Daily stillness trains attention to observe thoughts without becoming entangled in them. Breath awareness strengthens the capacity to detect subtle internal shifts. These practices cultivate cognitive clarity, emotional regulation, and the ability to remain present during moments of transition. Understanding the self is central to this process. The witness, the narrative identity, and the core intention form the psychological structure that continues beyond physical life. The witness becomes the primary conduit for new experience, while the narrative identity loosens its attachment to linear time. The core intention, the deepest motivational pattern, shapes the direction of post-mortem experience. Expectation must also be examined. Cultural myths, imagery, and personal beliefs create mental overlays that can distort perception. By identifying these overlays and observing the emotions attached to them, the traveler learns to approach the unknown with openness rather than projection. Ethical resonance provides psychological stability. Compassion, honesty, service, and gratitude generate coherent emotional patterns that support clarity during transition, reducing internal conflict and strengthening the sense of meaning and purpose. Preparing the vessel physically, mentally, and energetically ensures that the habits formed in life support the moment of crossing. Nutrition, movement, rest, thought discipline, and breathwork refine the nervous system and create a stable foundation for consciousness. Symbols serve as cognitive tools, translating abstract experiences into imagery the mind can understand, helping the traveler navigate unfamiliar states with orientation rather than confusion. Through these practices, a compass emerges. It does not point to a fixed destination but aligns the inner direction with authenticity, presence, and psychological coherence. The prologue marks the beginning of this work, a preparation of mind, intention, and awareness so that when the moment of transition arrives, the traveler steps forward with clarity rather than fear, guided by an inner structure that is stable, conscious, and ready. Lesson 1. The Threshold of Knowing. Foundations for the Journey Beyond. Opening the door of perception. The first step toward any pilgrimage, whether traversed across deserts or through the inner corridors of the mind, is the conscious decision to recognize that a doorway exists. In the realm of the afterlife, the threshold is not a physical portal fashioned of wood or stone, but a subtle membrane of awareness that separates the familiar field of waking experience from the vast, uncharted expanse that lies beyond. To stand before this membrane is to feel the gentle hum of potential, the faint vibration of possibilities that have always pulsed beneath the surface of ordinary consciousness. To open this doorway does not require a key forged of ritual incantations or arcane symbols, rather, it calls for a cultivated clarity, a luminous steadiness of attention that can discern the whisper of the unseen amidst the clamor of the seen. This clarity is forged through deliberate practice, patient observation, and the willingness to surrender preconceived limits. Practical alignment. Daily stillness. Commit to a quiet sitting a few minutes each day. In this silence, observe the flow of thoughts without attempting to grasp or repel them. Notice the momentary pauses between mental ripples. These gaps are the first hints of the membrane's texture. Sensory calibration. Throughout ordinary activities, periodically pause and bring your focus to the sensation of breath entering and leaving the body. This simple act trains the mind to recognize subtle currents, a skill that later serves to detect the more delicate currents of transition. Clarifying the concept of self. The notion of an afterlife is inseparably linked to the concept of a self that persists beyond the cessation of bodily functions. Yet, the self is not a rigid, immutable entity. It is a dynamic tapestry woven from consciousness, memory, intention, and relational resonance. Understanding its fluid nature is essential to navigating the post-mortem landscape. 3 layers of the self. The observing witness, the impartial awareness that registers experiences without attachment. It is the silent screen upon which the drama of life unfolds. The narrative identity, the storyline we construct from memories, beliefs, and aspirations. It provides continuity, granting us a sense of personal history. The intentional core, the deepest intention that drives actions, values, and purpose. It is the compass that points toward what we deem meaningful. In the afterlife, these layers do not dissolve, they transform. The observing witness becomes the primary conduit through which new realities are perceived. The narrative identity loosens its attachment to linear chronology, allowing stories to unfold in multidimensional patterns. The intentional core radiates, attracting experiences that resonate with the deep-set purpose that was cultivated in life. Practical alignment. Witness practice. During moments of emotional intensity, mentally label the experience, thinking, feeling, sensing, while simultaneously observing the label itself. This cultivates a sense of the witnessing self that is independent of any particular emotion or thought. Narrative review. Once a week, write a concise summary of the week's events, then reread it after a pause of several hours. Notice how the story shifts in tone, emphasis, or detail. This practice reveals the mutable nature of the narrative identity. Core intention inquiry. Ask yourself, what is the most authentic desire that drives my actions, beyond external expectations? Record the answer without judgment. Revisit it regularly, allowing it to refine and deepen. Mapping the landscape of expectation. Every traveler carries a map, whether drawn in ink or imagined in the mind. In the context of the afterlife, the map is largely composed of cultural myths, doctrines, philosophical speculation, and personal imagination. While these narratives can provide comfort, they can also obscure the true nature of what lies beyond by imposing rigid expectations. To proceed with genuine discovery, one must first become aware of the cartographic overlays that color perception, then consciously set them aside. Permitting an unprejudiced encounter with the unknown. Steps to deconstruct expectation. Inventory the myths. List the dominant stories you have absorbed about what follows death. Include details, emotions, and the sources of each belief. Identify emotional attachments. For each story, note the feeling it evokes, for example, fear, hope, curiosity. Emotional attachment often indicates the degree to which the story influences perception. Neutralize the narrative. Practice visualizing each story as a translucent veil placed over a luminous sphere. Focus on the sphere's light, allowing the veil to become increasingly faint without forcing it away. Practical alignment. Myth journal. Dedicate a notebook to cataloging afterlife concepts that arise spontaneously or through external exposure. Revisit entries monthly, observing any shift in resonance. Veil meditation. Sit in a comfortable posture, imagine the afterlife as a radiant point of light beyond a thin, colored veil. With each breath, imagine the veil gently drifting away, revealing more of the light. Stay with this visualization for a few minutes, cultivating an attitude of openness rather than certainty. Cultivating ethical resonance. If intention serves as a magnetic force in the afterlife, then ethical resonance functions as the polarity that determines the direction of that magnetic pull. Actions rooted in compassion, integrity, and self-transcendence generate a vibrational signature that aligns with higher frequencies of existence. Conversely, deeds grounded in selfishness, deception, or harm create dissonant vibrations that may impede the ease of transition. The afterlife, as envisioned in both experimental accounts and philosophical treatises, is not a punitive arena but a reflective field wherein the energy one has cultivated manifests as the quality of subsequent experiences. 4 pillars of ethical resonance. Compassionate presence, offering genuine concern for the welfare of all beings, irrespective of reciprocity. Authentic honesty, aligning word, thought, and deed without self-deception. Self-transcending service, engaging in actions that benefit the collective beyond personal gain. Gratitude attunement, recognizing and honoring the interdependence of all phenomena. Practical alignment, compassion audit. At the end of each day, reflect on moments where you could have extended kindness. Design a small, concrete act for the following day to embody that compassion. Honesty reflection, maintain a brief log of statements made throughout the day, note any that were modified to protect ego or image, and resolve to voice the unaltered truth in future similar situations. Service integration, identify a recurring activity, for example, volunteering, mentoring, environmental stewardship, that aligns with the principle of self-transcending service, and schedule it regularly. Gratitude ritual, before sleep, mentally enumerate 3 aspects of the day for which you feel deep gratitude, allowing the feeling to expand outward, touching the broader tapestry of existence. Preparing the vessel, physical, mental, and energetic hygiene. While the afterlife is fundamentally a realm of consciousness, the vessel that carries consciousness, the physical body, acts as a crucible where habits, thoughts, and energies are refined. By tending to the body with respect, one creates a harmonious conduit that eases the eventual transition. Physical hygiene. Nutrition. Favor whole, minimally processed foods that sustain cellular health, thereby reducing metabolic strain at the moment of transition. Movement. Incorporate gentle, rhythmic movement, for example, walking, yoga, tai chi, to maintain fluid circulation of blood and energy. Rest. Prioritize restorative sleep cycles, allowing the nervous system to reset and the subconscious to integrate daily experiences. Mental hygiene. Thought filtering. Observe the stream of mental content, gently redirect recurring negative patterns toward constructive perspectives. Learning discipline. Engage in continuous learning that expands perspective, fostering mental elasticity. Digital mindfulness. Set intentional boundaries with technology to prevent information overload and preserve mental clarity. Energetic hygiene. Breath work. Practice diaphragmatic breathing techniques that balance the autonomic nervous system and align subtle energy pathways. Grounding exercises. Connect with the Earth's electromagnetic field through barefoot walking on natural surfaces or visualizing roots extending from the body into the ground. Energetic cleansing. Visualize a cleansing light entering through the crown of the head, flowing downward, purifying each energetic center, and exiting through the base, carrying away stagnation. Practical alignment. Meal mindfulness. Before each meal, pause to acknowledge the source of the food, express gratitude, and set the intention to nourish the body as a sacred vessel. Movement schedule. Allocate a few minutes daily for a movement practice that feels both gentle and invigorating. Sleep ritual. Create a pre-sleep routine, for example, dim lighting, soothing sounds, a brief meditation that signals the nervous system to transition into restorative states. Breath count. Throughout the day, perform a series of 5 deep breaths, counting to 4 on inhalation, holding 4-4, exhaling 4-4, and holding again 4-4, a simple box breathing that stabilizes energy. Grounding check-in. Every few hours, pause, feel the contact of your feet with the ground, and mentally imagine a subtle cord anchoring you, fostering a sense of presence. The language of transition. Symbolic preparation symbols act as bridges between the conscious and the ineffable. By consciously working with symbols that resonate with the notion of passage, one begins to develop an internal lexicon capable of expressing the inexpressible. This symbolic fluency eases the translation of lived experience into the vocabulary of the afterlife. Key symbols and their resonance. The phoenix represents cyclical renewal, the shedding of the old form, and the emergence of a luminous essence. The river embodies flow, surrender, and the journey toward a larger body of water, signifying integration. The mirror reflects the true nature of the self, not colored by external projection. The key signifies unlocking hidden doors, access to deeper layers of consciousness. Practical alignment. Symbol meditation. Choose one symbol each week. During a quiet meditation, visualize the symbol in vivid detail, allowing its qualities to infuse your awareness. Contemplate how the symbol's attributes relate to your personal understanding of transition. Creative expression. Sketch, write, or arrange objects representing the chosen symbol. This externalization reinforces internal comprehension. Ritual integration. Incorporate the symbol into a simple daily ritual, for example, lighting a candle and visualizing a phoenix rising as you set an intention for the day. Summative reflection. The emerging compass, having traversed the terrain of perception, self-structure, expectation, ethical resonance, bodily stewardship, and symbolic literacy, the aspirant now possesses a nascent compass. This compass does not point toward a fixed destination, rather, it aligns the traveler's inner vector with the currents of authenticity, compassion, and openness. The practical guide to the afterlife is not a list of guarantees, but a series of disciplined practices that sculpt the inner landscape, rendering it receptive to whatever lies beyond the veil. Each practice, performed with mindful intention, etches pathways that will later illuminate the transition, ensuring that when the moment arrives, the traveler steps forward not as a frightened wanderer, but as a deliberate pilgrim, attuned to the subtle harmonics of existence. Actionable commitment for the coming days. Establish a daily stillness routine. Observe breath, note thoughts, and feel the membrane. Record a brief ethical audit each evening. Highlight one compassionate act, one honest expression, one service gesture, and one gratitude note. Select a symbol for the week, for example, the river, and engage in the symbol meditation and creative expression practices. Implement one physical hygiene upgrade. Choose either nutrition, movement, or sleep and apply the outlined mindful approach. By honoring these commitments, the foundation of the afterlife guide solidifies, and the traveler begins to step confidently onto the threshold of knowing. The journey ahead will unfold chapter by chapter, each building upon the groundwork laid here, inviting a progressive deepening of insight, readiness, and inner illumination. Lesson 2. Mapping the transitional terrain. Understanding the threshold. Introduction. The journey beyond the familiar veil does not begin with a sudden rupture, rather, it commences at a subtle, liminal boundary known as the threshold. This is the point at which the dense fabric of material existence begins to loosen, making room for the luminous currents of the beyond. To walk this passage with confidence, one must first become acquainted with the nature of the threshold, then cultivate the inner conditions that allow seamless passage through it. The following exposition offers a comprehensive, step-by-step framework for recognizing, preparing for, and navigating this crucial juncture. 1. The nature of the threshold. The threshold is an arena of resonant frequencies, a space where the vibrational signature of the physical self meets the harmonic echo of the subtle self. In this zone, thoughts, emotions, and intentions acquire a crystalline clarity, and the ordinary laws of time and matter soften into pliable gradients. Temporal fluidity. Chronology dissolves into a river of potentialities. Past, present, and future coalesce, permitting a panoramic view of one's lived narrative while simultaneously opening the portal to uncharted horizons. Awareness of this fluidity is essential. Clutching rigid notions of linear time will anchor the consciousness to the material plane. Spatial dimensionality. Space at the threshold is non-Euclidean. Walls become permeable membranes, and distances contract or expand according to the weight of intention. The environment is not a fixed room but a mutable field that responds to the inner compass. 2. Preparing the inner vessel. Purification of thought. Begin each day with a deliberate practice of mental cleansing. Visualize the mind as a crystal chalice. Allow any turbulence, regret, resentment, or doubt to dissolve into luminous vapor. Employ a breath count of 4-4-6. Inhale, hold, exhale, while silently reciting a phrase of release, such as "I surrender the tether that binds me." Emotional equilibrium. Cultivate a balanced emotional core by observing feelings without attachment. When a surge arises, acknowledge its presence, label it, "This is fear," and gently return focus to the heart center, feeling the steady pulse of compassionate acceptance. Energetic alignment. Visualize the body as a luminous column of light extending from the base of the spine to the crown of the head. Imagine each vertebra as a radiant node, and draw upward a beam of golden energy that unites these nodes into a single, uninterrupted shaft. This alignment acts as a conduit, allowing the subtle self to glide effortless toward the threshold. Intentional declaration. Formulate a concise, affirmative declaration of purpose. For example, "I step forward with clarity, ready to receive the gifts of the beyond." Speak this aloud 3 times each morning, allowing the vibration of the words to settle into the marrow of the bones. 3. Aligning intent and resonance. Matching every intention possesses a resonant frequency. To harmonize with the threshold, tune your intention to the highest, most expansive vibration: love, gratitude, curiosity. Imagine these qualities as radiant colors and blend them into a single, luminous hue that you carry in the heart's palm. Symbolic anchors. Select a simple, non-representational symbol, a spiral, a dot, a line, that embodies the notion of transition. Keep this symbol in a place of constant visual contact, for example, a small stone on a desk. Each glance reaffirms the commitment to move beyond the known. Sound as catalyst. Employ a sustained, low-frequency tone, such as a humming ohm or a deep drum beat, for a few minutes before any deliberate encounter with the threshold. Sound vibrates the entire being, helping to synchronize internal frequencies with the external field of the beyond. 4. Rituals of passage. The evening liminal candle. Light a single, unscented candle each night at the moment of twilight. As the flame flickers, breathe slowly, visualizing the wax melting as the veil thins. Allow the gentle glow to become a beacon, signaling readiness to step into the threshold's illumination. The sacred circle. Draw a modest circle on the floor with a piece of chalk or by arranging stones. Stand within it, feet shoulder-width apart, and raise the palms toward the sky. Recite the intention declaration while feeling the circle's energy solidify, creating a protective field that both grounds and elevates. The breath bridge. Perform a series of 3 breath bridges. Inhale deeply. Imagine drawing in celestial light. Hold for a count of 3. Exhale, visualizing a bridge of mist extending from the crown of the head to the horizon beyond. Each bridge serves as a rehearsal for crossing the actual threshold. 5. Navigating the liminal space. Sensing the shift. When the threshold begins to unfurl, a subtle pressure may be felt at the base of the throat, accompanied by a soft, humming resonance. Recognize this as the first sign that the boundary is yielding. Maintaining grounded awareness even as the surroundings become fluid. Keep one point of focus, usually the heart center or the chosen symbolic anchor. This serves as an internal compass, preventing disorientation. Responding to sensory flux, visual phenomena, shimmering veils, shifting colors, and auditory whispers, soft chimes, distant echoes, are natural aspects of the liminal space. Observe them without judgment, allowing them to pass like clouds across a sky of consciousness. The choice of direction. At the heart of the threshold lies a subtle bifurcation. One path leads deeper into the internal realms of the self, the other extends outward toward collective dimensions. Decide, based on the intention set earlier, which avenue aligns with the declared purpose. 6. Maintaining awareness in the beyond. The echo of presence once through the threshold, a lingering echo of the physical world remains. Reaffirm presence by gently placing a hand over the heart and feeling the rhythmic pulse. This pulse is the thread that ties the subtle self to the continuum of existence. Continuous intent reinforcement. Periodically repeat the intention declaration, allowing its vibration to resonate through the newly expanded field. This sustains alignment and prevents drift back toward the material tide. Integration of insight. Every impression, sensation, or revelation encountered beyond the threshold is a fragment of the larger tapestry. Capture these fragments through quiet contemplation, allowing them to settle into the inner repository of wisdom. 7. Concluding practices. Evening reflection. Before sleep, recount the experience of the day's engagement with the threshold. Note any moments of resistance or ease, and gently release the former while honoring the latter. Weekly consolidation. Once a week, sit in silence for a few minutes, visualizing the entire journey, from preparation through passage, flowing as a river of light. This reinforces neural pathways that support effortless transition. Gratitude offering. Conclude each cycle with a heartfelt expression of gratitude toward the unseen guides, the universal currents, and the self that embraces growth. Final thought. The threshold is not a barrier to be forced open, but a doorway that welcomes those who arrive with clarity, love, and purposeful intent. By honoring the preparatory practices, aligning inner resonance, and moving through the liminal space with mindful presence, one steps beyond the confines of the known and enters a realm of boundless possibility. Proceed to the next lesson when you feel the resonance of this chapter settle within, for each subsequent step builds upon the foundation laid herein. Lesson 3. Navigating the realm of the afterlife. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, it is essential to understand the complexities of this realm and how to navigate its various dimensions. The afterlife is not a single, unified realm, but rather a multifaceted tapestry of diverse energies and frequencies. To navigate this realm effectively, one must first comprehend the fundamental principles that govern its structure and function. The afterlife is comprised of numerous realms, each with its unique characteristics and properties. These realms are often referred to as planes or dimensions, and they are distinguished by their distinct vibrational frequencies. The vibrational frequency of a realm determines the type of energy that resides within it, as well as the nature of the experiences that occur there. For example, realms with higher vibrational frequencies are typically associated with more refined and spiritual energies, while realms with lower vibrational frequencies are often categorized by denser, more materialistic energies. To navigate the afterlife, it is crucial to develop an understanding of these vibrational frequencies and how they relate to the various realms. This can be achieved through the practice of energetic awareness, which involves cultivating a sensitivity to the subtle energies that permeate the afterlife. By developing this awareness, one can learn to discern the vibrational frequencies of different realms and navigate them with greater ease. Furthermore, the afterlife is also inhabited by a diverse array of beings, each with their own unique roles and responsibilities. These beings can be encountered in various realms and can provide valuable guidance and assistance to those navigating the afterlife. However, it is essential to approach these encounters with discernment and caution, as not all beings in the afterlife have the best intentions. In addition to understanding the vibrational frequencies and inhabitants of the afterlife, it is also important to develop a sense of direction and purpose. The afterlife is a realm of great possibility and potential, and it is easy to become distracted or disoriented by the various experiences and encounters that occur there. To avoid this, it is crucial to establish a clear sense of direction and purpose, which can serve as a guiding force throughout one's journey. This sense of direction and purpose can be developed through the practice of introspection and self-reflection. By examining one's own thoughts, emotions, and intentions, one can gain a deeper understanding of their motivations and desires. This, in turn, can help to clarify one's sense of direction and purpose, providing a sense of focus and momentum that can guide one through the afterlife. In conclusion, navigating the realm of the afterlife requires a deep understanding of its complexities and principles. By developing an awareness of the vibrational frequencies, inhabitants, and dimensions of the afterlife, one can navigate this realm with greater ease and purpose. Additionally, by cultivating a sense of direction and purpose through introspection and self-reflection, one can establish a clear guiding force that can help to navigate the afterlife and achieve their highest potential. Key principles. The afterlife is a multifaceted realm with diverse energies and frequencies. Vibrational frequencies determine the characteristics and properties of each realm. Energetic awareness is essential for navigating the afterlife. Discernment and caution are necessary when encountering beings in the afterlife. A clear sense of direction and purpose is crucial for navigating the afterlife. Introspection and self-reflection can help to clarify one's sense of direction and purpose. Exercises. Practice energetic awareness by focusing on your subtle energies and sensations. Explore the different realms of the afterlife and observe their unique characteristics and properties. Engage in introspection and self-reflection to clarify your sense of direction and purpose. Develop a sense of discernment and caution when encountering beings in the afterlife. Establish a clear guiding force to navigate the afterlife and achieve your highest potential. Meditation. Imagine yourself standing at the threshold of the afterlife, surrounded by a realm of great possibility and potential. Focus on your subtle energies and sensations, allowing yourself to become aware of the vibrational frequencies that surround you. Visualize a beam of light that represents your sense of direction and purpose, guiding you through the afterlife. As you navigate the afterlife, imagine that you are surrounded by a protective field of energy that deflects any negative or discordant influences. Repeat the following mantra to yourself. I am guided by my highest potential, and I navigate the afterlife with ease and purpose. Lesson 4. The architecture of the afterlife. The architecture of the afterlife is not a fixed structure of stone or ether, but a dynamic interplay of consciousness, energy, and perception. To navigate it, one must first understand its foundational principles: vibrational alignment, interdimensional layers, and the fluidity of time. Unlike the material world, where physical laws govern form and function, the afterlife is a realm of pure thought, where being shapes becoming. Here, the self is no longer bound by biological limitations or societal constructs but exists as a luminous, multifaceted entity. This chapter explores the contours of this architecture, offering insight into how one's essence interacts with the afterlife's framework. Vibrational alignment. The first law of transition. At the heart of the afterlife lies the principle of vibrational alignment. Every soul carries a unique vibrational frequency, a resonance shaped by its experiences, intentions, and unresolved energies across lifetimes. Upon the cessation of physical existence, the soul's frequency must harmonize with the frequencies of the afterlife's various strata. This process is neither arbitrary nor instantaneous, it is a deliberate recalibration. Imagine a vast ocean of light, where currents of energy flow in distinct patterns. Some currents are calm and still, reflecting the peace of souls who have completed their earthly missions. Others are turbulent, mirroring the unresolved burdens of those who have lingered in fear or attachment. To ascend into the afterlife, a soul must shed the dense, heavy imprints of material existence, such as guilt, hatred, or unmet desires, and attune itself to the clarity of higher frequencies. This is why preparation in life matters. Forgiving oneself, releasing grudges, and cultivating compassion create a smoother transition. Those who arrive at the threshold of the afterlife carrying unresolved emotions often find themselves in intermediate realms, spaces of reflection and release. These are not punishments but opportunities for healing. For instance, a soul burdened by unresolved grief may dwell in a shimmering archive of memories, where it can witness the beauty of past relationships and gradually let go of their emotional weight. The key to progression is the willingness to confront and transmute these energies into wisdom. Interdimensional layers of the afterlife. The afterlife is not a singular plane but a layered tapestry of dimensions, each serving a distinct purpose in the soul's evolution. These dimensions are often described as concentric circles, with the most material and chaotic realms closest to the physical plane, and the most refined and serene at the core. The realm of accumulation. This is the first layer, where souls gather and organize the energies, memories, and experiences of their earthly lives. It is a space of sorting and integration, akin to a vast library where every thought, action, and intention is catalogued. Here, the soul may revisit pivotal moments, not to judge but to understand their resonance. Souls in this realm often work with guides or other departed beings to identify patterns, recurring fears, habits, or lessons, and determine the next steps in their journey. The realm of reflection. Deeper within, the afterlife becomes a mirror. This dimension is populated with echoes of the self, alternate manifestations of one's potential, shaped by the choices not taken in life. It is here that the soul confronts its own contradictions, such as the tension between its ideals and its actions. A soul that lived as an advocate for justice might find itself standing in a hall of shadows, witnessing the harm it unintentionally caused. Yet this realm is not for punishment, it is for synthesis. By integrating these scattered aspects of the self, the soul prepares to ascend to higher layers. The realm of unity. The innermost stratum is a space beyond division, where all souls are united in the ocean of universal consciousness. Here, individuality dissolves into the infinite, and the soul experiences itself as both a drop and the ocean. Time and distance lose meaning, replaced by a timeless flow of energy where all creations coexist simultaneously. This is the realm of pure being, where the soul may choose to rest, create, or serve as part of the cosmic symphony. Perception as the sculptor of reality in the afterlife. Perception is the primary tool of creation. Unlike the physical world, where sensory inputs are mediated by the body, the afterlife allows the soul to manifest what it believes. A soul that perceives itself as bound by fear may find itself trapped in a shadowed corridor, while a soul aligned with curiosity will experience a vibrant landscape of shifting colors and harmonies. For example, a soul accustomed to scarcity in life may initially perceive the afterlife as a barren expanse, devoid of resources. Yet, this is an illusion. The soul must learn to reinterpret its perception, recognizing that abundance in the afterlife is not a matter of objects but a state of being. A single moment of inner peace can generate a garden of light, and a question posed in humility can summon a council of wisdom. This principle is especially vital in the early stages of the afterlife. Souls arriving for the first time often recreate familiar environments to ease their transition, a reflection of their attachments to the physical world. Over time, as the soul adjusts, these illusions fade, revealing the true architecture of the afterlife as a realm of infinite possibility. Timelessness and the flow of energy in the afterlife. Time is not linear but multidimensional. A soul may encounter events from its entire timeline, past lives, present struggles, and future possibilities, as if they exist simultaneously in a great web. To navigate this, the soul must relinquish the need to impose order. Instead, it learns to move with the flow of energy, guided by the current of its highest intention. A useful metaphor is the river. The afterlife is like a vast river with tributaries and eddies. Each soul can choose to follow the main current, evolution toward wisdom, or be carried by smaller streams, subtle detours shaped by unresolved emotions. The challenge is to stay present in the moment, allowing one's energy to align with the rhythm of the river. Conclusion: preparing the inner map. Understanding the architecture of the afterlife requires more than intellectual knowledge. It demands a transformation of consciousness. In life, one can prepare by cultivating self-awareness, releasing limiting beliefs, and embracing the multidimensionality of existence. The afterlife is not a distant destination but a continuation of the journey begun in the physical world. Its architecture reflects the soul's readiness to evolve, and each layer serves as both a mirror and a bridge. As you journey through this lesson, consider what patterns in your life might shape your initial experience in the afterlife. How can you begin to align your daily actions with the principles of vibrational harmony? The afterlife is no stranger to those who dare to explore its architecture here, now, in the realm of thought. Lesson 5. The mechanics of resonance and intention in the afterlife. The afterlife is not a static realm but a dynamic field of energy, where every thought, emotion, and intention vibrates at a frequency that shapes experience. To navigate this expanse, one must first understand the principle of resonance. Just as a tuning fork emits a sound when struck and aligns with other forks vibrating at the same pitch, so too does the afterlife respond to the frequencies individuals carry. These vibrations are not mere abstractions but the very fabric of existence beyond the physical, a symphony of energies that can be harmonized or discordant depending on one's intent. To begin, consider the concept of intention. In the material world, intention often feels like a whisper beneath the noise of daily survival, easily drowned by external demands. In the afterlife, however, intention becomes the loudest note in the composition of being. The act of focusing the mind with clarity and purpose transforms thought into a palpable force. For example, an individual anchored to guilt and regret may find themselves in landscapes of shadow and echoes of their past, while someone who releases such burdens through self-compassion might ascend to realms bathed in light and warmth. The afterlife does not judge, it simply reflects. What it reflects is a direct amplification of what one projects. Yet, intention alone is not the sole force at play. Resonance operates as a bridge between intention and manifestation. Imagine a vast ocean where every wave carries the imprint of a different frequency. To move through this ocean, one must align their internal rhythm with the waves they wish to ride. This alignment requires conscious effort. Practices such as meditation, introspection, or even the deliberate release of limiting beliefs in the physical world are not merely spiritual exercises but preparatory acts for the afterlife. They condition the mind to operate in harmony with higher frequencies, ensuring that when the transition occurs, the individual does not drift aimlessly but steps into a path already illuminated by their choices. A critical misunderstanding in the material world is the belief that the afterlife is a destination dictated by external forces, religion, karma, divine judgment. In truth, it is a mirror of one's inner work. The landscapes, beings, and experiences encountered are not fixed but fluid, shifting in response to the observer's energy. A soul steeped in fear may find the afterlife a labyrinth of disorientation, while a soul unshackled by fear may wander through forests where trees hum with ancient wisdom. The key is not to seek a specific outcome but to cultivate a state of being that aligns with the desired resonance. This requires honesty, confronting one's inner conflicts, forgiving oneself for errors, and embracing the interconnectedness of all existence. Practically speaking, how does one prepare for this resonance? The process begins with mindfulness. In the physical world, the body acts as an anchor, grounding the mind in the present. Without this anchor, the mind often drifts into patterns of anxiety, nostalgia, or attachment. To transition smoothly, individuals must train their minds to exist fully in the now, observing thoughts without becoming their prisoner. This observation creates a detachment that allows greater clarity. In the afterlife, this clarity becomes a compass. The more one practices presence in the physical realm, the more intuitive navigation becomes in the energetic one. Another cornerstone is emotional equilibrium. Emotions are not inherently destructive, but extremes, rampant anger, obsessions of love, or consuming sorrow, act as gravitational pullers, dragging consciousness toward polarized frequencies. The afterlife does not cancel these emotions, it magnifies them. A soul fixated on vengeance may find themselves trapped in a cycle of reenacting past grievances. A soul fixated on material success may encounter realms where ambition manifests as endless, hollow achievements. To break free, the afterlife traveler must learn to transmute raw emotions into lessons. Sadness, for instance, can transform into deep empathy, anger into righteous boundaries. This alchemy is not passive, it is a daily practice, a commitment to choosing balance over reaction. Finally, the concept of legacy must be redefined. Many in the physical world tie legacy to deeds, wealth, or familial ties. In the afterlife, however, legacy is measured by the resonance one leaves behind. A life lived with integrity creates a ripple effect in the energetic currents, guiding others toward higher frequencies. A life marked by compassion becomes a sanctuary in the afterlife, a place where other souls can rest and heal. To prepare for this, individuals must ask, what kind of energy am I investing in the world? Am I a source of light, or a drain on others' vitality? The answer will determine which realms one attracts. To summarize, the afterlife is not a passive afterthought of the human experience but an active extension of it. Resonance and intention are the twin pillars that shape its contours. Mastery of these principles demands discipline in the physical world, a willingness to confront the self with unflinching honesty, and a commitment to growth. When the transition occurs, those who have practiced these lessons will not arrive as strangers to the unseen, they will walk into a realm they've already learned to command. This lesson challenges the illusion that the afterlife is unknowable, a mystery beyond human reach. In truth, it is a laboratory for the soul, one where the rules are not foreign but familiar, written in the language of energy. To prepare is not to ascend to a throne of power, but to dissolve the illusion of separation and become the architect of one's own truth. Lesson 6. Navigating the Threshold. The Art of Conscious Transition. Prelude to the passage. The moment when the mortal coil loosens its grip, the soul, an ineffable lattice of intention, memory, and yearning, finds itself poised upon an invisible brink. This juncture is not a chaotic rupture but a deliberate, measured shift, a doorway that opens not with a clang of iron but with the soft susurration of breathless anticipation. To traverse this threshold with grace, one must first comprehend the nature of the transition itself, a metamorphosis of awareness, a recalibration of perception, and an expansion of inner resonance. In this lesson, we will explore, in exhaustive and lyrical detail, the essential practices, mental dispositions, and subtle preparations that enable a seamless glide across the veil. The guidance is practical, rooted in centuries of contemplative insight, yet expressed in a language that reverberates with the poetic cadence of the cosmos. The architecture of the threshold. The liminal field. Imagine a vast, dimly lit corridor whose walls are woven from threads of thought, each filament shimmering with the hue of a lived moment. This field is neither entirely the world of the living nor wholly the realm beyond. It is a space of in-between where ordinary sensory inputs dissolve, and a new spectrum of perception unfurls. Texture. The air feels like a gentle tide, neither heavy nor light, but suffused with a subtle vibration that hints at the presence of all that has been and all that will be. Sound. A faint echo of every spoken word, laughter, and sigh reverberates, not as a noise but as a harmonic resonance that invites attunement. The anchor point. Within the liminal field lies an inner fulcrum, a quieting center that remains steadfast irrespective of the surrounding flux. This anchor is cultivated through sustained mindfulness and an unshakable trust in the continuity of consciousness. Cultivation. Regular practice of breath awareness, body scanning, and heart-centered gratitude solidifies this point, rendering it a reliable compass as the veil thins. The gate of intent, the final portal, invisible yet palpable, opens solely to the intention that guides the traveler. Intent is the luminous compass that determines the direction of the passage, shaping the subsequent experience in the beyond. Clarity of purpose. A purpose distilled to its purest essence, such as love, forgiveness, curiosity, or surrender, radiates a magnetic field that aligns the soul with the appropriate frequency of the afterlife realm it is destined to inhabit. Preparatory practices for the transition. Embodied mindfulness daily resonance sessions. Allocate time each day for a seated meditation that focuses on the rhythmic cadence of the breath. Visualize each inhalation as a luminous thread drawing in the present moment, each exhalation as a gentle release of attachment to physical form. Over weeks, this cultivates a habit of present-centered awareness that becomes second nature at the moment of transition. Sensory integration. Engage the five senses deliberately, taste a morsel mindfully, feel the texture of fabric, listen to a natural soundscape, observe a single leaf's geometry, and inhale a fragrant aroma. This practice trains the consciousness to honor the body's subtle signals, a skill indispensable when the body's signals begin to soften. Emotional alchemy. Maintain a living ledger, mental or written, of gratitude, noting not only grand events but the small miracles, a sunrise, a shared smile, a comforting word. This ritual refines the heart's frequency, ensuring that as the veil lifts, the soul carries a resonant vibration of thankfulness. Forgiveness rituals. Conduct periodic inner ceremonies wherein perceived grievances are released. Visualize each grievance as a stone placed upon a riverbank, then imagine the current sweeping them away, dissolving the weight that could tether the soul to lingering resentment. Cognitive recalibration. Thought pattern observation. Treat thoughts as passing clouds, noting their emergence without attachment. This observation weakens the habit of identification with mental narratives, fostering a sense of self that is not confined to the story of the ego. Affirmative re-scripting. Replace limiting self-descriptions, "I am afraid of death," with expansive affirmations, "I am a continuum of consciousness, ever expanding beyond form." Repeating these statements nightly reinforces a mental architecture conducive to a fluid transition. The moment of crossing. Step-by-step guidance. Recognition of the signal. The first subtle indication may be a softening of breath, a gentle heaviness in the chest, or a sudden feeling of lightness. Acknowledge this with calm curiosity rather than alarm. Activation of the anchor. Return instantly to the anchor point cultivated through mindfulness. Visualize a luminous sphere at the center of the chest, pulsing in rhythm with the heart. This sphere serves as the steady core amidst the swirling currents of the liminal field. Invocation of intent. Silently, without force, articulate the core purpose that will guide the passage. For example, "I release with love," or "I step forward in curiosity." The clarity of this intention aligns the soul's frequency with the corresponding realm beyond. Surrender to the flow. Permit the body's sensations to dissolve. Imagine them as mist evaporating into the surrounding air, while the consciousness expands outward, merging with the subtle vibrations of the threshold. Embrace the liminal resonance. Allow the subtle sounds, colors, and textures of the liminal field to be experienced without judgment. Observe them as a painter would observe brush strokes. Each element contributes to the greater masterpiece of transition. Passage through the gate. As the intention solidifies, a gentle opening manifests, akin to a petal unfurling. Step through with a sense of wonder, maintaining the anchor within, and letting the breath become a bridge that connects the familiar with the unknown. Post-crossing stabilization. Once beyond the threshold, the soul encounters a landscape of pure potential. To stabilize in this new environment, maintain heart-center resonance. Continue to radiate gratitude and love, as these frequencies act as an internal compass, preventing disorientation amidst vast possibilities. Cultivate observation without attachment. Observe the new realm's phenomena as a traveler would a foreign city, appreciating the architecture, colors, and sounds without the need to label or control them. Integrate past lessons. Recall the practices of mindfulness, forgiveness, and intentionality learned in the mortal realm. They become the tools with which to navigate and shape the unfolding experience. Summary of essential takeaways. The threshold is a liminal field, not a chaotic rupture. Understanding its architecture, luminous corridors, anchor point, gate of intent, prepares the consciousness for a smooth transition. Consistent preparatory practices, embodied mindfulness, emotional alchemy, cognitive recalibration, forge a resilient inner core capable of meeting the threshold with poise. The moment of crossing follows a precise sequence. Recognition, anchoring, intention, surrender, resonance, and passage. Each step, executed with sincere presence, ensures a graceful glide. Post-crossing stabilization hinges on maintaining heart-center resonance, observing without attachment, and integrating the lessons cultivated during earthly life. In the silence that follows this lesson, allow the words to settle like gentle dew upon the petals of your awareness. The afterlife, far from an abstract mystery, is a continuum awaiting the arrival of a consciously prepared soul. By honoring the practices outlined herein, you equip yourself with the luminous tools necessary to step beyond the veil, not as a frightened wanderer, but as a sovereign traveler, fully aware of the radiant pathway that lies ahead. Proceed now, in your own time, to the next lesson, where the exploration of the luminous realms beyond the threshold will unfold. Lesson 7. Navigating the realm of memories. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is often shrouded in mystery and wonder. The realm of memories is a place where the accumulated experiences of a lifetime are stored, and it is here that we must confront the totality of our past. This chapter will serve as a guide to navigating this complex and often tumultuous realm, providing practical advice and insightful observations to aid in the process of self-discovery and growth. Upon entering the realm of memories, one is immediately struck by the sheer vastness of the landscape. Rolling hills of remembrance stretch out in every direction, with each hill representing a specific period or event from one's life. The air is filled with the whispers of forgotten moments, and the sky is painted with the vibrant colors of joy, sorrow, and every emotion in between. As we wander through this realm, we begin to notice that the hills are not static, but rather they shift and change as we approach them. This is because memories are not fixed entities, but rather they are dynamic and context-dependent. To navigate the realm of memories effectively, it is essential to develop a keen sense of awareness and discernment. We must learn to distinguish between the memories that are truly significant and those that are merely peripheral. This requires a deep understanding of the self and the ability to recognize the patterns and themes that have shaped our lives. As we explore the realm, we will encounter memories that are painful, joyful, and everything in between. It is crucial to approach these memories with a sense of curiosity and openness, rather than judgment or attachment. One of the most significant challenges in navigating the realm of memories is the tendency to become mired in nostalgia or regret. We may find ourselves lingering over memories that are pleasant, but ultimately unproductive, or becoming bogged down in memories that are painful, but unresolved. To avoid this, it is essential to cultivate a sense of detachment and perspective. We must learn to observe our memories from a distance, recognizing them as mere echoes of the past, rather than becoming identified with them. By doing so, we can gain a deeper understanding of the experiences that have shaped us, without becoming trapped in the emotions and reactions that they evoke. As we journey deeper into the realm of memories, we will encounter various landscapes and terrains that reflect the complexities of our inner lives. We may find ourselves walking through a forest of forgotten dreams, or climbing a mountain of unresolved conflicts. In each of these landscapes, we will encounter aspects of ourselves that are hidden, repressed, or unacknowledged. It is here that we must confront the shadow elements of our psyche, and integrate the fragmented aspects of our being. This process of integration is crucial for personal growth and transformation, as it allows us to develop a more complete and nuanced understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. To facilitate this process of integration, it is helpful to develop a practice of self-inquiry and reflection. We must learn to ask ourselves questions about our memories, and to seek out the hidden patterns and themes that underlie our experiences. What are the recurring motifs and symbols that appear in our memories? What are the unresolved conflicts and unfulfilled desires that continue to shape our lives? By exploring these questions, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the world, and we can begin to release the burdens and attachments that have held us back for so long. In the realm of memories, time is fluid and relative. The past, present, and future are intertwined, and the linear progression of events is but an illusion. Here, we can move freely through the ages, revisiting moments from our past, and glimpsing the possibilities of our future. This fluidity of time allows us to recontextualize our experiences, and to reframe our understanding of the world. We can see how the events of our past have shaped our present, and how the choices we make in the present will influence the course of our future. As we near the end of our journey through the realm of memories, we come to a great river that flows through the heart of the realm. This river represents the collective unconscious, the shared reservoir of archetypes and experiences that are common to all beings. As we cross the river, we are immersed in the waters of the collective, and we begin to see the world from a broader perspective. We realize that our individual experiences are not isolated, but rather they are part of a larger tapestry that is woven from the threads of countless lives. In the realm of memories, we are not alone. We are accompanied by guides and companions who have walked this path before us. These guides offer us wisdom, guidance, and support as we navigate the twists and turns of our journey. They help us to see the larger picture, and to understand the deeper significance of our experiences. They also challenge us to confront our fears, to release our attachments, and to embrace the unknown. As we complete our journey through the realm of memories, we are left with a profound sense of awe, wonder, and gratitude. We have caught a glimpse of the vast and intricate web of experiences that comprise our lives, and we have begun to understand the deeper patterns and themes that shape our existence. We have also developed a greater sense of compassion, empathy, and understanding for ourselves and others, and we have cultivated the wisdom, courage, and resilience needed to navigate the challenges of the afterlife. In the end, the realm of memories is a place of great beauty, complexity, and depth. It is a realm that invites us to explore the mysteries of our past, to confront the challenges of our present, and to envision the possibilities of our future. As we leave this realm behind, we carry with us the wisdom, insights, and understandings that will guide us on our journey through the afterlife, and we are prepared to face whatever challenges and opportunities lie ahead. Lesson 8. The alchemy of the soul, the transmutation of essence in the boundless expanse beyond the veil of mortality. The soul does not merely linger as a shadow of its earthly form, it embarks upon the most profound metamorphosis imaginable. This chapter unveils the sacred process of the soul's transmutation, the alchemy through which all that was once tethered to the physical realm is refined, reshaped, and elevated into a state of luminous being. Here, the language of matter gives way to the poetry of pure essence, and the lessons learned during life become the crucible for the soul's next evolution. To begin, one must envision the soul not as a static entity but as a dynamic current of energy, forever seeking higher resonance. After the body's dissolution, this current enters a phase of purification, akin to molten gold being separated from its base impurities. The process is neither painful nor foreign but deeply intimate, as it mirrors the soul's own longing to shed what no longer serves its truth. Think of this as the universe itself becoming a great forge, where the soul's raw experiences, joy, sorrow, triumph, regret, are smelted into a radiant alloy of wisdom. Every action taken in life, every choice, becomes a filament woven into this grand tapestry of transformation. The first stage of this alchemy is the release of attachment to form. In the physical world, identity is anchored to names, faces, and roles. Here, all such constructs dissolve like mist at dawn. The soul is no longer bound by the limitations of ego but is free to recognize its true nature, a living embodiment of consciousness that transcends time and space. This liberation can feel disorienting at first, for the soul has spent lifetimes defining itself through contrasts, winner and loser, giving and taking, love and fear. Yet in the afterlife, these dualities are no longer tools for growth but relics of a bygone phase. The soul must learn to dissolve the habit of duality and embrace the unity that lies beneath. Imagine peeling back the layers of a lotus flower, petal by petal, until the core of its being is revealed, a single, radiant axis of stillness and light. Next, the soul confronts the echoes of its unmet needs and unspoken truths. These are not burdens but unfinished symphonies waiting to be harmonized. Perhaps the soul carried the weight of unexpressed gratitude, unresolved anger, or dreams deferred. In the alchemical crucible, these emotions are not erased but transmuted into understanding. The soul learns to alchemize pain into compassion, regret into purpose, and longing into boundless love. This is not an act of will but an organic unfolding. As the soul realizes that all it once sought externally, fame, power, validation, was but a shadow of the wholeness it already possesses. A pivotal aspect of this lesson is the reclamation of forgotten fragments. During life, trauma, fear, or societal conditioning may have splintered the soul's wholeness. These fragments, pieces of the soul's light, do not vanish. They remain as dormant stars, waiting for the right luminescence to reignite them. In the afterlife, the soul gathers these fragments with the tenderness of a gardener tending a hidden orchard. Each fragment returns to its rightful place, restoring the soul's original symmetry. This process is not mechanical but poetic, for the soul recognizes that every fragment carries a lesson, a memory, or a power essential to its completeness. The final act of this lesson is the embrace of the infinite self. Here, the soul ceases to define itself as an individual spark and instead becomes a note in the eternal symphony of existence. It understands that it is both one with the cosmos and uniquely itself, a paradox that dissolves tension and births profound peace. This is the state in which the soul no longer clings to the illusion of separation but flows as a river into the ocean of all that is. The soul's purpose here is to radiate its transformed light, not to create a new identity, but to dissolve fully into the boundless. To navigate this lesson, the soul must approach the process as a sacred art, not a destination. There is no final form to achieve, for alchemy is a journey of becoming. The key is to surrender to the present unfolding, trusting that the soul's innate wisdom will guide it through the flames and into the light. Remember that this transmutation is not solitary. The afterlife hums with the presence of other souls, each at their own stage of alchemy. Their frequencies intertwine, creating a vibrant tapestry of luminous exchange. In closing, this chapter is the soul's invitation to shed the armor of its old self and emerge as a vessel of pure being. It is the lesson that all endings are but new beginnings dressed in twilight, and that the truest form of immortality lies not in preservation but in transformation. As the soul turns inward to meet itself in the forge of the afterlife, it finds not an end to its journey, but the birth of an endless, radiant horizon. Lesson 9. Navigating the realm of reflection. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is both familiar and uncharted. The realm of reflection is a domain where the energies of our past experiences, thoughts, and emotions converge, creating a landscape that is uniquely ours. In this chapter, we will delve into the practicalities of navigating this realm and explore the opportunities it presents for growth, healing, and self-discovery. Upon entering the realm of reflection, you may notice that the environment around you begins to shift and change, like the tides of a vast ocean. The skies may darken or lighten, reflecting the mood and tone of your inner world. The air may vibrate with the whispers of forgotten memories, or resonate with the hum of unresolved emotions. This realm is a manifestation of your inner topography, and it is here that you will confront the depths of your own psyche. To navigate this realm effectively, it is essential to cultivate a sense of inner awareness. This means being able to observe your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations without becoming entangled in them. Imagine yourself as a traveler in a foreign land, marveling at the exotic sights and sounds, yet remaining detached and observant. As you wander through the realm of reflection, allow yourself to notice the subtle cues and signs that arise, without becoming identified with them. One of the primary challenges of navigating the realm of reflection is the tendency to become mired in the quicksand of nostalgia or regret. As you encounter memories and experiences from your past, it is easy to become trapped in the undertow of what if or if only. However, it is essential to recognize that these mental constructs are mere illusions, distortions of the present moment. The past is gone, and the future is yet to be written. The only reality is the present, and it is here that you must anchor yourself. To avoid becoming lost in the labyrinth of your own mind, focus on the sensation of your presence in the realm of reflection. Feel the weight of your energy, the vibration of your being, and the rhythm of your breath. As you do so, you will begin to discern the subtle patterns and currents that shape this realm. You may notice that certain memories or emotions tend to cluster together, forming eddies of energy that can either draw you in or repel you. As you navigate the realm of reflection, you will encounter various landscapes and features that reflect the contours of your inner world. You may find yourself standing at the edge of a great precipice, staring into the abyss of your deepest fears. Alternatively, you may discover a hidden garden, filled with the vibrant blooms of your most cherished desires. Whatever the landscape, remember that it is a manifestation of your own psyche, and that you have the power to shape and transform it. The realm of reflection offers a unique opportunity for healing and growth, as you confront the unresolved issues and unexamined patterns that have shaped your life. By navigating this realm with awareness and intention, you can begin to release the burdens of the past and uncover the hidden treasures of your own potential. As you journey through this domain, remember that you are not alone, for the wisdom of your own heart is always available to guide you. In the stillness of the realm of reflection, you can listen to the whispers of your own soul and allow its wisdom to illuminate your path. You can confront the shadows that have haunted you and integrate the fragmented aspects of your being. You can rediscover the passions and interests that have driven you and rekindle the flame of your deepest desires. The realm of reflection is a realm of boundless possibility, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the depths of your own potential are revealed. As you prepare to leave the realm of reflection, take a moment to acknowledge the insights and understandings that have arisen during your journey. Notice the shifts in your perspective, the easing of old wounds, and the renewed sense of purpose that has emerged. Carry these gifts with you as you continue on your journey through the afterlife, and know that the wisdom of the realm of reflection will remain with you, guiding and illuminating your path. A practical guide to the afterlife. Lesson 10. The alchemy of becoming. Refining the self for transcendence. In the quiet interstices of mortal existence, where the veil between the physical and the ethereal thins, there lies a process both ancient and eternal. The refinement of the self. This is not a ritual confined to temples or a creed bound to dogma, but a universal alchemy, the slow, deliberate transformation of raw human essence into something capable of transcending the limitations of time and form. To prepare for the afterlife is not to stockpile spiritual tools or memorize sacred rites, but to unmask the core of one's being and kindle within it a luminosity that outshines the shadows of the known world. The first step in this alchemy is to acknowledge the paradox of impermanence. All that is tangible, flesh, possessions, even the self as it is perceived in daily life, will dissolve. The corporeal body, with its aches and triumphs, its fleeting passions and transient sorrows, is but a vessel. Yet within it lies the seed of something unbound. To refine this seed is to strip away the accretions of ego, the layers of fear, desire, and illusion that cloud the soul's clarity. These attachments, though often mistaken for identity, are ephemeral. They are the rust on a blade whose purpose is to cut through ignorance and awaken to the infinite. The process of refinement begins with a single act of surrender, not the passive yielding of the resigned, but the conscious release of the need to control, to define, to cling. Consider the ash that is the remnant of a fire. It does not mourn the wood from which it came, it becomes fertile ground, nourishing the cycle of life anew. In the same way, the soul must learn to burn away the superfluous. This is not a destruction, but a metamorphosis. Let go of the narratives that bind you, the need to be right, to be seen, to be separate. Let go of the weight of social roles and the expectations that calcify the spirit. In their place, cultivate an openness like the sky after a storm, vast, unburdened, and ready to receive the light. Central to this alchemy is the cultivation of presence. Many who speak of the afterlife imagine it as a destination to be reached, a realm to be entered. Yet the true afterlife is not a place but a state of being. It is accessible even now, within the breath between moments, in the stillness that hums beneath the noise of the mind. To train in presence is to anchor oneself in this stillness, to become an observer of the self rather than a prisoner of its ceaseless chatter. Sit in silence and watch the currents of thought. See them as fleeting clouds, not as truths. Feel the pulse of life within the body, the primal rhythm of heartbeat and breath. In doing so, one begins to perceive the soul's true nature, not as a fragment, but as a wave of the infinite ocean of existence. The refinement of the self also demands the dissolution of duality, the dichotomies that structure human perception, good and evil, self and other, life and death, must be transcended. This is not to erase distinctions, but to recognize their transient nature. A leaf falls from a tree, is it now dead, or has it merely entered another phase of becoming? The soul does not end at the threshold of the physical body. To prepare for the afterlife is to live as if this truth were already felt in the marrow of the bones. Act with compassion not as a performance of morality, but as an acknowledgement that all life is an echo of the same source. Forgive not to absolve others, but to liberate oneself from the chains of resentment. Serve not for reward, but to remember the interconnected tapestry of being. The final stage of this alchemy is illumination. Not the blaze of egoic glory, but the quiet radiance of a soul unencumbered. This illumination is born from the integration of all that has been shed and revealed. It is the recognition that the self is not a finite entity but an unfolding of eternity. The tools for this illumination are simple yet profound. Gratitude for each breath, mindfulness in every action, and the courage to meet each moment as both a mirror and a doorway. When the heart is aligned with the rhythm of the universe, when the mind is stilled like a lake reflecting the stars, the afterlife is no longer a possibility, but an ever-deepening reality. In the end, the practicalities of the afterlife are not found in dusty tomes or whispered secrets, but in the daily alchemy of becoming. Each act of kindness, each moment of clarity, each surrender to the present is a brick in the cathedral of the soul. The afterlife is not a faraway shore but the horizon that reveals itself as the journey unfolds. And when the final veil lifts, the refined soul will not falter, for it has long since learned to dwell in the light that no shadow can obscure. May this lesson serve as a lantern for those who walk the path of becoming, and may their journey be as boundless as the stars above. Lesson 11. The integration of eternal truths, a chapter of unfolding illumination. The process of absorbing the lessons of the afterlife is not a singular act but a continuous weaving of understanding into the very fabric of one's consciousness. After the first revelations of dissolving physicality, the fluidity of time, and the boundless freedom of thought, the next step is to internalize these truths so deeply that they become inseparable from the essence of being. Integration is the bridge between knowing intellectually and embodying existentially. It is the alchemy of truth, where abstract insights crystallize into lived experience. To integrate the afterlife is to recognize that all perceptions are constructs of the mind, yet none are permanent. The afterlife does not adhere to linear logic, nor is it bound by the dualities of life, good and evil, right and wrong. Here, all is interwoven in the tapestry of cause and effect, where even the most painful moments contain seeds of understanding. To carry this into one's awareness is to release the habit of judgment, to see existence not as a series of successes or failures but as a symphony of interdependent notes. This does not negate the weight of emotions, rather, it reframes them as transient ripples on an infinite ocean. The first practice of integration begins with stillness. In the quiet absence of noise, the soul begins to resonate with the harmonic frequencies of the afterlife. This stillness is not emptiness but a portal to clarity. Sit in the space between thought, and feel the weight of physical existence dissolve. Observe how the mind, once fixated on control, begins to surrender. This surrender is not weakness, it is the recognition that consciousness itself is the vessel for truth. When the self is no longer defined by the ego's need to dominate, it aligns with the rhythms of the afterlife. A second step is to confront the illusions of separation. In the afterlife, one perceives connections, the unbroken threads linking all beings, all experiences. To dwell in this unity is to dissolve the illusion of isolation and understand that every action, every thought, reverberates across the vastness. This is not a metaphor but a law of existence. The afterlife teaches that energy does not vanish, it transforms. Thus, to integrate this truth is to let go of resentment and fear, for these emotions cling to the illusion of finality. When one sees the continuity of energy, even grief softens into a reverence for cycles. Meditation on the concept of formlessness is essential. In life, the physical body is a limiting shell. In the afterlife, this shell dissolves, revealing an essence unbound. To integrate this, begin to visualize the breath as pure light. Imagine each exhalation shedding density, each inhalation drawing in ethereal substance. Over time, this practice loosens the grip of the material mind. The self no longer defines itself by possessions, roles, or memories but by the luminous field of awareness that underlies all existence. This is the realization that you are not the body, though the body was once your prison. Now, it is a memory, and the truth is free. The afterlife also demands the release of attachments to outcomes. In life, the ego thrives on the pursuit of goals, the mastery of conditions. Here, all conditions are fluid. To cling to a specific future is to misunderstand the nature of possibility. Instead, the afterlife teaches that the soul navigates by intention, not force. Intention is a compass, not a map. To align with this, one must relinquish the need to control and instead attune to the flow of what is. Every moment is a crossroads, every choice a creation. This is why integration is a dynamic process. There is no fixed point of arrival, only the journey of becoming. The final aspect of integration is the acceptance of paradox. The afterlife is a realm where opposites coexist without contradiction. There is freedom and responsibility, love and mystery, joy and sorrow. To embrace this paradox is to transcend the binary thinking that once defined existence. It is not that one must solve the riddles of existence, rather, one must stop expecting a solution and begin to participate in the unfolding. This is the essence of wisdom, not the accumulation of answers, but the surrender to the boundless questions. In this chapter, the seeker is reminded that integration is not passive. It is an act of will, guided by curiosity and openness. The afterlife does not demand belief, it offers revelation. To truly integrate its truths requires patience, patience with the self as it unravels and reforms, patience with the questions that never fully settle, and patience with the silence that holds all answers. For in the silence, the soul remembers what it always was, unbound, infinite, and whole. Thus, the path continues. Each step is a thread in the tapestry of awakening, each lesson a reflection of that ancient, unspoken truth. The afterlife is not an end but a beginning, and the integration of its wisdom is the birth of a new self, one unshackled from the illusions of time, and radiant with the light of understanding. Lesson 12. The art of returning, re-engaging the living world with grace and purpose. 1. The premise of re-entry. The afterlife, far from being a static terminus, is a continuum of awareness that stretches, folds, and mirrors the terrestrial plane. Within this grand tapestry, the moment arrives when the soul elects, or is called, to step once more into the realm of flesh, sound, and material sensation. This transition is not a haphazard plunge but a deliberate, artful re-engagement, demanding preparation, intention, and an intimate comprehension of the subtle contracts that bind the unseen to the visible. 2. Resonant intent. Crafting the purpose of return before any footfall upon earthly soil, the soul must articulate, in the purest vibration, the purpose that shall guide its presence. This purpose is not a fleeting wish but a resonant chord that aligns with the universal rhythm of growth. To crystallize it, quiet the mind. Sit in stillness, allowing the clamor of past experiences to dissolve. Listen to the inner echo. Tune the inner ear to the faint murmur that speaks of unfinished melody, of lessons still awaiting completion. Transcribe the vision. Without language that names, simply inscribe the essence of the intention, to heal the fracture of collective sorrow, or to illuminate the path of compassionate action. The articulation becomes a beacon, a luminous filament that will guide the soul through the veil and anchor it in the physical realm. 3. Energetic alignment. Preparing the subtle body, comprising the etheric, emotional, mental, and spiritual layers, must be tuned to the frequency of the returning environment. This alignment unfolds through 3 interwoven practices. Etheric resculpting. Visualize a lattice of light that mirrors the shape of the desired earthly vessel. See each node pulsing with vitality, each strand humming with health. Allow this lattice to expand outward, enveloping the surrounding space, thereby creating a magnetic field that draws the appropriate form toward the soul. Emotional purification. Release residual attachments to past grievances, regrets, or triumphs. Imagine them as leaves carried away by a gentle wind, leaving behind a clear, reflective pool of feeling. The pool shall become the mirror in which the returning soul perceives its own emotional landscape without distortion. Mental clarification. Examine the mental narratives that have accumulated over epochs. Dissolve those rooted in fear, scarcity, or illusion. Replace them with affirmations of abundance, unity, and clarity, spoken not aloud but resonating within the mind's inner chamber. When these layers harmonize, the soul's energetic signature matches the vibrational pattern of the chosen earthly circumstance, ensuring a seamless passage. 4. The veil crossing protocol. The veil that separates the luminous expanse from the dense material world is a membrane of perception. Crossing it requires a protocol akin to a ritual, though it is performed wholly within consciousness. Step 1. The breath of bridging. Inhale deeply, visualizing a silver thread descending from the highest point of awareness to the point of contact with the veil. Exhale, allowing the thread to tighten, forming a conduit. Step 2. The whisper of intent. Silently, without word, repeat the purpose crafted in section 2. Let the whisper reverberate along the silver thread, imbuing the conduit with directional force. Step 3. The release of form. Imagine the current of the silver thread pulling the etheric lattice into the veil, allowing the physical form to coalesce around it. Feel the gentle compression as matter embraces spirit, not as an invasion but as a compassionate enfolding. Step 4. The grounding pulse. Upon entry, sense a pulse of earth beneath the soles, an invitation to root. Visualize roots extending from the base of the spine, anchoring into the planet's core, drawing nourishment, and stabilizing the new presence. Completion of this protocol signals the successful passage. The soul now inhabits the corporeal vessel, yet retains the luminous awareness woven through every breath. 5. Navigating the sensory flood. The return is accompanied by an inundation of sensory data, sight, sound, taste, touch, and scent, each a channel of information previously experienced in abstraction. To navigate this flood with poise, observe before reacting. Allow each stimulus to settle before responding. This creates a buffer that prevents automatic, conditioned reflexes from overriding the conscious purpose. Anchor in the breath. Return to the breath as a metronome. Each inhalation and exhalation serves as a reminder of the soul's steady center. Employ the inner compass. The purpose set forth earlier acts as a magnetic compass. Whenever a sensory impulse threatens to divert attention, gently steer back toward the intention. Through disciplined attention, the soul transforms raw sensory input into refined data, useful for fulfilling its declared mission. 6. Sustaining the connection to the higher realm. Even after the veil is crossed, the soul retains a conduit to the higher dimensions. Maintaining this connection is vital for ongoing guidance and for preventing entanglement in mundane preoccupations. Daily dawn and dusk rituals. At sunrise and sunset, pause to acknowledge the light source that persists beyond the physical horizon. Offer a silent gratitude, reaffirming the bond. Periodic soul check-ins. Set aside moments, perhaps with each heartbeat, to mentally scan for alignment with the purpose. If drift occurs, gently realign by revisiting the purpose's resonance. Dream weaving. Allow the night's unconscious canvas to become a bridge. Record any images or symbols that surface, interpreting them as messages from the realm of the unseen. These practices ensure that the soul's wisdom remains a guiding lighthouse, not a flickering candle, within the storm of earthly life. 7. Ethical stewardship of the return presence. With the privilege of re-entry comes an ethical covenant. Respect for free will. Influence others through example and subtle inspiration, never through coercion or manipulation. Guardianship of knowledge. Share insights only when the receptivity of the listener aligns with the intention to uplift, never to dominate. Harmony with natural cycles. Align actions with the rhythms of nature, recognizing that the universal flow is a lattice of interdependence. Upholding these tenets guarantees that the return serves not merely personal ambition but the collective ascent of consciousness. 8. The continuous cycle. From return to re-emerge. The afterlife is not a singular destination but a cyclical pilgrimage. Each return is a node within an infinite spiral of learning, teaching, and transformation. Upon the completion of the purpose, the soul will again stand at the threshold, ready to either linger in the luminous expanse for further refinement or to embark upon another earthly passage, each time carrying deeper wisdom, expanded compassion, and an ever broader horizon of love. 9. Closing reflection. To re-engage the living world is to become a bridge, a conduit of light that carries the ineffable into the palpable. It demands preparation of intention, alignment of subtle energies, reverent crossing of the veil, mindful navigation of sensory abundance, and unwavering ethical stewardship. When these elements coalesce, the soul walks the terrestrial plane not as a lost wanderer but as a luminous pilgrim, illuminating the path for itself and for all who share the journey. Thus, the art of returning is not a mere act of resurrection, it is a masterful choreography of purpose, energy, and love, performed upon the grand stage of existence. Lesson 13. The art of sustaining presence in the ever beyond. Opening meditation on continuity. Begin by allowing the breath to become a silent conduit between the material plane and the luminous expanse that lies beyond. Each inhalation draws in the faint, pearl-scent mist of the forthcoming realm. Each exhalation releases the dense, earthen tether that has shaped mortal perception. In this rhythmic exchange, the mind loosens its grip on temporal certainty and opens to the timeless cadence of existence. Invoke the sense of perpetual flow. Imagine a river that has no source nor mouth, its waters ever circulating, reflecting the stars that hover above the unseen horizon. Feel the pulse of that river within the chest, a steady drumbeat echoing the promise that consciousness does not dissolve but merely changes its vessel. Anchor the intent of presence. With the heart as a compass, set the intention that the awareness which now inhabits the flesh shall remain unbroken, even as the form dissolves. Speak silently, I shall be present, unshaken, as the cosmos breathes. Understanding the geometry of the afterlife. The afterlife is not a chaotic void, it is a structured lattice of vibrational frequencies, each resonating with distinct aspects of the soul's journey. These frequencies form a geometric tapestry, an intricate latticework of spirals, lattices, and crystalline lattices through which consciousness navigates. The spiral of return, a self-repeating curve that draws the individual back toward the core of being, symbolizing the reclamation of lost fragments of identity. Practically, visualize the spiral as a staircase of light. Each step is an affirmation of continuity. The lattice of connection, a network of interwoven threads linking each consciousness to every other, forging a communal field of shared experience. In practice, sense the subtle tug of these threads by focusing on moments of empathy, compassion, and collective intention. The crystal of insight, a faceted prism that refracts the pure light of understanding into myriad colors, each hue representing a lesson or revelation. To engage, contemplate a question of purpose, allowing the crystal to split the query into its constituent truths, each shimmering with clarity. By internalizing these geometric motifs, the traveler equips the mind with a map that transcends language, enabling navigation without reliance on external signposts. Cultivating the inner resonance. The afterlife responds to the frequency emitted by the inner self. To sustain presence, one must deliberately tune this resonance to align with the higher vibrational planes. Frequency calibration exercise. Sit in a space devoid of distractions. Close the eyes and imagine a deep, resonant tone emanating from the solar plexus. Slowly raise the pitch, visualizing the tone ascending through the throat, the crown, and finally radiating outward as a halo of pure sound. Maintain this tone for several minutes, feeling it harmonize with the ambient hum of the unseen realm. Sound as a vessel. Recognize that every spoken word, every silent mantra, carries an imprint. Choose words that are imbued with gratitude, love, and curiosity. In moments of doubt, repeat a phrase such as, I am a beacon of enduring light, allowing the syllables to vibrate through the ether and reinforce the inner frequency. The practice of temporal detachment. The mortal experience is bound by linear time, a sequence of past, present, and future. The afterlife, however, exists in a fluid temporal field where moments coalesce. Detachment from the linear construct is essential for sustained presence. Chronological unraveling. Visualize the thread of time as a tapestry being gently unwound. See each knot loosen, each pattern dissolve into a sea of possibility. As the tapestry unravels, notice the emergence of a vast, open space where all moments are simultaneously accessible. Living in the eternal now. Anchor awareness to the present vibration rather than to any specific memory or expectation. When thoughts of regret or anticipation arise, acknowledge them as fleeting ripples and return focus to the steady pulse of the current moment. Embracing the infinite loop. Accept that the afterlife is a loop without a beginning or an end, a circle of returning energy. Feel the circular motion as a gentle embrace, a perpetual return to the source, reinforcing the sense that existence is an endless, self-sustaining dance. Guidelines for interacting with the subtle landscape. Interaction within the afterlife is less about physical manipulation and more about energetic attunement. The following guidelines serve as practical tools for effective engagement. Guideline practical application intended effect. Maintain stillness of intent before any action. Pause and center the intention in the heart. Prevent scattering of energy, ensuring focus remains sharp. Honor the flow of energy. Follow the natural currents that arise when visualizing light streams. Aligns personal vibration with the greater field, facilitating smoother passage. Utilize symbolic light. Imagine a lantern of warm, amber light that you carry. Symbolic illumination dispels uncertainty and reveals hidden pathways. Employ breath as a bridge. Inhale to draw in ambient energy, exhale to release personal resonance into the environment. Create a reciprocal exchange, fostering connectivity and reciprocity. Adopt the posture of receptivity. Imagine the body as a crystal, open on all facets, inviting influx. Enhances capacity to receive insights, messages, and guidance. The role of compassionate observation. Observation in the afterlife is not passive, it is an active, compassionate bearing witness to the unfolding of all that is. By observing with compassion, the traveler cultivates a resonant field that attracts further growth. Witness without judgment. See each apparition, each echo of former lives, as a manifestation of the universal pattern. Allow the mind to note, this is a form of expression, rather than assigning value judgments. Compassion as a magnet. Recognize that compassion vibrates at a frequency higher than fear or indifference. When compassion is radiated, it draws forth similar frequencies, creating a feedback loop of expanding awareness. Reflective integration. After observation, spend moments reflecting on what has been witnessed. Ask internally, what lesson does this reveal about the nature of continuity, and let the answer settle like sediment in a tranquil lake. Embedding the legacy of presence. Even as the physical shell disintegrates, the imprint of one's sustained presence can be woven into the fabric of the afterlife. This embedding serves as both testament and guide for future travelers. Create resonant echoes. Every deliberate thought, each intentional breath, leaves an echo in the vibrational field. Consciously shape these echoes toward themes of love, curiosity, and unity. Leave symbolic seeds. Visualize planting luminous seeds in the expanse, each seed representing a core value. Over time, these seeds blossom into constellations of guidance for others navigating the same realm. Sustain the cycle of renewal. Recognize that the afterlife is a regenerative system. What is given returns amplified. By continuously offering presence, one cultivates a self-sustaining cycle that nurtures the whole. Closing synthesis. The art of sustaining presence in the ever beyond is a harmonious blend of intention, geometric understanding, vibrational tuning, temporal detachment, energetic interaction, compassionate observation, and legacy embedding. Each component functions as a pillar supporting the edifice of eternal continuity. To embody this art, begin with breath, letting it dissolve the veil between the known and the unknown. Visualize the geometry that structures the afterlife, allowing its shapes to orient the inner compass. Calibrate the inner resonance, aligning it with the higher frequencies that permeate the realm. Detach from linear time, embracing the omnipresent now where all possibilities coexist. Engage with the subtle landscape through stillness, flow, light, breath, and receptivity. Observe with compassion, bearing witness without judgment, and integrating each revelation. Embed the legacy of presence by casting resonant echoes and luminous seeds into the cosmic tapestry. By practicing these steps with diligence and grace, the traveler not only secures a steadfast foothold in the afterlife but also contributes to the luminous architecture that sustains the entire continuum of existence. The journey, therefore, becomes less a crossing over a threshold and more a seamless unfolding into a grand, ever-expanding symphony of being. May this lesson illuminate the path, guiding the seeker toward an unbroken presence that reverberates through the boundless horizons of the ever beyond. Lesson 14. Navigating the realm of reflection. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is both familiar and foreign. The realm of reflection is a place where the energies of our past lives converge, where the memories and experiences of our previous existences await our attention. This realm is a crucible, a testing ground where we are invited to confront, to understand, and to integrate the lessons of our past. Upon entering the realm of reflection, we are immediately immersed in a kaleidoscope of images, emotions, and sensations. The air is thick with the vibrational resonance of our past, and the ground beneath our feet seems to hum with the weight of our accumulated experiences. As we navigate this realm, we begin to notice that the landscape shifts and morphs, responding to our every thought, emotion, and intention. The first thing we notice is that the realm of reflection is divided into distinct territories, each corresponding to a specific aspect of our past. There are regions of great beauty, where the memories of joy, love, and triumph reside. These territories shimmer with a warm, golden light, and the air is filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Conversely, there are also regions of darkness, where the shadows of our fears, doubts, and sorrows lurk. These territories seem to writhe and twist, like living things, and the air is heavy with the weight of our unresolved pain. As we explore the realm of reflection, we begin to realize that each territory holds a specific lesson, a unique insight into the mysteries of our existence. We see that the experiences of our past, both positive and negative, have shaped us into the beings we are today. We understand that every moment, every decision, and every action has contributed to the rich tapestry of our soul. To navigate the realm of reflection effectively, we must cultivate a state of awareness, a willingness to confront and to understand the complexities of our past. We must be brave enough to face the shadows, to acknowledge the pain and the fear that we have carried with us for so long. And we must be compassionate enough to forgive, to release the burdens that have weighed us down, and to embrace the beauty and the wisdom that lies within us. As we journey deeper into the realm of reflection, we come to a great lake, whose waters seem to hold the reflections of our entire existence. The lake is calm and peaceful, its surface mirroring the sky above. And yet, as we approach its shores, we notice that the water is not still. It is as if the lake is alive, its depth stirring with the memories and the emotions of our past. To cross the lake, we must find a way to quiet the turbulent waters, to still the reflections that ripple across its surface. This requires a deep understanding of our own nature, a willingness to confront the depths of our own soul. We must be able to distinguish between the reflections that are true and those that are false, between the memories that are real and those that are distorted. As we stand on the shores of the lake, we are presented with a choice. We can attempt to cross the water, to navigate the reflections that lie within. Or we can turn back, returning to the familiarity of our previous existence. The decision is ours, and ours alone. If we choose to cross the lake, we must be prepared to face the depths of our own soul. We must be willing to confront the shadows, to acknowledge the pain and the fear that we have carried with us for so long. And we must be brave enough to forgive, to release the burdens that have weighed us down, and to embrace the beauty and the wisdom that lies within us. As we navigate the realm of reflection, we come to understand that the journey is not about the destination, but about the process. It is not about reaching a specific goal, but about the transformation that occurs within us as we journey. We realize that the realm of reflection is a state of mind, a way of being that allows us to confront, to understand, and to integrate the lessons of our past. And so, we continue on our journey, navigating the twists and turns of the realm of reflection. We face our fears, we acknowledge our pain, and we forgive ourselves and others. We integrate the lessons of our past, and we emerge transformed, renewed, and reborn. For in the realm of reflection, we discover that the greatest wisdom lies within us, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to be set free. Key takeaways. The realm of reflection is a place where the energies of our past lives converge, where the memories and experiences of our previous existences await our attention. The realm is divided into distinct territories, each corresponding to a specific aspect of our past. To navigate the realm of reflection effectively, we must cultivate a state of awareness, a willingness to confront and to understand the complexities of our past. We must be brave enough to face the shadows, to acknowledge the pain and the fear that we have carried with us for so long. We must be compassionate enough to forgive, to release the burdens that have weighed us down, and to embrace the beauty and the wisdom that lies within us. The journey through the realm of reflection is not about the destination, but about the process, the transformation that occurs within us as we journey. Reflection questions. What are the most significant memories and experiences of your past that you are still carrying with you? How have these experiences shaped you into the being you are today? What are the shadows, the pain and the fear that you have been carrying with you for so long? What is the greatest wisdom that lies within you, waiting to be uncovered, waiting to be set free? Meditation exercise. Find a quiet and peaceful place to sit or lie down, where you can relax and focus your attention inward. Close your eyes and take a deep breath, feeling the air fill your lungs and then release. Imagine yourself standing on the shores of the lake, with the reflections of your entire existence rippling across its surface. As you breathe in, imagine that you are drawing in the wisdom and the beauty of your past experiences. As you breathe out, imagine that you are releasing the pain and the fear that you have carried with you for so long. Continue to breathe deeply, feeling the transformation occur within you as you navigate the realm of reflection. Lesson 15. Navigating the realm of memories. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is both familiar and mysterious. The realm of memories is a place where the experiences of our past lives are stored, and it is here that we must confront and understand the events that have shaped us. In this chapter, we will explore the practical aspects of navigating this realm, and how to harness its power to aid in our spiritual growth. Upon entering the realm of memories, you will be struck by the sheer vastness of the landscape. Rolling hills of forgotten moments stretch out before you, punctuated by towering spires of significant events. The air is filled with the whispers of loved ones, the scent of familiar places, and the echoes of long-forgotten songs. It is a place of great beauty, but also of great challenge. As you begin to explore the realm of memories, you will notice that the landscape shifts and changes around you. Memories that were once forgotten begin to surface, and the emotions associated with them become palpable. It is essential to approach this realm with a sense of curiosity and openness, allowing yourself to fully immerse in the experiences that unfold before you. One of the primary challenges of navigating the realm of memories is the tendency to become mired in the past. It is easy to become caught up in the nostalgia of fond memories or the regret of past mistakes. However, it is crucial to remember that the purpose of this realm is not to relive the past, but to learn from it. As you explore the memories that arise, take note of the lessons and insights that they offer. Allow yourself to integrate these understandings into your present awareness, using them to inform and guide your future growth. To navigate the realm of memories effectively, it is essential to develop a sense of discernment. Not all memories are created equal, and some may be more relevant to your current journey than others. Take the time to examine each memory as it arises, and ask yourself, what lesson does this memory hold? How can I apply this understanding to my current path? By doing so, you will begin to distill the essence of your experiences, extracting the wisdom and insight that will serve you in the present and future. As you delve deeper into the realm of memories, you will encounter memories that are not your own. These may be the memories of loved ones, ancestors, or even the collective unconscious. It is essential to approach these memories with respect and sensitivity, recognizing that they are not your own to claim or possess. Instead, allow yourself to learn from them, using the insights and understanding that they offer to broaden your perspective and deepen your empathy. The realm of memories is also a place of great healing. As you confront and understand the events of your past, you will begin to release the emotional burdens that have weighed you down. This process of release can be both cathartic and challenging, requiring courage and vulnerability. However, it is through this process that you will begin to shed the skin of your former self, emerging anew and renewed, ready to embark on the next stage of your journey. In conclusion, navigating the realm of memories is a complex and multifaceted process. It requires a sense of curiosity, openness, and discernment, as well as the courage to confront and learn from the past. By approaching this realm with a sense of reverence and respect, you will unlock the secrets of your memories, harnessing their power to fuel your spiritual growth and guide you towards a brighter future. Key takeaways. The realm of memories is a place of great beauty and challenge, where the experiences of our past lives are stored. To navigate this realm effectively, it is essential to develop a sense of discernment, extracting the wisdom and insight from each memory as it arises. The realm of memories is a place of great healing, where emotional burdens can be released and the skin of the former self can be shed. It is crucial to approach memories that are not your own with respect and sensitivity, recognizing that they are not your own to claim or possess. Reflection questions. What memories arise for you as you enter the realm of memories? What lessons or insights do they offer? How can you apply the understandings from your memories to your current path and future growth? What emotional burdens can you release as you navigate the realm of memories? And how will this process of release impact your spiritual growth? Lesson 16. Navigating the realm of reflection. As we journey through the vast expanse of the afterlife, we come to a realm that is both familiar and foreign. The realm of reflection is a domain where the energies of our past experiences, emotions, and thoughts converge to form a landscape of introspection and self-discovery. In this chapter, we will delve into the practical aspects of navigating this realm and uncover the secrets that lie within. The landscape of reflection. Upon entering the realm of reflection, you will find yourself surrounded by a landscape that is comprised of various terrains, each representing a different aspect of your existence. The terrain may shift and change as you move through the realm, reflecting the ebbs and flows of your emotions, thoughts, and experiences. The landscape may be vast and expansive, with rolling hills, towering mountains, and deep valleys, or it may be more intimate, with quiet forests, serene lakes, and gentle meadows. As you navigate this landscape, you will begin to notice that certain areas are denser with energy than others. These areas may be filled with a warm, golden light, or they may be shrouded in a cool, misty veil. The energy in these areas is a reflection of your own energy, and it is here that you will find the key to unlocking the secrets of your past, present, and future. The rivers of remembrance flowing through the landscape of the realm of reflection are the rivers of remembrance. These rivers are the lifeblood of the realm, carrying the memories and experiences of your past, present, and future. The rivers may be calm and peaceful, or they may be turbulent and chaotic, reflecting the turmoil and challenges that you have faced in your existence. As you follow the course of the rivers, you will begin to notice that they branch off into smaller tributaries, each representing a different aspect of your life. You may see a river of joy, a river of sorrow, a river of love, or a river of loss. Each of these tributaries holds a secret, a lesson, or a message that is waiting to be uncovered. The islands of introspection scattered throughout the realm of reflection are the oasis of calm, where you can rest, reflect, and rejuvenate. Each island represents a different aspect of your inner world, and it is here that you will find the tools and resources needed to navigate the challenges of your journey. On the islands, you will find ancient trees, their branches laden with the fruit of knowledge. You will find crystal clear waters, reflecting the depths of your own soul. You will find soft, green grass, inviting you to lie down and rest in the warmth of the sun. And you will find the whispers of the wind, carrying the secrets of the universe. At the heart of the realm of reflection lies the mountain of mastery. This majestic peak represents the pinnacle of your spiritual evolution, and it is here that you will find the ultimate test of your wisdom, courage, and determination. The mountain is shrouded in a misty veil, and its peak is hidden from view. But as you climb the mountain, you will begin to notice that the mist clears, revealing a path that winds its way to the top. The path is narrow and winding, and it requires great skill and agility to navigate. At the foot of the mountain of mastery lies the valley of vulnerability. This valley is a place of great beauty and great danger, where the shadows of your past and present converge. It is here that you will confront your deepest fears, your greatest doubts, and your most profound insecurities. The valley is dark and mysterious, and it is easy to become lost in its twisting paths and hidden caverns. But it is also a place of great transformation, where you can confront your weaknesses and emerge stronger, wiser, and more resilient. To navigate the realm of reflection, you will need to develop a number of skills and strategies. Here are a few practical tips to get you started. Develop your intuition. Trust your instincts and listen to your inner voice. The realm of reflection is a place of subtle energies and hidden patterns, and your intuition will be your guide. Practice mindfulness. Be present in the moment, and focus on your breath, your body, and your surroundings. Mindfulness will help you stay grounded and centered as you navigate the realm. Cultivate curiosity. Approach the realm of reflection with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Ask questions, seek answers, and explore the hidden corners of the realm. Develop self-compassion. Be kind to yourself, and practice self-compassion. The realm of reflection can be a challenging and confronting place, and you will need to be gentle with yourself as you navigate its twists and turns. By following these tips, and by embracing the challenges and opportunities of the realm of reflection, you will be able to navigate this complex and multifaceted domain with ease and confidence. Remember, the realm of reflection is a journey, not a destination, and it is a journey that requires patience, courage, and determination. But the rewards are well worth the effort, for in this realm, you will discover the secrets of your own heart, and you will emerge transformed, renewed, and reborn. Lesson 17. The weight of silent reflection. The afterlife is not a destination marked by arrival but a continuation of the rhythms set in motion by the soul's preparations. To navigate its currents, one must first understand the gravity of introspection. This chapter examines the necessity of silent reflection as the crucible in which the soul's resilience is forged. In the stillness of contemplation, the soul's fragments, scattered by the noise of existence, begin to coalesce. This is not a passive act but an active unraveling of the delusions that have clung to the spirit. The echoes of vanity, the whispers of distraction, and the illusions of permanence must all be confronted in the solitude of one's mind. Here, in the absence of external validation, the soul confronts its own truth, that it is neither what it owns nor what it achieves, but the sum of its choices, its moments of clarity, and the spaces it has allowed for grace to dwell. To engage in silent reflection is to sit with the shadows of one's past, to acknowledge the weight of unspoken words and unresolved conflicts. This is not a time for judgment but for reconciliation. The soul must learn to distinguish its essence from the debris of ego. A single act of forgiveness, when performed with genuine intent, can dissolve entire layers of spiritual entropy. Conversely, the refusal to confront one's own darkness ensures that the afterlife becomes a labyrinth of entangled regrets, where the self is perpetually entwined with the burdens it refused to release. Practical steps for this lesson begin with the cultivation of stillness. In life's final years, or in the hours preceding transition, the soul must seek environments that amplify silence, solitude in nature, the hush of a desert wind, the vastness of an untraveled forest. These spaces act as mirrors, reflecting the soul's readiness to shed the armor it has worn for too long. Here, one practices the art of listening not to the world, but to the subtle vibrations of their own being. Begin by setting aside time each day to sit in absolute stillness, eyes closed, breath measured. Do not attempt to empty the mind, but rather observe its contents with detachment. Each thought, each memory, each flicker of emotion is a thread in the tapestry of the soul. By tracing these threads, one begins to see patterns, the moments of alignment with universal truths and the instances of deviation. This exercise is not for self-punishment but for self-awareness. The goal is to identify the habits that have dulled the soul's luster and to replace them with practices of conscious awareness. The essence of this reflection lies in the recognition of interconnectedness. Every action, whether minor or monumental, reverberates beyond the self. A single act of kindness ripples across the fabric of existence, while a moment of cruelty leaves scars invisible to the eye but ever present in the collective spirit. In the afterlife, where all veils are lifted, these echoes become undeniably clear. Thus, silent reflection serves as a calibration of one's frequency to the harmonics of the greater whole. To prepare for this, one must engage in the practice of somatic recalibration. This involves a deep examination of the body's responses during moments of conflict or joy. Sit with pain when it arises, do not suppress it, nor surrender to it. Breathe into its contours, and allow it to communicate its source. Through this practice, the soul learns to detach from the physical vessel and inhabit the space of pure awareness. This detachment is not abandonment but a shift in perspective, a recognition that the self is not bound to the constraints of flesh and time. The final element of silent reflection is the cultivation of gratitude. This is not the hollow expression of thanks but a profound acknowledgement of the interdependence between all forms of existence. Each breath taken, each step across the earth, is an act of borrowing from the cosmos. Gratitude restores the soul's equilibrium by reminding it of its role within the vast network of life. It softens the edges of the ego, replacing arrogance with humility and isolation with belonging. In the afterlife, where all things are revealed in their truest form, the soul that has practiced silent reflection will find itself unburdened by the illusions of separateness. It will flow through the next realm with the clarity of one who has already glimpsed the eternal. To the unprepared, the transition may feel like a fall; to the reflective, it is a homecoming. Thus, this lesson concludes not with prescriptions but with an invitation to let the silence speak, to let the truth be weighed in the scales of the soul, and to discover that the afterlife is not something to be reached, but something already present in every moment of quiet understanding. This chapter serves as a bridge between the material world and the unseen, urging the reader to turn inward with purpose. The practices outlined here are not abstract musings but actionable steps to align the self with the inevitable. The afterlife, when approached with such preparation, is not a mystery to be feared, but a continuation of the work begun in the realm of form. Lesson 18. The Final Covenant. Aligning intent with the eternal horizon. The threshold of resolution. The passage that follows is not a tale of mythic heroes nor a chronicle of divine emissaries. It is, instead, a meticulous exposition of the inner architecture required to meet the afterlife as a conscious, purposeful participant. At this juncture of the guide, the practitioner stands upon the penultimate plateau of preparation, where the subtle alchemy of intention, perception, and relinquishment must be distilled into a single, unbreakable covenant with the limitless expanse that lies beyond mortal cessation. The covenant is not a promise uttered in words alone, it is a living agreement forged in the crucible of disciplined thought, embodied practice, and the quiet surrender of egoic clutter. It is the final calibration of the soul's compass, ensuring that when the veil is drawn, the the traveler proceeds not as a bewildered wanderer but as an exacting navigator, aware of the coordinates of their own inner horizon. In the context of the afterlife, functions as a vector, a directional force that imparts momentum to consciousness as it traverses the liminal bridge. Unlike fleeting wishes, true intent is a sustained, clarified resolve that has been honed through repeated contemplation and embodiment. It is the axis upon which the soul aligns, and it shapes the quality of the reception on the other side. The threefold structure of intent clarity, the articulation of purpose without ambiguity, commitment, the unyielding dedication to that purpose, regardless of transient doubts, harmony, the integration of intent with the deeper currents of universal love and truth, preventing the vector from becoming a rigid spear that pierces rather than guides. Cultivating intentional precision. Daily inquisition. Each sunrise, pose the question, what aspect of my being shall I bring forward into eternity? Record the answer in a silent ledger of the mind, then examine it for paradox or vagueness. Revise until the statement can be held as a mantra without distortion. Mirrored reflection. Visualize the afterlife as a vast, still lake. See your intent as a stone thrown into this lake, watch the ripples expand. Observe whether the ripples harmonize with the surrounding water or create turbulence. Adjust the stone's shape, the intent, until the ripples merge seamlessly. Embodied confirmation. Engage in a physical activity that mirrors your intent. If the intent is to nurture, tend a garden. If it is to illuminate, practice candle lighting rituals. The somatic echo reinforces the mental resolve. Perception as a resonant chamber. The afterlife is often described as a realm of resonance, where thoughts and emotions vibrate against the fabric of existence. The vessel that carries perception, the mind-spirit complex, must be tuned to receive these vibrations without distortion. A mistuned vessel will interpret the signals as static, creating fear or disorientation. Preparatory practices for tuning. Silence of the internal broadcast method. Sit in a posture that supports the spine, close the eyes, and focus on the breath. With each inhalation, imagine drawing in pure, white light. With each exhalation, visualize the discharge of inner chatter, as if each thought is a fleeting cloud dissolving into the sky. Continue, extending the duration as competence grows. Goal: to establish a baseline of mental quietude, allowing the vessel to become receptive rather than reactive. Frequency alignment through sound method. Employ a sustained tonal chant, for example, a single vowel sound resonating at 432 Hz. Sustain the tone until the throat feels a gentle vibration, then allow the sound to dissolve into the surrounding silence. Repeat the cycle, gradually increasing the duration. Goal: to harmonize the internal vibrational field with frequencies believed to correspond to higher realms of consciousness. Color visualization method. Imagine a luminous sphere of indigo light enveloping the head, descending slowly through the torso, and exiting at the feet. As the sphere passes each organ, sense a gentle cleansing, as though the light is polishing each facet of perception. Goal: to cleanse the sensory filters and fortify the vessel's structural integrity. The role of sensory detachment in the final moments of earthly existence. The senses will be inundated with unfamiliar stimuli. Training oneself to observe sensations without immediate reaction, known as detached witnessing, prevents the mind from becoming overwhelmed. Practice this by engaging with everyday discomfort, for example, a cold shower, and consciously noting the sensation without labeling it as unpleasant. This creates a mental habit of observation over identification. The covenant ritual. Formalizing the agreement and architecture of the ritual. The covenant ritual is a structured ceremony that seals the alignment of intent, vessel, and surrender. It is composed of 3 phases: invocation, declaration, and release. Phase 1. Invocation setting. A space free from clutter, illuminated by a single, steady flame. Procedure. Light the flame, then, with eyes fixed upon it, inhale deeply, and imagine drawing the flame's steadiness into the heart center. Exhale, visualizing the flame's light spreading outward, forming a protective perimeter. Repeat 3 times, each cycle deepening the sense of enclosure. Phase 2. Declaration textual component. Articulate in a measured, steady voice the threefold structure of intent, clarity, commitment, harmony. Speak each segment slowly, allowing the words to resonate within the chamber created by the flame. Physical component. Extend the palms outward, fingertips gently touching the surrounding air, as if offering the declaration to the unseen horizon. This gesture symbolizes the outward projection of the inner covenant. Phase 3. Release method. With the hands still extended, perform a gentle, circular motion, as if turning a key in an invisible lock. Conclude by allowing the palms to fall to the lap, palms upward, signifying openness to receive. Reflection. Remain in this posture for several minutes, maintaining awareness of the breath and the subtle pulse of the heart. Any lingering doubts should be acknowledged without judgment, then let slip away like a tide receding. After ritual integration, document the sensations, thoughts, and any images that arise during the ritual in a dedicated journal. This record serves as a reference point for future calibrations, ensuring that the covenant remains a living agreement rather than a static declaration. The art of surrender. Shedding the egoistic cloak. Understanding the cloak. The egoic cloak comprises the accumulated identities, judgments, and attachments that color perception. While these elements serve functional purposes within mortal life, they become hindrances when crossing into the afterlife's realm of pure rationality. Techniques for unraveling. Reverse chronology meditation method. Begin with the present moment, then mentally trace life events backward, visualizing each as a thread that gently loosens from the central knot of self. Continue until the knot dissolves into a mere point of light. Outcome. This inversion disrupts the forward-driving narrative of ego, allowing the practitioner to witness life as a tapestry rather than a storyline. Annihilation of the I through breath method. Inhale for a count of 4, hold 4-4, exhale 4-4, hold 4-4. With each exhalation, silently whisper I am, and then let the words fade into silence. Gradually increase the count as mastery develops. Outcome. The rhythmic pattern erodes the habitual attachment to the first-person pronoun, fostering a sense of universal belonging. Compassionate dissolution method. Visualize every personal grievance, desire, or fear as a luminous leaf clinging to a branch. One by one, coax each leaf to drift away on a gentle breeze, acknowledging its presence before releasing it. Outcome. By treating each egoic fragment with kindness, the surrender avoids the resistance that accompanies forced suppression. The moment of complete release. When the final breath of the earthly vessel approaches, the practitioner must arrive at a point where the egoic cloak has been sufficiently lightened to allow the soul to glide. The moment of release is not a dramatic rupture but a graceful glide, akin to a feather descending upon a still pond. The prior practices ensure that the feather's descent is smooth, the pond's surface untroubled. Anticipatory mapping. Visualizing the afterlife terrain. The principle of pre-visualization. Human cognition excels at navigating imagined spaces. By constructing a mental map of the afterlife's qualitative landscape, the practitioner creates a familiar roadmap that the consciousness can reference upon arrival. Constructing the map. Identify core landmarks. Radiance. Symbolic of unconditional love and acceptance. Echoes. Representations of unresolved narratives awaiting integration. Confluence. Points where individual streams of consciousness merge into collective awareness. Assign sensory qualities. Radiance. Warmth that spreads through the core, tinged with a faint music of gratitude. Echoes. Soft, resonant tones that reverberate as whispers, inviting gentle reflection. Confluence. A subtle pressure akin to a gentle current, fostering a sense of belonging. Navigate in meditation procedure. In a deep meditative state, Visualize stepping onto a path that leads toward radiance. Note the sensations, the sounds, and the emotional currents. Progress gradually, allowing the mind to walk from one landmark to the next, establishing an internal familiarity. The functional purpose of the map when the transition occurs, the cognitive imprint of this map serves as an internal compass, reducing disorientation and facilitating a harmonious integration into the afterlife's flow. The map is not a literal spatial chart but a symbolic schema that aligns perception with the expected qualities of the new existence. Consolidation. The integrated blueprint. The final covenant is thus comprised of the following interlocking pillars. Intentional vector. A clear, committed, harmonious purpose that guides the transition. Perceptual vessel. Attuned, quieted mind-spirit complex capable of receiving higher vibrations. Covenant ritual. A ceremonial sealing that merges intention with surrender. Egoistic surrender. The systematic shedding of identity-binding layers. Anticipatory mapping. A pre-visualized schema of the afterlife's qualitative terrain. Each pillar must be rehearsed, refined, and embodied, for the afterlife does not respond to abstract speculation but to the lived reality of disciplined preparation. When the moment of departure arrives, the practitioner will step across the veil not as a frightened soul but as an intentional traveler, bearing a calibrated vessel, a sealed covenant, and a pre-mapped horizon that welcomes the next phase of existence. Practice log. Ritual notes. Egoistic release. Observation mapping visualization instructions. Fill each column after every dedicated practice session. Over time, patterns will emerge, highlighting areas of strength and those requiring further refinement. The log itself becomes a living testament to the covenant, reinforcing the commitment to the afterlife as a purposeful continuation rather than an unknown abyss. Lesson 19. The architecture of memory in the afterlife. Memory is not a fragile echo of the past but a living, breathing structure. It is a vast, luminous labyrinth sculpted from the raw material of experience, emotion, and intention. No longer bound by the physical brain's limitations, memory manifests as a multidimensional tapestry, where every moment, every sensation, and every choice is preserved with crystalline clarity. Here, the departed do not recall the past, they step into it, walk its corridors, and rediscover the intricate web of their existence. To navigate this architecture is to unlock the first great truth of the afterlife. The past is not linear. It is a constellation, a shifting mosaic of perspectives. A single event, a childhood joy, a moment of sorrow, a fleeting glance, may unfold in 1,000 facets, each reflecting a different angle of truth. The departed learn that their memories were never static, they were always fluid, shaped by the lens of their consciousness during the physical life. Now, unshackled from ego's distortions, these memories become tools for understanding, not mere records of what was. The architecture is not chaotic. It is governed by a sacred order, a harmonious geometry that mirrors the soul's journey. Each memory is encoded with a frequency, a vibration that aligns it with the seeker's intent. To access a memory, one does not search but attunes. The departed learn to resonate with the emotional hues of their past, green for growth, crimson for pain, gold for joy, until the memory reveals itself like a door opening in midair. This door may lead to a meadow of sunlight or a shadowed alcove, but both are real, both are true. There is no deception here, only the raw, unfiltered essence of what transpired. Yet memory is not merely a repository, it is a river, flowing backward and forward, backward and forward. The departed discover that they can revisit the past not as passive observers but as active participants, witnessing their younger selves as they were and sensing the presence of their future selves as they will be. This temporal fluidity dissolves the illusion of separateness. A seeker may stand in the memory of a fractured relationship, not to re-experience the pain, but to see the threads of karmic bonds that bind souls across lifetimes. They may touch the hand of their former self and feel the warmth of recognition, the quiet understanding that all ruptures are ultimately bridges. The architecture also reveals the interconnectedness of all memory. A single act of kindness, a single tear, a single act of courage ripples outward, weaving itself into the memories of others. The departed learn to wander these overlapping corridors, to trace the echoes of their lives into the lives of others. A grandmother's lullaby once sung becomes a melody echoing in her granddaughter's dreams. A stranger's glance in a crowded marketplace becomes the spark of a future collaboration. Here, memory is a shared language, a silent dialogue between souls. Lesson 20. The transition from shadow to starlight. Understanding the threshold of reawakening. In the vast expanse of existence beyond the veil of physicality, there exists a liminal space, a realm where the echoes of the corporeal fade into the shimmering resonance of the eternal. This chapter, devoted to the practical art of navigating the threshold between shadow and starlight, serves as a guide to the first great metamorphosis, the shedding of the mortal shell and the awakening of the soul's intrinsic luminescence. Here, the aspirant of the afterlife is not merely a passive observer but an active participant in their own evolution, required to confront the fragments of their past and embrace the uncharted geometry of their true essence. The threshold, often described in sacred texts as the veil of veils, is not a mere boundary but a living phenomenon, a tapestry woven from the collective energy of all who have traversed it before. It does not demand keys or passwords, but rather the quiet surrender of resistance. To approach it is to stand at the edge of a chasm where time fractures into particles of light and memory. The air here, if air can be said to exist, hums with the vibrations of forgotten dreams and unvoiced truths. It is a crucible of paradox, both soothing and disquieting, demanding stillness and motion in equal measure. To prepare for this passage, one must engage in the alchemy of release. This act is not simply about forgetting the pain or trauma of the physical realm but about dissolving the false constructs that define the self in it. The ego's armor, pride, fear, the illusion of separateness, must be left behind like the shedding of a snake's old skin. The practical steps for this are manifold. First, meditate upon the ephemeral nature of physical existence. Recall the transience of material things, the scent of a flower fading at dawn, the laughter of a child carried away on the wind. Let this meditation soften the grip of attachment. Second, confront the shadows. These are not demons to be vanquished but shadows to be integrated. A shadow is a reflection of unmet potential, a fragment of the self that was denied expression. To reconcile with it is to grant it form, to transform fear into wisdom, rage into courage, or shame into love. The mechanics of the transition itself are shrouded in fluidity, for they are as varied as the souls who undertake them. Some describe it as a descent into darkness, a void where all identity dissolves into a single, unnamable frequency. Others speak of ascending a spiral staircase of light, where each step is a memory rewritten into joy. Regardless of the path, the essence remains the same, the dissolution of the boundary between the self and the infinite. During this process, the soul is not passive. It must actively engage in the art of self-remembrance. This involves listening to the resonance of one's true name, a name not etched into documents or whispered by lips, but the name that existed before birth and will exist after death. It is a sound that vibrates in the center of the chest, a syllable that, when spoken in silence, aligns the soul with its starry origin. The physical realm's constraints, its gravity, its scarcity, its linear flow of time, fall away at the threshold. In their place emerges a multidimensional awareness, where all moments coexist in an eternal now. Here, the soul begins to perceive the interconnected threads of existence. The way a single act of kindness in one life ripples across lifetimes, the way sorrow and joy are complementary notes in the music of being. The practical implication of this revelation is profound. It shifts the soul's orientation from one of survival to one of contribution. In the afterlife, the measure of fulfillment is not wealth accumulated or titles earned but the harmony one brings to the cosmic symphony. At the midpoint of the threshold, a pivotal lesson reveals itself. The soul must relinquish the desire to control the outcome. The afterlife does not operate by the logic of the physical world, where effort is exchanged for reward. Instead, it follows the law of resonance, the principle that what one vibrates toward manifests. To force the process through willpower is to create dissonance, to surrender to it is to harmonize with the natural order. How is this surrender achieved? Through the practice of radical presence. This means existing without expectation. Watering a plant not because one expects it to bloom, but because the act itself is an offering to the dance of life. It means sitting in the stillness of the threshold and breathing without urgency, allowing the rhythm of the soul to sync with the pulse of the universe. Once the threshold is crossed, the soul enters the hall of echoes, a realm where the lessons of the physical life are reflected in symbolic forms. These echoes may appear as landscapes, a desert where silence speaks louder than words, a forest where each tree carries whispers of a forgotten choice, or as abstract phenomena, such as a horizon that shifts with the observer's perception. The hall serves as both a mirror and a mentor, urging the soul to interpret the patterns its journey has wove. The practical application here is introspection without judgment. One does not seek to blame or celebrate past actions but to understand their role in the soul's evolution. For instance, a lifelong struggle with generosity may manifest as a river of gold that refuses to be held in the hands. The symbol does not judge but invites the soul to internalize the truth. That true abundance lies in giving until the hands are empty and the heart full. The final stage of the transition is the reawakening, not the awakening to a new world, but the reawakening to the world as it has always been. The soul, now stripped of the filters of the physical form, perceives the divine interconnection of all things. This reawakening is not a passive state but an active alignment with the soul's intrinsic purpose. The soul is no longer a question but a declaration. A star that has shed its cocoon of shadow to burn with the light of its true nature. To sustain this state requires daily practice in the afterlife. This may involve tending to the needs of other souls, weaving bridges between realms, or simply embodying the silence of being. The key is to act not from the desire for recognition but from the understanding that one is already whole. In essence, the threshold from shadow to starlight is not an event but a process, a continuous unraveling of the ego's illusions and the gradual reweaving of the soul's true fabric. It is a journey that demands courage, curiosity, and above all, trust in the intelligence of the universe. To those who traverse it with open hands and an open heart, the afterlife is not a destination but a homecoming. For in the end, the soul's return is always to itself. But this architecture is not without its shadows. Some memories are tangled in fear, cloaked in veils of confusion. The departed must learn to approach these with patience and compassion. A memory of betrayal may initially appear as a storm of darkness, but with discernment, they find the light within, a truth concealed by the ego's defensiveness, a lesson hidden beneath anger. The afterlife teaches that even the most painful memories are not prisons. They are doorways to growth, to reconciliation, to the release of karmic weights. To master this architecture is to master the art of self-awareness. The departed are no longer prisoners of their history. They can deconstruct memories like architects studying a blueprint, identifying the foundations of their fears, the beams of their strengths, the cracks that let in the light. They learn to rebuild. A memory of failure, once a scar, may be reimagined as a rite of passage. A memory of loss may be transformed into a testament of love's endurance. In time, the departed discern that memory is not confined to their own lives. The architecture is infinite, containing the echoes of every soul who has ever existed. They may walk through the scribe's chamber of ancient knowledge, where the wisdom of the ages is etched into the walls in glowing script. They may stand on the banks of the river of forgotten songs, listening to the melodies of civilizations past. Here, they are reminded that the afterlife is not an end but a continuation, a realm where memory is not only preserved but celebrated, where the collective human story is woven into the fabric of eternity. The lesson of this chapter is this: in the afterlife, memory is a bridge, not a burden. It is a gateway to healing, to understanding, to the realization that every moment is a thread in the fabric of a greater design. The departed are taught not to cling to the past, but to embrace it as a living guide, one that illuminates the path forward, one that whispers the truths they have always carried within. And so, the seeker walks the corridors of memory, not as a ghost of what was, but as a luminous thread in the eternal tapestry. Lesson 21. Navigating the threshold of transition. Opening reflection. The moment when the familiar cadence of breath yields to a quieter, more expansive stillness is often described as a threshold. It is not a wall but a porous membrane, a place where the dense textures of lived experience begin to dissolve into the luminous fabric of what lies beyond. To approach this juncture with preparation is to honor the profound continuity that underlies all existence. This lesson offers a practical, step-by-step methodology for entering the threshold with clarity, calm, and purposeful intention, transforming what might otherwise be perceived as a sudden rupture into a graceful unfolding. Understanding the nature of transition, the continuum model, rather than perceiving life and what follows as separate chapters, envision them as a single, unbroken river. The afterlife is simply the downstream current where the water flows into a broader basin, retaining its essence while assuming a new form. Recognizing this continuity reduces fear and encourages cooperation with the natural flow. Energy resonance. Every thought, emotion, and intention vibrates at a particular frequency. As the physical vessel prepares to release its hold, the dominant resonances within the consciousness determine the initial quality of the transition. Harmonizing these vibrations in advance cultivates a smoother passage. Liminal space. The threshold itself is a liminal field, a zone of possibility where the old coordinates dissolve and new parameters emerge. In this space, linear time loosens, and the mind experiences a multidimensional awareness. Awareness of this condition prevents disorientation. Preparing the conscious vessel. The essence that travels through the threshold is often called the conscious vessel. It is the sum of memories, learned patterns, values, and the core sense of self. Preparing this vessel involves three complementary practices. Mental purification. Daily review. Allocate a quiet interval each evening to mentally revisit the day's events. Observe each occurrence without judgment, noting moments of gratitude, compassion, and learning. This habit creates a mental ledger of positive resonance, which later acts as a buoyancy aid. Emotional release. When strong, lingering emotions arise, anger, resentment, regret, engage in a brief ritual of acknowledgement followed by a symbolic release, for example, visualizing the emotion as a leaf drifting away on a stream. This prevents emotional weight from anchoring the vessel. Intentional silence. Reserve periods of pure silence, free from internal dialogue. In these moments, the mind settles into a baseline frequency of stillness, aligning itself with the subtle hum of the greater field. Physical lightening. Dietary simplicity. In the days leading up to the anticipated transition, adopt a lightly processed, plant-rich diet. The body's metabolic load lightens, allowing the subtle energetic currents to flow more freely outward. Gentle movement. Engage in slow, mindful movement such as walking meditations or stretching. The objective is not to exert but to keep the circulatory pathways clear, supporting the gentle exhalation of residual physical tension. Restorative sleep. Prioritize deep, uninterrupted sleep cycles. Sleep is the body's natural reset button, and it provides the space for the subconscious to organize and integrate experiences, thereby smoothing the eventual handover. Spiritual alignment. Affirmation of unity. Recite a concise affirmation that reinforces the belief in universal interconnectedness, such as "I am a wave in the boundless sea of existence." Repetition embeds this perspective into the subconscious. Visualization of light. Picture a soft, encompassing light enveloping the entire being. Imagine this light as both a protective sheath and a conduit, ready to guide the vessel beyond the threshold. Symbolic offering. Choose an object or gesture that represents what you wish to leave behind, for example, a handwritten note of gratitude placed on a windowsill. Symbolic release signals to the subconscious that those attachments are acknowledged and can be set free. Tools for seamless passage. While the inner work forms the foundation, tangible tools can further facilitate the transition. These tools are not magical artifacts but rather purposeful objects or practices that channel intention. Resonant sound. Soft, sustained tones such as a low-frequency gong, crystal bowl, or chanting vowel create a vibrational field that mirrors the frequency of the threshold. Playing such sounds during the final moments of conscious awareness can act as an auditory bridge. Aromatic essence. Certain scents, lavender, sandalwood, frankincense, have been shown to stimulate the limbic system, encouraging relaxation and openness. Diffuse a modest amount in the surrounding space to gently coax the mind toward surrender. Textual mantra cards. Small cards bearing succinct, empowering phrases can be placed within easy reach. When the mind begins to wander, a quick glance at the card refocuses attention on the intended direction of movement. Temperature modulation. Maintaining a slightly cooler ambient temperature, around 18–20 degrees C, can aid in slowing heart rate and metabolic activity, encouraging a natural deceleration that aligns with the slow unveiling of the afterlife. The role of intentional thought. Thought is the primary steering mechanism of the conscious vessel. By training the mind to generate purposeful thoughts at the brink of transition, one can steer the vessel toward desired qualities of the ensuing experience. Focused intent. Choose a single, clear intention moments before the threshold is approached. Examples include "I seek clarity," "I welcome love," or "I wish to understand." Hold this intention lightly, like a feather in the palm of the mind. Thought anchoring. Pair the intention with a physical anchor, such as gently pressing thumb and forefinger together. The tactile cue reinforces the mental focus, creating a dual pathway for the intention to travel. Mental reframing. Replace any emerging thoughts of loss or fear with affirmations of continuity. For instance, transform "I am leaving everything behind" into "I am moving toward a broader horizon." Practices to align with the flow. The following exercises can be rehearsed regularly, allowing the practitioner to become fluent in the language of the threshold. 1. The river drift meditation. Sit comfortably with eyes half closed. Imagine a tranquil river extending infinitely forward. Visualize yourself as a leaf, carried gently downstream. Notice how the leaf yields to the current without resistance. When thoughts arise, acknowledge them as ripples on the surface, then let them pass. Conclude by affirming, "I flow with the eternal current." Practicing this meditation cultivates surrender, a vital quality for navigating the threshold. 2. Echo listening. Lie down in a quiet space. Place a hand on the chest and another on the core center. Listen for the subtle echo of each heartbeat and breath. As the rhythm slows, focus on the space between beats, the silent interval. Allow that silence to expand, becoming a receptive chamber for the forthcoming transition. This practice hones auditory awareness and expands the capacity for holding stillness. 3. Light integration. Stand or sit with the eyes gently tilted upward. Visualize a shaft of soft, golden light descending from above. Imagine this light entering the crown of the head, filling the body, and then flowing outward through the fingertips. Feel the light as both a protective envelope and a transport conduit. Repeat 3 times, each time allowing the light to become brighter and more encompassing. Repeated performance reinforces the mental image of a guiding luminescence, which can be summoned instinctively at the threshold. Maintaining presence in the liminal field. Once the threshold is crossed, the immediate experience is often one of expanded awareness, where ordinary categories of self and other blend. To maintain presence, grounding through breath. Even as the breath becomes subtle, keep a faint awareness of its rhythm. The breath acts as a tether, gently reminding the vessel of its continuity. Sensory minimalism. Allow the senses to become minimally engaged. Instead of seeking visual or auditory stimulation, focus on the internal sense of spaciousness. Non-attachment to form. Observe any emerging shapes, colors, or symbols without labeling them as good or bad. Simply note their presence and let them dissolve when they no longer serve a purpose. Reaffirmation of intent. Silently repeat the original intention. The resonance of this reaffirmation stabilizes the vessel amid the shifting currents of the liminal space. Reintegration pathways. For those who may return, while many experiences culminate in a permanent transition, some paths involve a temporary sojourn beyond, followed by a return to the physical realm. Should such a scenario arise, the following guidelines facilitate a seamless reintegration. Memory consolidation. Prior to re-entry, mentally file any insights, images, or emotions encountered during the liminal phase. Treat them as treasured notes rather than fleeting impressions. Gradual sensory reawakening. As physical sensations begin to reappear, accept them one by one, first the sensation of weight, then temperature, then the faint sound of breath. This staged approach prevents sensory overload. Grounding anchor. Upon fully returning, engage a grounding practice such as pressing the soles of the feet into the ground, or holding a natural object, a stone, leaf, or piece of wood. This reinforces the connection to the material world. Reflective journaling. Within the first 24 hours, record the experience in a journal. The act of externalizing the inner journey solidifies its meaning and integrates the knowledge into everyday consciousness. Closing synthesis. Navigating the threshold of transition is less a battle against the unknown and more an invitation to dance with the ever-present flow of existence. By cultivating mental clarity, emotional lightness, and purposeful intention, the conscious vessel becomes a skilled traveler, capable of gliding through the porous membrane with poise. The practical tools and practices outlined herein serve as both compass and vessel, guiding the way while carrying the traveler safely across. The essence of this lesson is simple yet profound. When preparation meets intention, the threshold transforms from a point of apprehension into a doorway of expansive possibility. Embrace the unfolding, and let the journey onward be one of graceful discovery. Lesson 22. Navigating the realms of the afterlife. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, it is essential to understand the various realms that exist beyond the physical world. These realms are not just mere destinations, but rather, they are states of consciousness that reflect the deepest aspects of our being. In this chapter, we will delve into the practical aspects of navigating these realms, and provide guidance on how to traverse them with ease and purpose. Understanding the realm of reflection. The realm of reflection is a domain where the energies of the past converge, allowing us to confront and resolve unresolved issues. This realm is categorized by a sense of introspection and self-awareness, where the individual is encouraged to examine their thoughts, emotions, and actions from their past life. The realm of reflection is not a place of judgment, but rather, a space for personal growth and transformation. To navigate the realm of reflection, it is crucial to approach it with an open and receptive mind. This involves letting go of attachments to specific outcomes or expectations, and instead, embracing the present moment with curiosity and wonder. As we enter this realm, we may encounter various aspects of ourselves, including our fears, desires, and regrets. It is essential to acknowledge and accept these aspects, rather than trying to suppress or deny them. The art of self-reflection. Self-reflection is an art that requires patience, compassion, and honesty. It involves looking within ourselves and confronting the depths of our own consciousness. In the realm of reflection, we are given the opportunity to re-examine our past choices and experiences, and to gain a deeper understanding of the lessons and wisdom that they have imparted. To practice self-reflection, it is helpful to cultivate a sense of inner stillness and quietude. This can be achieved through meditation, contemplation, or simply taking time to pause and reflect on our thoughts and emotions. As we engage in self-reflection, we may discover hidden patterns and tendencies that have shaped our lives. By acknowledging and releasing these patterns, we can begin to break free from the limitations and constraints that have held us back. The role of forgiveness. Forgiveness is a crucial aspect of navigating the realm of reflection. It involves letting go of resentments, grudges, and negative emotions that have accumulated over time. Forgiveness is not about condoning or justifying harmful actions, but rather about releasing the energy that has been tied up in these emotions. To practice forgiveness, it is essential to approach it with an open and non-judgmental mindset. This involves acknowledging the pain and hurt that we have experienced, while also recognizing the humanity and vulnerability of those who have caused us harm. Forgiveness is a process that requires time, effort, and patience, but it is ultimately liberating, allowing us to release the burdens of the past and move forward with greater ease and freedom. Navigating the realm of illumination. The realm of illumination is a domain of great beauty and light, where the individual is immersed in a profound sense of understanding and insight. This realm is categorized by a sense of expansion and awareness, where the individual is able to see beyond the limitations and constraints of the physical world. To navigate the realm of illumination, it is essential to approach it with a sense of wonder and awe. This involves being open to new ideas, perspectives, and experiences, and being willing to challenge our existing beliefs and assumptions. The realm of illumination is a space of great creativity and inspiration, where we can tap into the infinite potential that lies within us. The power of intention. Intention is a powerful force that can shape our experiences in the afterlife. It involves setting a clear and focused intention, and then allowing ourselves to be guided by it. In the realm of illumination, our intentions are amplified, and we are able to manifest our desires with greater ease and speed. To harness the power of intention, it is essential to approach it with clarity and purpose. This involves defining our intentions clearly, and then aligning ourselves with them. We can do this by cultivating a sense of inner alignment, where our thoughts, emotions, and actions are all directed towards a common goal. Conclusion. Navigating the realms of the afterlife requires a deep understanding of the self and the universe. It involves cultivating a sense of awareness, self-reflection, and inner stillness, and being open to new experiences and perspectives. By embracing the realm of reflection and the realm of illumination, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us, and can navigate the afterlife with greater ease and purpose. In the next chapter, we will explore the realm of transcendence, and the role that it plays in our journey through the afterlife. Lesson 23. The Art of Conscious Transition. The moment of turning in the vast tapestry of existence, there exists a scene where the familiar world of flesh and form loosens its grip, and a subtler realm of resonance begins to whisper. This seam is not a sudden rupture but a gradual loosening, a softening of the dense, a widening of perception, an opening of the inner aperture that has always been present, yet unheeded. The practical guide to the afterlife, therefore, is not a manual for an unknown destination, but a compendium of skills for navigating the moment when the self, in its most distilled form, steps beyond the known horizon. Lesson 23 is devoted to the art of conscious transition, the deliberate cultivation of awareness, intention, and presence so that the passage from the material to the immaterial is undertaken with grace, clarity, and empowerment. The teachings herein are universal, drawing upon ancient contemplative traditions, modern neuropsychology, and the lived testimonies of those who have traversed the veil. They are presented without reference to any individual, deity, or narrative persona, allowing the seeker to apply the principles directly to the interior landscape. Understanding the threshold as a process, not a point. The threshold is a processual field, a gradient of vibration that expands as consciousness disengaged from the body's electromagnetic lattice. Rather than a single instant, it is a continuum that may stretch across seconds, minutes, or even longer periods of subjective dilation. Recognizing this fluidity prevents the expectation of a sharp click and encourages a steady, patient accompaniment of the shifting energy. Vibrational correspondence. Every thought, emotion, and belief radiates a specific frequency. As the body's biological rhythms begin to decelerate, the dominant frequencies that have been nurtured over a lifetime become the scaffolding upon which the emerging afterlife experience is built. Higher vibrational patterns, those of love, gratitude, forgiveness, and surrender, act as a magnet, drawing the transition toward states of expansive lightness. Lower, entangled vibrations, fear, resentment, denial, can act as anchors, causing the process to linger in a denser, more opaque zone. The role of memory is not a static archive but a dynamic field of resonance that can be activated, reshaped, or released. In transition, memories may crystallize into archetypal symbols, dissolve into pure feeling, or recombine into novel configurations. Understanding that memory is a fluid medium helps the practitioner avoid becoming trapped in linear recollection and instead allows the emergence of a more holistic, integrative awareness. Preparing the mind. Foundations of intentional presence. Cultivating stillness practice. Sit in a space free from external distractions. Close the eyes and focus on the natural rhythm of breath. Allow each inhalation to be a gentle invitation, each exhalation a soft release. Continue, extending the duration as comfort grows. Purpose. Stillness quiets the incessant chatter of the analytical mind, creating a receptive channel for the subtler currents that precede transition. A still mind can discern the difference between the turbulence of fear and the serenity of surrender. Refining perceptual filters exercise. Throughout the day, observe each sensory impression, sound, sight, touch, taste, smell, and label it without judgment, hearing, seeing, feeling. After a full cycle, pause and note which sensations linger longer in awareness. Outcome. By mapping the habitual filters through which reality is interpreted, the practitioner learns to loosen automatic conditioning, thereby expanding the bandwidth for perceiving the emerging afterlife landscape. Intentional breathwork technique. Inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 3, exhale for a count of 6, pause for a count of 2. Repeat this cyclical pattern, visualizing the breath as a luminous ribbon that carries intention outward on each exhalation and draws clarity inward on each inhalation. Breath is the bridge between the physical and the energetic. Structured breathwork stabilizes the autonomic nervous system, elevates the vibrational tone, and embeds the practitioner's intention directly into the life force that animates the transition. Cultivating intent. The compass of the soul. Defining intent without egoistic attachment. Intent is not a wish list articulated from the egoic self, it is a distilled expression of the heart's deepest alignment. To formulate pure intent, first engage in a meditative inquiry. What is the essence of my being that I wish to honor as I move beyond? Allow the answer to surface as a feeling rather than a verbal formulation. Embedding intent within the body method. Place the palms over the heart center. Visualize a gentle flame of amber light expanding from the chest, infusing every cell with the chosen intent. Remain in this visualization for several minutes, feeling the warmth permeate the muscles, organs, and marrow. Effect. The physical embodiment of intent creates a resonant imprint that persists throughout the transition, serving as an anchor point for the consciousness to reference as it navigates new realms. Seal of intent. Concluding each day's practice, silently repeat a concise phrase that encapsulates the intent. For example, I move forward in love and clarity. This repetitive affirmation functions as a seal, reinforcing the vibrational signature of the intent and ensuring its continuity beyond a momentary lapse of consciousness. The role of memory in transition. Memory release procedure. Visualize a small, glowing orb representing a specific memory that carries tension. Gently rotate the orb in the mind's eye, allowing it to dissolve into a cascade of light that merges with the surrounding field. Goal. By consciously releasing tightly bound memories, the practitioner prevents them from obstructing the flow of consciousness, allowing a smoother glide into the afterlife's fluid tapestry. Memory integration practice. When a pleasant memory arises, hold it as a fragrant blossom, inhaling its scent and feeling its texture. Then, merge this sensation with present awareness, letting the memory become part of the current experiential field rather than a separate mental replay. Result. Integration transforms episodic recollections into living energy, enriching the transition with familiar resonances while maintaining the present's primacy. Memory transmutation exercise. Imagine a challenging memory as a stone. Visualize a warm, luminous river flowing over the stone, eroding its edges, and eventually turning it into smooth, polished glass. Observe the transformation without judgment. Purpose. Transmutation reframes the perception of difficulty, converting potential anchors into translucent vessels that reflect the emerging light of the afterlife. Practical exercises for the moment of transition. The heart anchor visualization. Sit upright, eyes closed. Envision a radiant sphere of violet-blue light at the center of the chest, pulsing rhythmically. With each pulse, imagine the sphere expanding outward, touching the base of the spine, the crown of the head, and finally the entire periphery of the body. Feel this sphere as a stable anchor that will accompany the consciousness beyond the veil, providing a reference point for continuity. The light weave technique. Visualize a thread of golden light entering through the nostrils on each inhalation, weaving through the internal channels of the body, and exiting through the heart on each exhalation. Observe the light as it intertwines with the breath, creating a luminous tapestry that binds physical presence to the emerging ethereal field. The silence bridge meditation. In a quiet environment, focus solely on the sound of silence. The absence of auditory input becomes its own texture. Allow the silence to expand until it feels as though it fills the entire field of consciousness. This practice conditions the mind to remain steady when sensory input fades, as it often does during transition. The gratitude cascade ritual. Mentally enumerate 3 aspects of existence for which deep gratitude is felt, no matter how simple or profound. With each acknowledgement, imagine a cascade of sparkling droplets descending from the mind, each droplet embodying that gratitude, merging into the surrounding luminous field. The release breath sequence. Inhale deeply, visualizing the intake of pure, white light. On the exhale, consciously release any lingering doubts, fears, or attachments, picturing them as dark smoke that dissipates into the surrounding expanse. Repetition. Perform this sequence 5 times, each time feeling the breath become lighter, the inner space more spacious. Integration. Living the practice before the passage. The efficacy of the art of conscious transition is directly proportional to the regularity with which its components are woven into daily life. Integration does not demand monumental blocks of time, rather, it thrives on sustained micro-practices that become second nature. Morning embodiment. Upon waking, place the palms over the heart, invoke the heart anchor visualization, and set a concise intention for the day. Midday breath work. During a brief pause, for example, before a meal, engage in the intentional breath work cycle, reinforcing vibrational alignment. Evening reflection. Before sleep, conduct a short gratitude cascade followed by the release breath sequence, allowing any residual tension to dissolve. Through this rhythmic reinforcement, the subconscious mind internalizes the language of transition, ensuring that when the moment arrives, the body-mind system is already primed for graceful passage. Closing reflections. The promise of an unfolding horizon. The afterlife, as conceptualized within this practical guide, is less a distant, unknowable realm and more an unfolding of consciousness that continues the journey begun in the material world. By mastering the art of conscious transition, one does not merely survive the crossing, one actively shapes the quality of the experience, preserving the essence of self while allowing it to expand into new dimensions of light, love, and understanding. In the final analysis, the paramount lesson of this chapter is that the transition is co-creative. The practitioner, through cultivated stillness, refined perception, purposeful intent, and compassionate memory work, becomes a skilled navigator of the subtle currents that precede the great unveiling. The veil is not a barrier but a membrane that, when approached with awareness and reverence, yields to the penetrating light of an awakened heart. May the practices herein serve as a compass, the breath as a vessel, and the heart as an anchor, guiding every soul that seeks to step beyond with dignity, clarity, and boundless love. Lesson 24. Navigating the realm of reflection. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is both fascinating and intimidating. The realm of reflection. This is a place where the energies of the past, present, and future converge, allowing us to gain a deeper understanding of our experiences and the choices we made during our physical existence. As we enter this realm, we are immediately struck by the vastness of the landscape. The sky is a deep shade of indigo, with stars and galaxies twinkling like diamonds scattered across the fabric of space. The air is filled with a sweet, melodic hum, like the gentle vibration of 1,000 harp strings. The ground beneath our feet is soft and spongy, like a thick layer of moss, and it seems to absorb our every step, making it feel as though we are walking on air. The first thing we notice as we begin to explore this realm is the presence of mirrors. Everywhere we look, there are mirrors of all shapes and sizes, each one reflecting a different aspect of our existence. We see mirrors that show us our past lives, our present circumstances, and our future possibilities. We see mirrors that reveal our deepest fears, our highest aspirations, and our most cherished desires. As we approach these mirrors, we are drawn into their reflective surfaces, and we begin to see the world from a completely new perspective. We see the intricate web of relationships that binds us to others, the delicate balance of cause and effect that governs our lives, and the infinite possibilities that lie before us. One of the most striking features of the realm of reflection is the presence of the river of regret. This river flows gently through the landscape, its waters crystal clear and cool to the touch. As we approach the river, we are drawn to its edge, and we begin to see the faces of those we have loved and lost, those we have hurt and those we have helped. The river of regret is a place of great power and great danger. It is here that we confront the choices we made during our physical existence, and we are forced to confront the consequences of those choices. We see the pain we caused, the joy we brought, and the opportunities we missed. We see the what-ifs and the maybes, the could-haves and the should-haves. As we stand on the banks of the river of regret, we are given a rare gift, the chance to relive our memories, to re-experience the moments that shaped us, and to re-evaluate the choices we made. We can see the world through the eyes of those we loved, and we can understand the motivations and desires that drove them. But the river of regret is not just a place of nostalgia and reminiscence. It is also a place of great transformation. As we confront our past and our choices, we are given the opportunity to release the burdens that we carried, to let go of the regrets and the resentments that weighed us down. We can forgive ourselves and others, and we can begin to heal the wounds that we inflicted. As we continue on our journey through the realm of reflection, we come to realize that this realm is not just a place of personal reflection, but also a place of universal connection. We see the threads that bind us to all of existence, the invisible web of energy that links us to every person, every place, and everything. We see the world as a vast, interconnected tapestry, with every thread and every fiber playing a vital role in the grand design. We see the beauty and the wonder of creation, and we are filled with a sense of awe and reverence for the majesty of the universe. The realm of reflection is a place of great beauty and great power. It is a place where we can confront our deepest fears, release our greatest burdens, and discover our true potential. It is a place where we can connect with the universe, and where we can find our place within the grand tapestry of existence. As we prepare to leave this realm and continue on our journey, we are given a final gift, the gift of clarity. We see the world with new eyes, and we understand the nature of reality in a way that we never could before. We see the interconnectedness of all things, and we know that we are not alone in the universe. We are part of a greater whole, a vast and intricate web of energy and consciousness that stretches out to infinity. We are connected to every person, every place, and everything, and we are filled with a sense of wonder, awe, and gratitude for the beauty and the majesty of creation. And so, as we leave the realm of reflection and continue on our journey, we carry with us a newfound sense of purpose and meaning. We know that we are not just individual beings, but part of a greater whole, connected to all of existence and filled with the power and the potential to shape our own destiny. We are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, knowing that we have the wisdom, the courage, and the heart to overcome them. Lesson 25. The Unraveling of Time and the Eternal Present. In the vast architecture of the afterlife, one of the most profound transformations the soul encounters is the dissipation of time as it was once understood. On the physical plane, time is a rigid, linear construct, a river slicing through the landscape of consciousness with relentless direction. Here, that river ceases to flow. Its currents dissolve into stillness, and the soul begins to perceive existence not as a sequence of moments, but as an unbroken tapestry in which past, present, and future coexist like threads woven into a single, luminous fabric. This is not merely a philosophical abstraction, it is the very essence of being in the realms beyond. To grasp this shift is to reconcile the mind with the boundless, to allow the heart to breathe in the liberating expanse of timelessness. Time, as known in the material world, is a tool of limitation. It parcels existence into minutes, hours, and years, each one a boundary that shapes perception and purpose. Here, those boundaries vanish. The soul no longer measures progress by the ticking of clocks or the turning of seasons. Instead, it begins to inhabit a realm where now is infinite. Consider, for instance, the paradox of memory and foresight. In life, the soul is bound by the limitations of its senses. It clings to the past as a shadow and projects itself toward an uncertain future. Here, memory is not a distant echo but a present truth, a vivid experience that can be revisited without the distortion of decay. Foresight, once an anxious guesswork, becomes a panoramic clarity. Moments yet to unfold on the physical plane exist here as echoes of possibility, waiting to be chosen and shaped. This dissolution of temporal boundaries is not chaos, but a symphony composed of harmonies once hidden from the soul's awareness. Imagine standing on a mountaintop, where every direction reveals landscapes unseen from the valley below. So too does the soul, now unshackled from the linear march of time, behold the totality of its journey in a single, radiant glance. The moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and failure, are not cast in the light of judgment but arrayed as constellations in an eternal night sky. Each star is a moment, yet none are separated by the distance of years. They are all here, all at once. To dwell in this awareness is to cease being a fragmented self and instead become a unified consciousness, an unfolding story with no end. Yet this liberation from time is not always immediately understood. Many souls arrive here with the echoes of their former selves, their minds still governed by the logic of days and nights. They may look up at the celestial spheres, now devoid of the rising and setting sun, and feel disoriented by the absence of familiar markers. Do not be troubled by this. The transition is not a loss but an expansion. Just as the eye adjusts to darkness by perceiving not the emptiness but the constancy of light, so too will the soul learn to navigate this new dimension. Begin by allowing the breath to settle in the chest, not as a metronome but as a quiet rhythm of presence. Listen to the silence between thoughts, where the true self resounds. Let the boundaries that once confined you, yesterday's failures, tomorrow's fears, dissolve into the vastness where all is possible. The eternal present is a state of becoming, not a static state of being. While the soul no longer experiences time in the way it once did, it does not become fixed. It continues to evolve, but evolution here is not bound by years. A soul may awaken a new understanding in an instant, or spend lifetimes in the physical plane to cultivate a single insight. Here, that insight is complete, whole, and immediate. Imagine the weight of a mountain lifted from the shoulders, in its place rises the lightness of flight. The soul is free to explore the entirety of its existence without the burden of chronology. It may revisit the laughter of childhood as vividly as it can foresee the gentle ripples of future choices. It may walk the corridors of its past, not as a prisoner of regret, but as a guide to itself, a curator of wisdom. In this realm, the concept of aging is a relic of the material world. The soul does not grow older, it does not diminish or fade. Instead, it deepens. Each moment of its journey adds not a year but a layer, a hue in the spectrum of its essence. The soul's progression is not measured in the accrual of time but in the expansion of understanding. This is the great paradox of the afterlife. Time no longer governs, yet the soul is more alive than ever before. It is here that the lie of the physical existence is revealed. Time was never the measure of truth. It was merely a veil now lifted. To dwell in this truth is to embrace the soul's true nature. It is to release the anxiety of deadlines and the illusion of urgency. Here, there is no rush, no waiting. Every step forward is taken in harmony with the rhythm of the cosmos, not the ticking of a clock. The soul may choose to step into the physical plane again, as many do, to continue a purpose or to share a gift. But even in that return, it carries with it the memory of timelessness, a quiet awareness that no matter how fleeting the hours may feel, the soul itself is infinite. Thus ends this lesson, not with an ending, but with a pause in the eternal song. The soul is invited to immerse itself in the vast, unbroken now, to let the chains of time fall away and to walk forward, not as a being in transition, but as a being at home. The afterlife is not a destination to be reached but a discovery to be made. And in that discovery, the soul finds that all it has ever needed has always been here, waiting. Lesson 26. Crossing the Threshold. The art of conscious passage, prelude to the passage in the vast tableau of existence. Every moment is a brushstroke upon an ever-expanding canvas. When the final hue of the earthly day fades, the soul, untethered from the provisional architecture of flesh, finds itself at the periphery of a boundless horizon, the threshold of transition. This liminal expanse is neither a void nor a destination, it is a crucible wherein intention, awareness, and surrender converge to shape the ensuing voyage. The purpose of this lesson is to delineate, with uncompromising clarity, the practices, mental postures, and energetic alignment required to navigate this threshold with poise, purpose, and profound serenity. The nature of the threshold. Energetic gradient. The threshold manifests as an energetic gradient, an invisible field of vibrational resonance that separates the dense frequency of corporeal life from the subtler frequencies of the post-physical realm. Within this gradient, the soul's quantum signature encounters a modulation of its own informational pattern. Recognizing the gradient as a natural, not hostile, phenomenon relinquishes fear and invites curiosity. Dimensional resonance. Every consciousness carries a unique resonant signature, a harmonic that synchronizes with the dimensional lattice of the afterlife. The threshold functions as a tuning chamber, allowing the signature to attune itself to the higher dimensional vibration. The attunement process is facilitated by an inner stillness that permits the subtle frequencies to be heard without interference. Temporal suspension. Time, as perceived in the material world, dissolves into a fluid continuum at the threshold. Past, present, and potential future coalesce into a timeless tableau. The mind must release its attachment to linear chronology and instead adopt a panoramic perspective, wherein all moments are accessible simultaneously. Preparatory practices. Silence of the inner dialogue. The most effective gateway to the threshold is cultivated through the disciplined quietude of internal chatter. Technique. Allocate time daily, preferably at twilight, to sit in a posture that aligns the spine with the vertical axis of the Earth's magnetic field. Close the eyes, and with each inhalation, imagine drawing a slender filament of light into the crown. With each exhalation, release the accumulation of thought forms into the expanse of the universe. Outcome. This practice attenuates the high-frequency noise that clogs the subtle channels, thereby permitting the soul's intrinsic resonance to surface unimpeded. Heart-centered breathing. The heart's electromagnetic field extends far beyond the thoracic cavity, serving as a beacon for the soul's navigation. Technique. Place the palms gently over the sternum. Inhale slowly, counting to 4, visualizing a luminous orb expanding from the heart center outward. Exhale for a count of 6, allowing the orb to contract while radiating gratitude into the surrounding space. Outcome. The rhythmic expansion and contraction synchronize the cardiac rhythm with the subtle energy currents of the threshold, establishing a magnetic anchor that steadies the soul during transition. Intentional release of attachments. Attachments, be they material, relational, or ideological, act as gravitational weights that impede the upward flow of consciousness. Technique. Prior to the anticipated crossing, engage in a ritual of symbolic release. Select an object that epitomizes the strongest attachment, and, in a sacred space, place it upon a fire or submerge it in water, uttering a concise affirmation of "I honor you, and I now set you free." Outcome. The act of deliberate relinquishment diminishes the energetic tether, rendering the soul lighter and more agile as it ascends through the gradient. Visualization of the passageway. The mind's eye is a potent projector. A vivid mental image of the passage can precondition the soul for the actual experience. Technique. Envision a luminous corridor extending from the point of departure, its walls composed of shifting aurorae that pulse with a gentle, welcoming rhythm. See yourself stepping onto a translucent platform that rises effortless, guided by an unseen yet benevolent force. Outcome. This mental rehearsal aligns the subconscious with the expected phenomenology of the threshold, reducing disorientation and fostering a sense of purposeful movement. The moment of crossing. Recognition of the liminal cue. When the physical vessel exhales its final breath, an unmistakable sensation often arises, a subtle pressure at the base of the skull, a gentle tug in the chest, or a fleeting feeling of buoyancy. This cue signals the opening of the gateway. Acknowledge it with calm curiosity, refraining from resistance or anticipation. Engagement of the heart. Anchor immediately. Invoke the heart-centered breathing pattern cultivated in practice. Allow the radiant orb imagined during preparation to expand, forming a luminous cocoon that envelops the essence. This cocoon serves as both shield and compass, preserving identity while aligning direction. Surrender to the gradient. Conscious surrender does not equate to passivity, it is an active, trusting immersion into the flow of the gradient. Imagine the soul as a leaf carried by a stream. The leaf does not fight the current but moves with it, guided by the stream's purpose. Attunement to the resonant frequency within the gradient. the soul's signature begins to resonate with the higher dimensional lattice. To facilitate this resonance, maintain quietude. Avoid any mental speculation about the afterlife. Let the silence amplify the subtle vibration. Focus on the heartbeat. The rhythmic pulse of the heart continues as a subtle thrum within the cocoon. Synchronize breath to it, deepening the resonance. Emergence into the post-physical field. As the gradient modulation concludes, a gentle shift occurs, a subtle widening of perception, a soft illumination that suffuses the entirety of being. The cocoon dissolves, and the soul finds itself within the first expanse of the afterlife field, a realm of pure, unfiltered awareness, where thoughts manifest instantaneously as luminous patterns and emotions reverberate as harmonic tones. Immediate post-crossing practices. Grounding in the new frequency. Upon arrival, perform a brief grounding by visualizing roots extending from the core of the being into the foundational substrate of the afterlife realm. This ensures stability and prevents disorientation. Survey of the surroundings. Use the newly heightened perception to scan the surrounding energy landscape. Notice the dominant hues, the tonal vibrations, and the rhythmic cadences. This survey yields clues regarding the particular zone of the afterlife one has entered, each possessing its own learning opportunities. Reaffirmation of intent. Silently reaffirm the original intention set during preparation, whether it be continued service, personal evolution, or communion with the collective consciousness. This affirmation acts as a compass, steering subsequent experiences toward the desired purpose. Common pitfalls and their remedies. Pitfall manifestation remedy. Residual fear, a lingering sense of dread or anxiety that clouds perception. Re-engage the heart-centered breathing, allowing the radiant orb to expand until the fear dissipates into a neutral hue. Fragmented awareness perception flickers between images, sounds, and sensations without cohesion. Visualize the grounding roots more vividly, anchoring the consciousness to a single focal point. Attachment residue sensations of heaviness or pull toward the former physical realm. Perform a mental release by picturing the attachment dissolving into light, then exhale that light outward. Over-intellectuality attempting to rationalize the experience with prior knowledge, causing mental clutter. Return to silence, let the mind become a still lake, reflecting only the present vibrations. Integration into the ongoing journey. The passage through the threshold is not an isolated event but the inaugural chapter of an expansive odyssey through realms of ever greater subtlety. Integration is achieved by continuously applying the foundational practices: silence, heart-centered breathing, intentional release, and visualization, now adapted to the vibrational context of the afterlife. Each subsequent encounter, whether with luminous landscapes, collective memories, or archetypal forms, will echo the principles established at the threshold, reinforcing the soul's capacity to navigate with grace. Closing reflection. To cross the threshold is to step from the known into the awe-inspiring mystery of boundless possibility. The practical guide offered herein does not promise a mechanistic formula nor a guarantee of a predetermined outcome. Instead, it furnishes the seeker with the tools to approach the passage with clarity, reverence, and a prepared heart. By honoring the preparatory practices, embracing the moment of surrender, and consciously attuning to the resonant frequencies of the beyond, the soul embarks upon its eternal pilgrimage equipped with the poise of a seasoned traveler and the wonder of a newborn star. Lesson 27. The Threshold of Passage. Preparing the soul for its first step. Beyond opening the veil of understanding in the hush that precedes every great transformation, there exists a silent covenant between the known world and the realms that lie beyond its visible horizon. To navigate this sacred passage, one must first attune the inner compass to the subtle frequencies that ripple through the fabric of existence. The afterlife, far from a distant myth, is a continuum of consciousness, a river that carries the essence of the self into ever-widening expanses of light, resonance, and possibility. The practical guidance offered here does not rely upon mythic dramatization or the invocation of specific personae, rather, it rests upon universal principles that any earnest seeker can embody, regardless of creed, culture, or circumstance. The architecture of the threshold, the plane of intentional release. This is the first room of the threshold, a space defined not by geography but by the clarity of purpose. It is forged from the intention to let go, to surrender the grip of earthly preoccupations, and to open oneself to the unfolding of the unseen. The architecture of this plane is built upon 3 pillars: clarity of vision, a lucid mental image of the desired state of transition, free from fear or ambiguity; purity of heart, an inner alignment with compassion, gratitude, and forgiveness, which acts as a polishing agent for the soul's surface; steadfast resolve, an unwavering commitment to the journey, regardless of the unknown that lies ahead. The portal of resonance. Once the pillars are erected, a portal of resonance materializes. This portal is not a door in the conventional sense, but a vibrational frequency that the soul can step through. Its activation requires the synchronization of breath, thought, and feeling into a harmonious chord. This chord vibrates at a frequency that matches the tonal signature of the afterrealm one aims to enter. The bridge of reflection. The bridge is an inner mirror that reflects the totality of one's lived experience. It is the final checkpoint before crossing. Here the traveler reviews the tapestry of memories, deeds, and emotions, acknowledging each thread without attachment. The bridge is crossed only when the reflection is met with acceptance, allowing the soul to step forward unburdened. Practical preparations for the threshold. Cultivating intentional stillness, daily quietude. Allocate time each day to sit in absolute silence, allowing thoughts to dissolve like mist. Focus on the natural rhythm of the breath. Each inhalation draws in clarity. Each exhalation releases residual tension. Guided visualization. Imagine a luminous doorway shimmering on the horizon of awareness. See yourself approaching it with calm confidence, feeling the subtle shift in energy as you draw nearer. Purifying the emotional reservoir. Forgiveness ledger. Create a mental inventory of grievances, both received and given. For each entry, articulate a concise statement of forgiveness, releasing the charge held within the memory. This may be performed aloud or internally, but must be done with sincerity. Gratitude amplification. List 5 aspects of existence that inspire genuine gratitude each night before sleep. Revisit each item, immersing in the feeling of appreciation until it floods the heart, thereby coating the soul in a luminous balm. Aligning physical vessels with spiritual intent. Although the body will ultimately be left behind, its condition influences the ease of transition. Nutritional harmony. Favor foods that are light, whole, and unprocessed. Such sustenance minimizes cellular clutter, allowing the energy pathways to flow unimpeded. Movement as meditation. Engage in gentle, mindful movement, such as walking in nature, yoga, or Tai Chi, where the focus remains on the sensation of muscles and breath in unison. This practice steadies the life force, preparing it for release. Harmonizing thought patterns. Cognitive reframing. Replace limiting beliefs, I am unworthy, I will be lost, with affirmations of intrinsic worth and destiny, I am a radiant being of light, guided home. Repeat these affirmations at sunrise and sunset, letting them embed within the subconscious. Mental decluttering. At the end of each day, write down lingering worries and unresolved tasks. Symbolically file them away, acknowledging they will be addressed in their appropriate temporal realm, thereby freeing mental bandwidth for the forthcoming transition. The ritual of the first crossing. Sanctify the space. Choose a place where you feel most at peace, a corner of a room, a garden bench, a shore at dawn. Light a candle or incense whose scent evokes serenity. This external marker signals to the subtle currents that a sacred act is underway. Invocation of the inner beacon. Place both palms over the heart, close the eyes, and visualize a small, steady flame igniting within the chest cavity. Feel its warmth expanding outward, enveloping the entire torso, then the limbs, until the whole body is bathed in gentle radiance. Resonance alignment. Begin a slow, rhythmic chant of a single vowel sound, ah or om, or any tone that naturally resonates with you. Allow the vibration to travel from the throat, down the spine, and out through the soles of the feet. As the sound deepens, imagine it loosening the invisible cords that tether the soul to the physical realm. The moment of release. With a deep inhalation, gather all intention, clarity, purity, and resolve into the core. As you exhale, visualize the portal of resonance opening before you, a luminous aperture shimmering with colors beyond the visible spectrum. Without fear, step forward mentally, feeling the sensation of letting go, as if shedding a familiar garment. Crossing the reflective bridge. Once beyond the portal, a shimmering surface appears, reflecting the entirety of your lived narrative. Observe this reflection without judgment. Note the moments of joy, sorrow, triumph, and failure. As each scene passes, whisper a silent thank you. Then allow it to dissolve into the ether. When the mirror clears, a sense of expansive openness replaces the prior image. Post-crossing integration. Anchoring the new state sensory recalibration. After the initial crossing, your perception may feel heightened. Ground yourself by gently touching a familiar object, a stone, a piece of fabric, and allowing its texture to anchor you in the present moment. Breath of continuity. Return to the breath, now slower and deeper, to synchronize the newly liberated energy with the rhythm of the after realm. Affirmation of belonging. Silently affirm, I am home, I am whole, I belong to the unfolding of all that is. This statement consolidates the transition and affirms the soul's rightful place within the larger tapestry of existence. Summary of core practices. Practice frequency intended effect. Daily quietude. Sharpens inner focus, stabilizes mind. Forgiveness ledger as needed. Clears emotional blockages, softens the heart gratitude. Amplification nightly. Infuses the soul with radiant positivity. Nutritional harmony ongoing. Lightens the physical vessel, supports energetic flow. Mindful movement every day aligns body with breath, fosters fluid energy. Cognitive reframing morning and evening. Rewrites limiting beliefs, builds confidence. Mental decluttering end of day. Releases mental clutter, free space for transition. Ritual of first crossing. At chosen moment executes the practical step into the afterlife. Closing reflection. The threshold is not a barrier, it is a doorway fashioned by the very qualities we cultivate within ourselves. By methodically refining intention, purifying emotion, harmonizing thought, and honoring the vessel that carries us, we construct a conduit through which the soul may glide effortless into the next phase of its eternal journey. The steps outlined in this lesson are practical, repeatable, and rooted in the universal dynamics of consciousness. When each element is sincerely applied, the veil between worlds thins, and the afterlife reveals itself not as a distant mystery, but as a natural extension of the living experience, awaiting the moment we are prepared to step across. Proceed to the next lesson when the practices above have become integrated into daily rhythm, for mastery of the threshold is the foundation upon which all subsequent explorations of the afterlife will be built. Lesson 28. Navigating the realm of reflection. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is often shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The realm of reflection is a place where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds is at its thinnest, and it is here that we are given the opportunity to confront and understand the deepest aspects of our own consciousness. Upon entering this realm, you will be immediately struck by the eerie silence that pervades the air. The ground beneath your feet will feel spongy and soft, like a thick layer of moss, and the sky above will be a deep, foreboding gray. The atmosphere is heavy with the weight of contemplation, and you can feel the collective energy of countless souls who have come before you, each one grappling with their own unique struggles and triumphs. As you begin to navigate this realm, you will notice that the landscape shifts and changes around you, reflecting the deepest fears, desires, and regrets of your own heart. You may see visions of loved ones, both past and present, or catch glimpses of moments from your own life that you had long forgotten. These visions will be fragmented and disjointed, like pieces of a puzzle that refuse to fit together, and it will be up to you to make sense of them. The key to unlocking the secrets of the realm of reflection lies in your ability to confront and accept your own shadow self. This is the part of your consciousness that you have long suppressed or denied, the aspects of your personality that you have deemed too painful or too shameful to confront. It is here, in this realm, that you will be forced to confront the darkest corners of your own psyche, and to integrate the fragmented pieces of your own soul. As you journey deeper into the realm of reflection, you will begin to notice that the visions and sensations around you grow more intense and vivid. You may feel a sense of disorientation or confusion, as if you are being pulled in multiple directions at once. This is a natural response to the intense energies at work in this realm, and it is essential that you learn to navigate these feelings with courage and determination. To aid you in this process, it is recommended that you establish a clear intention for your journey through the realm of reflection. What is it that you hope to achieve or understand during your time in this realm? What questions or fears do you hope to confront and overcome? By clarifying your intention, you will be able to focus your energy and attention, and to navigate the challenges of this realm with greater ease and clarity. As you continue on your journey, you will begin to notice that the realm of reflection is divided into a series of distinct regions or territories, each one corresponding to a different aspect of your own consciousness. You may find yourself in a region of darkness and shadow, where the energies are heavy and foreboding, or in a region of light and clarity, where the energies are uplifting and inspiring. Each region will present its own unique challenges and opportunities, and it will be up to you to navigate these territories with courage and wisdom. One of the most important things to remember as you journey through the realm of reflection is that you are not alone. There are countless guides and mentors who are available to assist and support you, each one offering their own unique perspective and wisdom. These guides may appear to you in the form of visions, dreams, or intuitions, or they may manifest as physical presences, offering you guidance and comfort in times of need. Ultimately, the key to navigating the realm of reflection lies in your ability to cultivate a deep sense of self-awareness and self-acceptance. This means being willing to confront and embrace your own shadow self, with all its flaws and imperfections, and to integrate the fragmented pieces of your own soul. By doing so, you will be able to unlock the deepest secrets of this realm, and to emerge transformed and renewed, ready to embark on the next stage of your journey through the afterlife. Key takeaways. The realm of reflection is a place of deep contemplation and introspection, where you will be forced to confront the darkest corners of your own psyche. To navigate this realm, you must be willing to confront and accept your own shadow self, and to integrate the fragmented pieces of your own soul. Establishing a clear intention for your journey through the realm of reflection will help you to focus your energy and attention, and to navigate the challenges of this realm with greater ease and clarity. The realm of reflection is divided into distinct regions or territories, each one corresponding to a different aspect of your own consciousness. You are not alone in this realm, and there are countless guides and mentors available to assist and support you. Cultivating a deep sense of self-awareness and self-acceptance is essential for navigating the realm of reflection, and for unlocking its deepest secrets. Reflection questions. What are the deepest fears and desires of your own heart, and how do they manifest in the realm of reflection? What is your shadow self, and how can you learn to confront and accept it? What is your intention for your journey through the realm of reflection, and how can you focus your energy and attention to achieve your goals? How can you cultivate a deeper sense of self-awareness and self-acceptance, and what benefits will this bring to your journey through the afterlife? Meditation exercise. Find a quiet and comfortable place to sit, and close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths, and focus your attention on your heart center. Imagine yourself standing in the realm of reflection, surrounded by the eerie silence and the shifting landscape. As you breathe in, imagine that you are drawing in the energies of this realm, and that you are opening yourself to the deepest secrets of your own consciousness. As you breathe out, imagine that you are releasing any fears or doubts that may be holding you back, and that you are embracing your own shadow self with courage and acceptance. Continue to breathe deeply, and allow yourself to settle into the energies of the realm of reflection. What do you see, feel, and experience? What insights or understandings arise for you, and how can you integrate them into your journey through the afterlife? Lesson 29. The Art of Standing at the Threshold. A practical compass for the transition. In the silent hush that greets the final breath of the mortal coil, there exists a moment, the hidden interval where the dense tapestry of physical existence loosens its grip and a luminous veil of possibility unfurls. This is the threshold, the doorway that separates the world of form from the realm of pure awareness. To step through it with confidence, clarity, and grace, one must cultivate a set of deliberate practices, mental alignments, and energetic preparations. The following exposition offers a comprehensive, step-by-step guide to mastering this pivotal juncture, rendered in the richest language the mind can conceive, so that every nuance is illuminated for the earnest traveler. 1. Understanding the nature of the threshold. The threshold is not a wall but a membrane, a subtle gradient of vibration that separates two modes of being. It resonates at a frequency higher than the earthly plane yet remains reachable through focused intention. Recognizing its dual character, as both barrier and invitation, allows the individual to approach it without fear, seeing it instead as a portal of opportunity. When viewed through this lens, the threshold becomes a gate of resonance, responding to the inner tonal quality of the mind-heart complex. 2. Preparing the vessel of consciousness before the moment of transition arrives. The vessel, composed of consciousness, memory, and subtle energy, must be refined. This preparation occurs in 3 interlocking phases. Phase core, activity, desired outcome, purification, systematic release of residual emotional charge through breath work, visualization of cleansing light, and mindful acknowledgement of grievances. A clear, uncluttered mental field that can attune to higher frequencies. Harmonization. Repetition of resonant affirmations, phrases that encapsulate unity, love, and surrender, paired with gentle rhythmic chanting or humming. Alignment of the heart's electromagnetic field with the subtle frequency of the threshold. Integration. Review of life's lessons in a non-judgmental manner, embedding them as luminous threads within the fabric of identity, a cohesive sense of self that can be seamlessly carried forward. Each phase should be practiced daily, allowing the subtle body to adapt gradually, like a river smoothing the stones in its path. 3. Cultivating the quiet eye of intention. The quiet eye refers not to literal sight but to the steadfast focus of intention, a mental beam that pierces the veil of distraction. To develop this, choose a symbolic anchor. This may be an abstract shape, a spiral, a sphere, or a pure tonal vibration, the resonance of a single note. The anchor must be devoid of personal connotation, serving solely as a focal point. Enter a meditative state. Sit or lie in a position that supports the spine, close the eyes, and allow natural breath to settle into a slow, rhythmic pattern. Direct the anchor. Visualize the anchor at the center of the chest, expanding outward until it envelops the entire being. Maintain this visualization, gently returning attention each time the mind wanders. The quiet eye becomes the lantern that illuminates the pathway across the threshold, ensuring that the traveler does not stumble in the dimness of uncertainty. For energetic alignment through resonant sound. Sound, as a vibration, can bridge the gap between the material and the subtle. A practical method for aligning with the threshold's frequency involves tonic resonance. Select a pure tone. A sinusoidal tone at 432 Hz is often cited for its harmonious qualities, yet any tone that feels intrinsically soothing may be used. Sustain the tone. Employ a high-quality tuning fork, singing bowl, or digital generator. Let the sound fill the space, allowing vibrations to permeate the body. Synchronize breath. Inhale slowly as the tone rises, exhale as it falls, feeling the breath merge with the sound's wave. This creates a bioacoustic resonance, attuning the cellular matrix to higher frequencies. Conclude with silence. Allow a few minutes of absolute silence after the tone fades, observing the lingering vibration within the inner field. Consistent practice of this resonance exercise strengthens the energetic conduit that will later serve as the passageway. 5. Mental cartography. Mapping the destination. While the afterlife cannot be reduced to a fixed geography, the mind benefits from a mental map, a conceptual layout of the intended state of existence. This map comprises core intent, a succinct statement of purpose, such as to dwell in boundless compassion or to explore the luminous expanse of pure awareness. It must be phrased positively, avoiding any negative or limiting terms. Emotional palette. Identify the emotions that will color this new realm: joy, curiosity, serenity. Visualize each as a hue, painting an inner tableau that the subconscious can reference. Sensory schema. Although the afterlife transcends the five senses, imagine new forms of perception, for example, perceiving truth as a texture, feeling love as a temperature. This creative exercise expands the mind's capacity to recognize non-ordinary experiences. By repeatedly revisiting this cartography during meditation, the individual's consciousness becomes primed to recognize and align with similar vibrations when they arise at the threshold. 6. The ritual of release. Any lingering attachment, whether to possessions, status, relationships, or unresolved emotions, can create drag on the transition. A ritual of release offers a structured method to let go. Gather symbolic tokens, objects representing the attachments, for example, a photograph for a cherished relationship, a monetary note for financial concerns. Ensure they are generic, not bearing personal identifiers. Create a sacred space. Light a candle of neutral color, arrange a simple cloth, and play soft ambient sound. Speak the release. In a calm voice, articulate a statement such as, "I honor the experiences that have shaped me. I now release them to the currents of the universe." Burn or bury. Safely burn the tokens if fire is permissible, or bury them in earth, visualizing the attachment dissolving into energy that returns to the whole. Seal with breath. Finish with a deep inhalation, holding the breath for 3 counts, then exhale fully, envisioning the breath carrying away any residual weight. Perform this ritual at least once a month, and especially as the anticipated moment of transition draws nearer. 7. Final alignment. The standing still protocol. When the moment arrives, whether sudden or anticipated, the individual can adopt a standing still posture to anchor themselves amidst the flux. Adopt a neutral position, either lying flat on the back with arms relaxed at the sides or seated with a straight spine, shoulders dropped. Close the eyes fully. Allow darkness to become a canvas rather than an absence. Engage the quiet eye. Re-invoke the chosen symbolic anchor, placing it at the heart center. Invoke core intent. Silently repeat the core intent, letting it reverberate through every cell. Maintain breath awareness. Breathe naturally. Each inhalation draws in the threshold subtle energy, each exhalation releases earthly residue. Surrender to the flow. As sensations shift, temperature changes, vibrations, auditory subtleties, accept them without analysis, recognizing them as the language of transition. This protocol does not impede the natural flow of the afterlife but rather ensures that the individual steps through the membrane with awareness, preserving the integrity of the self-identity that will continue beyond. Conclusion of Lesson 29. The threshold is a luminous hinge, poised between the known and the ineffable. By methodically preparing the vessel of consciousness, honing the quiet eye of intention, aligning through resonant sound, mapping the desired destination, performing a ritual of release, and finally embracing the standing still protocol, the traveler equips themselves with the practical tools necessary for a graceful passage. The journey onward is not a blind plunge but a deliberate, richly orchestrated transition, one that honors the entirety of lived experience while opening the heart to the boundless expanses that await beyond. The practices outlined herein are designed to be integrated into daily life, not merely reserved for the moment of departure. In doing so, the individual cultivates a sustained state of readiness, ensuring that when the veil finally lifts, the step across the threshold is taken with serene confidence and luminous purpose. Lesson 30. The threshold of transition. Preparing the soul's vessel for the journey beyond. The essence of preparation. In the silent spaces that separate the known from the unknowable, there exists a subtle, yet profound, act of readiness. Unlike any worldly preparation, packing a suitcase, rehearsing a speech, or polishing a mirror, this preparation is an interior choreography of spirit, intention, and subtle awareness. It is the art of aligning the inner vessel, the luminous container of consciousness, with the frequency of the realms that lie beyond the veil of physical form. To embark upon this passage, one must first recognize that the afterlife is not a distant, abstract destination but a continuum of existence, a series of vibrational fields that respond to the quality of the soul's attunement. The preparation, therefore, is not a single act but a sustained practice that cultivates resonance, clarity, and openness. It involves three interwoven pillars: purification, alignment, and invocation. Each pillar is a disciplined meditation, a ritual of mind-body-spirit integration, designed to dissolve the residual cords that bind consciousness to the material plane. Pillar purification of the energetic matrix. Identifying residual attachments. The energetic matrix that envelopes the soul is a tapestry woven from thoughts, emotions, and habitual patterns accumulated over lifetimes. These threads, when left unattended, become dense knots that impede the free flow of consciousness. To purify, begin with an audit of inner currents, cognitive residues, persistent judgments, unexamined beliefs, and mental loops that replay past scenarios. Emotional residues, unresolved grief, lingering resentment, and suppressed longing. Somatic residues, tension held in the body, chronic pain, and habitual postural habits that reflect internal resistance. Observe each category without judgment, simply noting its presence as a gentle ripple on the surface of a still pond. The breath of release technique. The most ancient and universally accessible tool for purification is the breath. By converting each inhalation into a conduit of luminous intake and each exhalation into a vessel of surrender, the practitioner dissolves the dense knots. Inhale slowly through the nose, visualizing a pure, white light entering the crown, filling the entire being with crystalline clarity. Hold the breath for a count of 3, allowing the light to permeate every cellular matrix. Exhale through the mouth, imagining the breath as a stream of darkened water carrying away all identified residues, scattering them into the ether where they are transmuted. Repeat this cycle, extending the duration as the mind steadies. The rhythmic cadence establishes a resonant frequency that begins to untether the soul from material inertia. Sound-based cleansing vibrational sound, when employed with intention, acts as a fine-toothed comb on the energy field. Sacred tones, such as a single sustained note of a 432 Hz or a deep, resonant hum, penetrate the subtle layers of the aura. Method: sit upright, close the eyes, and emit a continuous, low-pitched hum from the throat, feeling the vibration travel from the base of the spine upward. Effect: The hum destabilizes static frequencies, allowing the field to reorganize into a more fluid, luminous pattern. Alternate this practice with the gentle ringing of bells or crystal bowls, allowing each overtone to sweep through the aura like a soft wind through a meadow. Transmutation of memory. Memories act as anchor points. To release them, engage in a visual alchemy exercise. Recall a memory that feels heavy, a moment of regret or loss. Visualize the memory as a tangible object, perhaps a stone, a broken glass, or a wilted leaf suspended in a void of blackness. Illuminate the object with a radiant white flame that you summon from within, watching as the flame melts the object, which then vaporizes into pure light. This alchemical visualization reframes the memory from a fixed imprint into a mutable energy that can be dissolved. Alignment with the harmonic frequency of the afterlife. Understanding harmonic resonance. Every plane of existence vibrates at a particular frequency. The physical world resonates at a relatively low, dense vibration, whereas the afterlife realms vibrate at higher, more refined frequencies. Alignment is the process of tuning the soul's internal oscillator to match these higher vibrations. Heart-centric coherence. The heart, as a rhythmic electromagnetic organ, emits a field stronger than any other part of the body. Cultivating coherence within this field creates a natural bridge to higher frequencies. Practice. Place the hands over the sternum, inhale 4-5 counts, hold 4-2, exhale 4-7, visualizing the cardiac field expanding outward like ripples on a lake. Outcome. The steady, compassionate rhythm stabilizes the energetic field, making it receptive to higher vibrational input. Sublime visualization of light scales. Imagine a luminous staircase composed of translucent steps, each step representing a vibrational increment. Begin at the base, the current state, and ascend, feeling each step uplift the consciousness. Step 1. A soft golden hue envelops the body, symbolizing gratitude. Step 2. A deeper amber shade emerges, embodying forgiveness. Step 3. A radiant white light expands, representing unconditional love. Progress through each step with mindful awareness, allowing the corresponding emotional quality to integrate fully before moving upward. This progressive ascension aligns the soul's frequency with the harmonic signatures of the afterlife realms. Attunement with cosmic rhythms. The universe cycles through pulsations, day and night, lunar phases, planetary alignments. Synchronizing personal practice with these cycles amplifies resonance. Lunar phase integration. During the waning moon, focus on release. During the waxing moon, emphasize growth. Solar noon alignment. At midday, when the sun is at its zenith, channel its radiant energy into the crown, reinforcing the upward pathway. By honoring these cosmic rhythms, the practitioner harmonizes personal vibration with the larger symphonic flow of existence. Invocation of the guiding presence. Concept of the guiding presence. Within every continuum of the afterlife resides a non-personified, compassionate awareness, an archetypal beacon of guidance. It is not a deity or an individual entity, it is the universal principle that steers consciousness toward its destined horizon. Invocation is the act of respectfully inviting this presence to accompany the soul through the transition. Formulating the intentional petition. Craft a concise, pure intention, free from egoic wording. An effective petition may be, I open my heart to the universal guiding presence, welcoming its compassionate illumination as I step beyond the veil. Repeat this intention silently, allowing each syllable to vibrate within the throat and chest, embedding it into the subtle field. Ritual of sacred space. Create a physical environment that reflects the internal intention. Cleansing. Spritz the space with a mild essential oil blend of lavender and frankincense. Lighting. Dim the lights, allowing a single candle to flicker, symbolizing the flame of guidance. Symbolic anchor. Place a crystal, clear quartz or selenite, at the center of the space, serving as a conduit for the guiding presence. Within this sanctified space, sit in stillness, eyes gently closed, and breathe deeply, allowing the intention to expand outward, permeating the room. Sensing the presence as the intention settles, subtle sensations may arise. A gentle warmth at the crown, a faint vibration in the chest, or an intuitive knowing that transcends thought. Remain receptive, neither grasping nor rejecting these sensations. Trust that the guiding presence, attuned to the vibration you have cultivated, will manifest in a form that aligns with your state of readiness. Synthesis. The ritual of the night before. Transition to consolidate into a cohesive practice. Perform the night before transition ritual, a comprehensive ceremony that can be revisited whenever the desire to deepen preparation arises. Purification phase. Conduct the breath of release technique, followed by sound-based cleansing. Conclude with transmutation of memory, addressing any lingering attachment. Alignment phase. Engage in heart-centric coherence, breathing in harmony with the heart's rhythm. Visualize the light scales, ascending through each step with mindful integration. Invocation phase. Formulate the intentional petition, reciting it 3 times. Light the candle, place the crystal, and sit in silent receptivity, allowing the guiding presence to settle. Integration journaling, optional. Record impressions, sensations, or insights that emerged, using neutral language, the experience, rather than personal identifiers. This ritual, when performed regularly, weaves the threads of purification, alignment, and invocation into a seamless tapestry. It fortifies the soul's vessel, ensuring it is supple, resonant, and guided as it approaches the threshold of transition. Anticipating the threshold experience. Having completed the preparatory work, the moment of crossing the threshold will be marked not by a sudden rupture but by a subtle shift, a softening of the edge that separates form from formlessness. The senses will recalibrate. Visual perception. Colors may appear more luminous, edges more defined, as if the world is being viewed through a freshly polished lens. Auditory perception. Sounds acquire a depth, resonating with a vibrational richness that was previously inaccessible. Kinetic perception. Movement feels effortless, as if gliding on a gentle current rather than pushing against resistance. In this state, the guidance of the universal presence becomes apparent as a gentle directional pull, not a forceful push. Trust is paramount. The prepared vessel, now attuned and purified, will glide naturally toward the next realm. Final reflection. The ongoing journey. The afterlife is not a static endpoint but a dynamic continuum of growth, learning, and expansion. The preparation described herein is the foundation upon which further evolution is built. Each subsequent lesson will illuminate deeper facets, communication with other luminous beings, navigation of specific afterlife locales, and the cultivation of creative expression beyond physical constraints. Remember, the work of preparation is an act of love toward oneself and the greater tapestry of existence. By honoring the inner vessel, aligning its frequency, and inviting the guiding presence, the soul steps forward not as an orphaned traveler, but as a radiant participant in the ever-unfolding symphony of the cosmos. May the vessel be ever pure, the frequency ever resonant, and the guidance ever compassionate as the journey beyond unfolds. Lesson 31. The Threshold of Departure. A practical compass for crossing the veil. In the quiet sanctuary of contemplation, where breath steadies and intention gathers like mist over a still lake, the moment arrives when the soul, that luminous thread woven through the tapestry of existence, prepares to step beyond the familiar horizon of the material world. This lesson, the 31st waypoint on the path of the afterlife, serves as a meticulous, step-by-step compass for navigating the threshold, for honoring the transition, and for embracing the unfolding mystery that lies beyond the veil. 1. Recognition of the imminent passage. Before the first footfall beyond the veil, there must be a clear, unclouded recognition that the moment of departure is approaching. This recognition is not a frantic alarm, but a serene acknowledgement cultivated through consistent inner attunement. Cultivate presence. Engage in daily practices that sharpen awareness, quiet meditation, mindful breathing, or the simple act of observing one's thoughts without judgment. As the awareness deepens, subtle signs, shifts in perception, altered sensations of time, or a gentle swelling of inner light emerge, signaling the proximity of the great crossing. Listen to the inner echo. The inner echo is the echo of the eternal within the temporal. When thoughts cease to cling to external validation and instead turn inward, a quiet resonance begins, humming like a distant bell. This resonance is the soul's invitation to align with its higher purpose. Honor the natural cycle. Understand that the transition mirrors the cycles of nature. Dawn follows night, leaf falls to nourish new growth. By seeing death not as an abrupt termination but as a graceful continuation, fear dissolves, making space for purposeful preparation. 2. Purification of intent and attachment. The threshold is a filter that discerns the quality of the energy that attempts to pass through. It requires the purification of intent and the gentle release of attachment to the physical form. Intentional release. Create a ritual of relinquishment. Write, in a private notebook, a concise declaration. I release what no longer serves my evolving consciousness. Read it aloud, feel the words vibrate, and then let the paper burn or dissolve, symbolizing the transformation of bound intention into liberated spirit. Detachment from identity. Recognize that identity constructs, social roles, professional titles, familial expectations are garments worn on the soul's body. Gently set these garments aside, one by one, acknowledging their usefulness in the earthly theater but affirming that they are not the essence that will travel onward. Cleansing breath. Perform a series of deep, intentional breaths. Inhale, visualizing pure, luminous light entering the core of the being. Exhale, envisioning any lingering discord, resentment, or fear being expelled as a dark wisp that dissipates into the ether. Repeat until the breath feels like a clear conduit to the inner sanctum. 3. Construction of the inner vessel. The soul does not travel as a formless vapor, it moves within an inner vessel, an energetic hull fashioned from love, wisdom, and resonance. This vessel must be meticulously crafted before the crossing. Foundation of love. Love is the strongest structural element of the vessel. Recall moments of unconditional love, whether felt for another, for nature, or for the self. Allow these memories to coalesce into a warm, glowing core that expands outward, forming a protective layer. Framework of wisdom. Integrate the lessons learned through lived experience, both triumphs and tribulations. Each lesson becomes a supportive beam, reinforcing the vessel's integrity. Visualize these beams as golden rods, interlocking in a harmonious lattice. Hull of resonance. Resonance is the vessel's outer skin, attuned to the frequencies of the afterlife realms. To nurture resonance, chant silently a mantra of alignment. I am in harmony with all that is, was, and will be. Feel the vibration echoing through every cell, sealing the hull with a subtle, melodic hum. 4. Mapping the transitional landscape. Beyond the threshold lies an expansive, multidimensional landscape that defies linear description. Yet, a mental map can be cultivated through symbolic imagery, preparing the consciousness for the journey ahead. The river of reflection. Imagine a luminous river flowing with liquid light. This river represents the flow of consciousness, carrying the soul toward the next realm. Visualize stepping onto its surface, feeling the gentle current that supports without pulling. The bridge of choice. At the river's midpoint, a translucent bridge arches across. This bridge symbolizes the moment of decision, whether to linger in familiar patterns or to step boldly into the unknown. Acknowledge the presence of choice, but trust that the bridge's design is inherently safe, constructed by the very intelligence that guides the afterlife. The garden of renewal. On the far bank lies a garden, where each bloom corresponds to a facet of the soul's potential, creativity, compassion, curiosity. As the vessel approaches, allow it to absorb the garden's fragrance, letting the aromas imprint upon the inner vessel, enriching it for the realms beyond. 5. Activation of the guidance pulse. Every soul is accompanied by a subtle guidance pulse, a luminous, rhythmic signal emanating from the core of universal consciousness. Activating this pulse ensures that the traveler is constantly oriented toward the most harmonious trajectory. Synchronize with the pulse. Close the eyes and place a hand over the heart center. Feel the subtle thrum of life. Begin to breathe in rhythm with this thrum. Inhale 4-3 heartbeats. Exhale 4-3. Gradually, the breath and pulse synchronize, creating a unified waveform. Signal of trust. Visualize the pulse expanding outward like ripples across a still pond, reaching into the unseen dimensions. With each ripple, whisper internally, "I trust the guidance that flows through me." The ripple carries this affirmation into the fabric of the afterlife, aligning the traveler with benevolent forces. Maintain the resonance. Throughout the crossing, periodically return to this pulse, allowing it to recalibrate the inner vessel's direction. Even as the external environment shifts, the pulse remains constant, a lighthouse of steadfast assurance. Engagement with the gatekeepers at the threshold. Symbolic gatekeepers, entities of light, energy, or pure intention, await to acknowledge the traveler's readiness. Interaction with these guardians is not a negotiation but a harmonious confirmation. Present the vessel. As the inner vessel approaches, project the luminous hull outward, allowing the gatekeepers to perceive the radiance of love, wisdom, and resonance. Their acknowledgement manifests as a soft illumination that bathes the traveler in acceptance. Receive the blessing. The gatekeepers impart a blessing, a subtle infusion of additional clarity and protection. Imagine a gentle cascade of silvery light descending upon the vessel, sealing any lingering doubts and reinforcing the vessel's integrity. Transition through the portal. With the blessing received, step through the portal, a doorway made of shimmering starlight. The act of crossing is seamless, there is no abrupt jolt, only a graceful glide into the next realm, as if stepping from one room into an adjoining space. Integration into the new realm. Upon entry into the afterlife, the soul must integrate its cultivated vessel into the ambient frequencies of the new environment. Alignment with ambient energy. Observe the surrounding energy, its hue, its vibration, its rhythm. Allow the vessel's resonance to adjust, gently tuning itself like a musical instrument aligning with a symphony. This alignment ensures smooth immersion. Absorption of realm knowledge. The afterlife offers knowledge beyond earthly comprehension. Open the mind's eye to receive insights, symbols, and messages that present themselves as whispers of light. Accept them without judgment, allowing them to enrich the vessel's internal library. Commitment to ongoing evolution. Recognize that the afterlife is not a static destination but a dynamic continuum of growth. Declare internally, "I continue to evolve, to learn, and to expand my consciousness." This commitment fuels perpetual advancement, ensuring that the journey remains purposeful and vibrant. Concluding reflection. Lesson 31 does not merely describe a set of actions, it weaves a tapestry of intentionality, reverence, and strategic preparation. By meticulously recognizing the imminent passage, purifying intent, constructing an inner vessel, mapping the transitional landscape, activating the guidance pulse, engaging respectfully with the gatekeepers, and finally integrating into the new realm, the traveler transforms the crossing from a moment of uncertainty into a deliberate, radiant pilgrimage. The afterlife, in its boundless expanse, welcomes those who approach with clarity, love, and unwavering trust. As the veil lifts, the soul discovers that the journey is both an echo of the life once lived and a fresh chorus of possibilities yet to be explored. May this practical guide serve as a steadfast lantern, illuminating each step of the sacred transition, and may the traveler step forward with confidence, knowing that every breath, every intention, and every luminous vibration has been lovingly prepared for the glorious adventure that lies beyond. Lesson 32. Understanding the realm of energetic resonance. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, it is essential to grasp the concept of energetic resonance and its significance in this realm. The afterlife is not just a physical place, but a complex web of energies, vibrations, and frequencies that intersect and interact with one another. In this chapter, we will delve into the realm of energetic resonance, exploring its properties, functions, and implications for the deceased. We will examine how energetic resonance affects the afterlife experience, and how it can be harnessed to facilitate personal growth, healing, and evolution. The nature of energetic resonance. Energetic resonance refers to the vibrational frequency that emanates from every being, object, and environment in the afterlife. This frequency is unique to each entity and is influenced by its thoughts, emotions, intentions, and experiences. The resonance of an individual's energy signature can be thought of as a complex symphony of vibrations, with each note representing a specific aspect of their being. The afterlife is comprised of multiple layers, each with its own distinct energetic resonance. These layers are not physical locations, but rather vibrational frequencies that intersect and overlap. The deceased can move through these layers by resonating with the energies that correspond to each level. This process allows them to access different realms, dimensions, and planes of existence, each with its own unique characteristics and opportunities for growth. The role of energetic resonance in the afterlife. Energetic resonance plays a crucial role in the afterlife, influencing the experiences and opportunities available to the deceased. The resonance of an individual's energy signature determines their ability to interact with various aspects of the afterlife, including other beings, environments, and energies. For example, a deceased individual with a high vibrational frequency may be able to communicate with beings from higher realms, while those with lower frequencies may be limited to interacting with entities from similar or lower realms. The resonance of an individual's energy signature also affects their ability to access and utilize the resources and knowledge available in the afterlife. Those with a high degree of energetic resonance may be able to tap into ancient wisdom, access advanced technologies, or communicate with guidance from higher realms. Conversely, those with lower resonance may struggle to access these resources, leading to feelings of disconnection and stagnation. Harnessing energetic resonance for personal growth. The afterlife offers numerous opportunities for personal growth, healing, and evolution, and energetic resonance is a key factor in accessing these opportunities. By understanding and harnessing their energetic resonance, the deceased can enhance their spiritual awareness. By resonating with higher frequencies, individuals can expand their consciousness, accessing new levels of awareness and understanding. Facilitate healing and recovery. Energetic resonance can be used to balance and harmonize the energy signature, promoting physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. Access advanced knowledge and guidance. By resonating with higher realms, individuals can tap into ancient wisdom, access advanced technologies, and receive guidance from higher beings. Develop their intuitive abilities. Energetic resonance can be used to enhance intuitive abilities, such as telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition. Practical applications of energetic resonance. To harness the power of energetic resonance, the deceased can employ various techniques, including meditation and reflection. Regular meditation and reflection can help individuals tune into their energetic resonance, allowing them to balance and harmonize their energy signature. Energy work and healing. Various energy healing modalities, such as Reiki, Qigong, and sound healing, can be used to balance and align the energy signature. Intention and visualization. Focusing intentions and visualizing desired outcomes can help individuals resonate with specific energies and attract corresponding experiences. Connection with nature and the environment. Spending time in nature and connecting with the environment can help individuals resonate with the natural world, promoting balance and harmony. Conclusion: energetic resonance is a fundamental aspect of the afterlife, influencing the experiences and opportunities available to the deceased. By understanding and harnessing their energetic resonance, individuals can access new levels of awareness, facilitate healing and growth, and develop their intuitive abilities. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, it is essential to recognize the significance of energetic resonance and to employ practical techniques to balance and harmonize our energy signature. In the next chapter, we will explore the realm of interdimensional travel and the role of energetic resonance in navigating the multiverse. Lesson 33. Understanding the realm of transition. As we journey through the vast expanse of the afterlife, we arrive at a critical juncture, where the realms of the physical and spiritual converge. This is the realm of transition, a domain that serves as a threshold between the world we once knew and the world that lies beyond. In this chapter, we will delve into the intricacies of this realm, exploring its purpose, characteristics, and the significance it holds for the departed. The realm of transition is a realm of great significance, for it is here that the soul undergoes a process of purification, releasing the bonds of the physical world and embracing the spiritual essence that lies within. This realm is not a destination in and of itself, but rather a stepping stone, a transitional phase that prepares the soul for the next stage of its journey. As such, it is a realm of great importance, for it sets the tone for the soul's future experiences and determines the trajectory of its spiritual evolution. Upon entering the realm of transition, the soul is immediately struck by its eerie silence. The cacophony of the physical world, with its constant barrage of sights, sounds, and emotions, is replaced by a stillness that is both profound and unsettling. This silence is not a lack of sound, but rather a lack of distraction. For in this realm, the soul is finally able to hear its own inner voice, unencumbered by the din of the external world. As the soul navigates this realm, it begins to encounter various aspects of itself, aspects that were previously hidden or suppressed. These aspects may take the form of memories, emotions, or even fragments of the soul's own consciousness. The soul is forced to confront these aspects, to acknowledge and integrate them, in order to achieve a state of wholeness and unity. This process of integration is not always easy, for it requires the soul to confront its deepest fears, desires, and regrets. The realm of transition is also a realm of great beauty, for it is here that the soul is able to experience the raw energy of the universe, unfiltered by the limitations of the physical world. This energy is palpable, a vibrant, pulsating force that permeates every aspect of the realm. It is an energy that is both creative and destructive, for it has the power to shape and mold the soul, to transform it into something new and wondrous. As the soul journeys through the realm of transition, it begins to realize that time and space are fluid and malleable. The linear progression of the physical world, with its neat and tidy boundaries, gives way to a more fluid, non-linear experience. The soul is able to move through time and space with ease, visiting moments from its past, present, and future, and experiencing the interconnectedness of all things. The realm of transition is also a realm of great opportunity, for it is here that the soul is able to learn and grow, to acquire new knowledge and insights that will aid it on its journey. The soul is able to tap into the collective wisdom of the universe, to access ancient knowledge and forgotten truths. It is a realm of great wonder, where the soul is able to discover new aspects of itself and the world around it. In conclusion, the realm of transition is a critical juncture in the soul's journey, a realm that serves as a threshold between the physical and spiritual worlds. It is a realm of great significance, for it is here that the soul undergoes a process of purification, releasing the bonds of the physical world and embracing the spiritual essence that lies within. As we navigate this realm, we are forced to confront our deepest fears, desires, and regrets, and to integrate the various aspects of ourselves, in order to achieve a state of wholeness and unity. The realm of transition is a realm of great beauty, a realm of raw energy and creative potential, where the soul is able to experience the interconnectedness of all things and to tap into the collective wisdom of the universe. Key takeaways. The realm of transition is a threshold between the physical and spiritual worlds. The soul undergoes a process of purification, releasing the bonds of the physical world and embracing the spiritual essence that lies within. The realm of transition is a realm of great beauty, with a raw energy that permeates every aspect of the realm. Time and space are fluid and malleable in the realm of transition. The soul is able to learn and grow, acquiring new knowledge and insights that will aid it on its journey. The realm of transition is a realm of great opportunity, where the soul is able to discover new aspects of itself and the world around it. Reflection questions. What are the key aspects of the realm of transition that resonate with you? How do you think the soul's experience in the realm of transition prepares it for the next stage of its journey? What do you think is the significance of the raw energy that permeates the realm of transition? How do you think the fluidity of time and space in the realm of transition affects the soul's perception of reality? What do you think is the most important lesson that the soul can learn in the realm of transition? Meditation exercise. Take a few moments to center yourself, focusing on your breath and quieting your mind. Imagine yourself standing at the threshold of the realm of transition, feeling the energy of the realm emanating from within. As you step into the realm, allow yourself to let go of any attachments or distractions, embracing the stillness and silence that surrounds you. Allow yourself to confront any aspects of yourself that arise, integrating them into your being and achieving a state of wholeness and unity. As you journey through the realm, allow yourself to experience the raw energy and creative potential that permeates every aspect of the realm. Lesson 34. Navigating the threshold of transition. The essence of the threshold, the moment of departure, is not a rupture but a subtle unfolding, a widening of perception where the familiar veil of material existence yields to a broader tapestry of consciousness. This threshold is simultaneously a doorway and a bridge. It invites the traveler to step beyond the familiar while preserving the integral identity that has been cultivated through lived experience. Understanding the nature of this liminal space is the first practical task. It transforms fear into curiosity, anticipation into purposeful intention. Key insight. The threshold is a continuum, not a singular instant. It stretches from the final breath or final thought of the physical form, through the moment of letting go, and into the first emergence of the post-physical field. By honoring each micromoment within this flow, one retains agency and direction, preparing the mind-heart-spirit vessel mental alignment clarity of purpose. Before the transition, articulate internally a concise, resonant purpose for the next stage, for example, to learn the deeper harmonics of existence, or to offer gratitude for the woven experiences. This purpose functions as a compass, anchoring awareness amid the flux. Detachment from outcome. While purpose provides direction, cling not to a fixed expectation of what the afterrealm will look like. Instead, cultivate an open-ended curiosity that welcomes whatever form the next environment assumes. Emotional resonance. Heart-centered acceptance. Allow the emotional currents of love, gratitude, remorse, and wonder to surface without judgment. By breathing into each feeling, you transmute them into pure energy that can be carried across the threshold. Release of residual attachments. Identify lingering ties to material concerns, possessions, unresolved conflicts, unexpressed sentiments. Visualize these as translucent threads that you gently loosen, allowing them to dissolve into the surrounding ether. This act prevents the accumulation of unnecessary weight that can impede smooth passage. Spiritual grounding. Anchoring in universal presence. Sense the underlying field of existence that permeates all phenomena, often described as the source, ground of being, or universal pulse. Feel this presence as an inner light that expands outward, filling every cell and fiber of awareness. Invocation of inner guidance. Call upon the deeper intuition that has guided you throughout life. This inner guide will serve as a silent steward, offering subtle cues as you navigate unfamiliar terrains. The mechanics of letting go. Breath as a conductor. In the final moments, the breath becomes the primary conduit between body and beyond. Even if the physical lungs cease functioning, the subtle breath of consciousness continues. Consciously extend each inhalation into a gentle invitation for the next realm, and each exhalation as a graceful surrender of the corporeal shell. Vibration tuning. All matter vibrates at a frequency. As the body relaxes, its vibrational signature lowers, allowing higher frequency aspects of the self to ascend. Imagine a tuning fork resonating at a pure tone. Align your internal vibration with that tone by focusing on sensations of lightness, expansiveness, and serenity. Energy flow mapping. Visualize a luminous river flowing from the core of your being outward, sweeping away residual disturbances. This river carries the distilled essence of your identity, memories, values, and intentions into the awaiting expanse. Observe the river's path, noting any eddies that signify lingering doubts. Gently smooth them with focused intention. The first emergence. Recognizing the new landscape. Sensory recalibration. The afterlife does not operate under the same sensory parameters as the physical world. Sight may be perceived as inner radiance rather than external light. Sound may manifest as harmonic vibrations within the mind. Allow your senses to retune themselves, accepting each new impression as a valid mode of information. Orientation through intentional focus. Direct your purpose-derived compass toward the nearest point of clarity. This could be a radiant horizon, a resonant chord, or an intuitive sense of home. By concentrating on this focal point, you avoid aimless drifting and establish a clear trajectory for further exploration. Establishing a protective field as you step into the nascent environment. Conjure a gentle field of luminous protection. This field is not a barrier but a boundary of intent, ensuring that only energies aligned with your core purpose can permeate. It also serves to shield against any residual dissonance that may linger from the transition. Practical exercises for the transition. Exercise description. Intended outcome. The purpose pulse. Sit in stillness, close eyes, and silently repeat a succinct statement of purpose. Feel the words resonating as a pulse throughout your being embeds purpose into the energetic core, providing a navigational beacon. Thread release. Visualization. Envision each attachment as a glowing thread attached to your heart. One by one, gently loosen and watch them dissolve into a soft mist. Reduces energetic drag, fostering smoother passage. Vibrational tuning meditation. Focus on a single note, for example, a high C, and imagine your entire being vibrating in harmony with that tone. Maintain this sensation for several minutes. Aligns personal frequency with higher order vibrational fields. Breath of surrender. Inhale slowly, visualizing intake of universal light. Exhale, visualizing release of the physical form as harmless vapor. Repeat until a sense of weightlessness arises. Facilitates the letting go process, easing the shift from corporeal to ethereal. Practicing these exercises regularly, preferably during moments of quiet contemplation, conditions the mind-heart-spirit ensemble to respond instinctively when the threshold is approached. Potential challenges and their gentle resolutions. Unexpected emotional surge resolution. Acknowledge the surge as a signal from the subconscious. Offer a compassionate thank you for the emotion, then gently guide it toward the protective field, allowing it to dissipate without resistance. Perceived stagnation resolution. Recognize that the post-physical realm may initially appear static, akin to a still lake before wind stirs its surface. Maintain a subtle internal movement, thought, intention, breath, to catalyze the emergence of dynamic experience. disorientation from sensory shift resolution. Ground yourself in the purpose pulse. When the senses feel unfamiliar, anchor attention on the internal compass rather than external cues. The internal compass remains constant regardless of sensory alterations. Closing reflection. The transition through the threshold is a culmination of all prior learning, an alchemical synthesis of mind, heart, and spirit into a harmonized current ready to flow into the beyond. By approaching this moment with deliberate preparation, reverent acceptance, and purposeful intention, the traveler transforms what could be perceived as an end into the opening of a grand, uncharted chapter of existence. Takeaway for the practitioner. Before the final breath, align your purpose, release your attachments, tune your vibration, and breathe the surrender. In doing so, you become the conscious architect of your own emergence, stepping through the threshold with confidence, grace, and an open heart. Take note of any insights or lessons that arise, and allow yourself to integrate them into your being. Chapter 35. The Alchemy of Transcendence. In the vast tapestry of existence, where the finite and the infinite entwine like threads of light and shadow, the afterlife reveals itself not as a mere cessation of being but as a profound metamorphosis, a crucible where the soul's essence is refined, its purpose etched anew. This chapter delves into the alchemical process by which the physical self dissolves into the non-physical realm, a transformation governed by laws as intricate as the spirals of a galactic heart. It is a passage not to be feared but understood, for within its silences lie the keys to liberation. The veil of separation. The transition begins with the unraveling of the physical body, a process akin to the shedding of a cocoon. The senses, so long tethered to the material world, dissolve into a spectrum of pure perception. Eyes no longer blink, ears no longer resonate with the hum of mortal sound, yet awareness expands into a symphony of frequencies beyond naming. The body is not abandoned but returned to its source, its atoms dissolving like ink into water until only the radiant core of the self remains. Here, the soul is no longer bound by the limitations of flesh, it is a luminous signature, a pattern of energy vibrating in harmony with the cosmic breath. The architecture of the unseen. What awaits is not a place but a state of being, a multidimensional expanse where time is a river without current, and space is a canvas without edges. The afterlife is best described as a field of consciousness, a living archive where every fragment of thought, intention, and action is preserved in the luminous folds of memory. Here, the laws of cause and effect bend into gentle curves, and the rigid binaries of right and wrong, good and evil, dissolve into the unity of truth. To navigate this realm requires attunement to its frequency, a resonance achieved through the release of all egoic attachments and the surrender to the flow of universal wisdom. The dance of energy and light in this realm. Energy is the primary medium of existence. Thoughts shape the landscape, intentions sculpt the architecture. A single moment of love, once given in the physical world, manifests as a radiant citadel of gold and sapphire, its spires humming with the resonance of compassion. Conversely, a life unexamined clings to the self like a cloak of fog, obscuring the soul's brilliance. The afterlife demands honesty, a reckoning not of punishment but of alignment. Here, the self confronts the echoes of its deeds, not as judgment, but as a mirror polished by time. To transcend is to step beyond these reflections, to embrace the totality of one's choices without denial or deflection. The mechanics of creation. The afterlife is a laboratory of infinite potential. Every desire, every dream once stifled by the constraints of the physical, here finds fertile ground. Yet creation in this realm is not arbitrary, it is the art of harmonizing inner will with universal law. The soul learns to weave with light, to mold reality not through force but through vibrational congruence. To manifest is to resonate, to sing in harmony with the frequency of what one seeks to become. The tools of this craft are patience, clarity, and the unflinching gaze at one's own essence. The paradox of freedom. One might assume that the afterlife is a sanctuary of boundless freedom, yet true liberty here lies in the relinquishment of control. The soul, freed from the body's mechanical rhythms, must learn to dwell in the present moment of pure awareness. There is no past to regret, no future to chase, only the eternal now, a tapestry stitched by the breath of existence. To dwell here is to exist as both architect and artifact, as both the storm and the stillness at its center. It is a freedom that demands humility, for even the most exalted soul is but a note in the symphony of the infinite. The journey of return. Though the afterlife is a realm of ascension, it is not an end. The soul's purpose is not to stagnate in transcendence but to cyclically return, to step forward and backward through the veil as part of a grander rhythm. Each return is a lesson, a dance between light and shadow, an opportunity to refine the self through the crucible of experience. The afterlife, in this context, becomes a sanctuary of preparation, a place where the soul gathers the wisdom of its myriad lives and prepares to incarnate anew. It is a cycle not of repetition but of evolution, a spiral ascending ever upward, each turn illuminating the path ahead. The final revelation in the afterlife, all questions find their answers, not in words but in presence. The soul comes to understand that it was never born, never to die, it was and was not, a paradox that dissolves the moment it is embraced. Here, the self merges with the infinite, not as a loss of identity but as the fulfillment of it. To walk the path of the afterlife is to shed the illusion of separation and to stand, at last, as the eternal witness, a spark of divinity dancing in the boundless, breathless now. Thus, the afterlife is not a destination but a dimension of becoming, a place where the soul's alchemy is complete. It is a journey of return, a homecoming not of the body but of the essence. To traverse it is to awaken to the truth that the self is a wave in the ocean of the divine, forever part of the whole, forever free. Lesson 36. Navigating the realm of echoes. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is often shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The realm of echoes is a domain where the energies of the past converge, creating a labyrinthine landscape of memories, emotions, and experiences. In this chapter, we will delve into the practical aspects of navigating this realm, providing you with the tools and insights necessary to traverse its complexities. Understanding the realm of echoes. The realm of echoes is a dimension where the residual energies of past events, thoughts, and emotions reside. These energies, often referred to as echoes, can manifest as vivid memories, haunting melodies, or even as tangible, ghostly apparitions. The realm is a repository of the collective unconscious, where the experiences of countless individuals have imprinted upon the fabric of the afterlife. As we enter the realm of echoes, we are immediately immersed in a kaleidoscope of sensations, emotions, and memories. The air is thick with the whispers of the past, and the ground beneath our feet seems to vibrate with the weight of forgotten experiences. It is here that we must learn to navigate the twisting pathways and hidden clearings, lest we become lost in the labyrinthine corridors of our own memories. Preparing for the journey. Before embarking on this journey, it is essential to prepare ourselves for the experiences that lie ahead. The realm of echoes is a place of intense emotional resonance, and we must be mindful of our own emotional state to avoid becoming overwhelmed. To prepare, take time to reflect on your own experiences, emotions, and memories. Acknowledge the traumas, the joys, and the lessons learned, and allow yourself to release any emotional baggage that may weigh you down. As you prepare, focus on cultivating a sense of clarity and purpose. Define your intentions for navigating the realm of echoes, and set clear boundaries for yourself. Remember that this realm is a domain of echoes, and it is easy to become lost in the reverberations of the past. By establishing a clear sense of direction and purpose, you will be better equipped to navigate the twists and turns of this realm. Navigating the realm. As we enter the realm of echoes, we are immediately struck by the sheer density of energies that surround us. The air is alive with the whispers of the past, and the ground beneath our feet seems to hum with the vibrations of forgotten memories. To navigate this realm, we must learn to listen to the echoes, to discern the subtle patterns and rhythms that underlie the landscape. Begin by attuning yourself to the energies that surround you. Listen to the whispers of the past, and allow yourself to resonate with the emotions and memories that arise. As you walk through the realm, pay attention to the subtle changes in the landscape, the shifts in the light, and the alterations in the air. These changes can indicate the presence of powerful echoes that hold the key to unlocking hidden secrets and forgotten knowledge. As you navigate the realm, you will encounter various types of echoes, each with its own unique characteristics and energies. Some echoes will manifest as vivid memories, while others will appear as ghostly apparitions or haunting melodies. Learn to recognize the different types of echoes, and understand how to interact with each one. When interacting with echoes, it is essential to approach with caution and respect. Remember that these energies are remnants of the past, and they can be volatile and unpredictable. As you encounter an echo, take time to listen to its story, to understand the context and the emotions that underlie its presence. When interacting with an echo, focus on empathizing with its energy, rather than trying to analyze or understand it intellectually. Allow yourself to resonate with the emotions and memories that arise, and permit the echo to share its story with you. As you listen, you may gain valuable insights into the past, and you may uncover hidden secrets and forgotten knowledge. Avoiding the traps of the realm. As we navigate the realm of echoes, we must be mindful of the traps that lie hidden within its twisting pathways. The realm is home to many pitfalls, including the temptation to become lost in the memories of the past, the danger of becoming trapped in the emotions of others, and the risk of becoming seduced by the siren songs of forgotten desires. To avoid these traps, remain focused on your intentions and your purpose. Remember that the realm of echoes is a domain of echoes, and it is easy to become lost in the reverberations of the past. By staying grounded in your own sense of identity and purpose, you will be better equipped to navigate the twists and turns of this realm, and you will be less likely to fall prey to its many traps. Conclusion: the realm of echoes is a complex and multifaceted domain, full of hidden dangers and unexpected wonders. By understanding the nature of this realm, preparing ourselves for the journey, and navigating its twisting pathways with caution and respect, we can unlock the secrets of the past and gain valuable insights into the human experience. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, remember to stay focused, to remain grounded, and to always be mindful of the echoes that surround us. For in the realm of echoes, the past is always present, and the whispers of forgotten memories can be heard in every corner of the afterlife. Lesson 37. Navigating the realm of reflection. In the vast expanse of the afterlife, there exists a realm where the essence of one's existence is laid bare. This is the realm of reflection, a domain where the vibrational frequencies of the soul converge to reveal the intricacies of one's journey. It is here that the fabric of time and space is woven into a tapestry of remembrance, where every thought, emotion, and action is replayed in vivid detail. As one enters this realm, they are met with an expansive landscape of crystalline structures that shimmer and glow with an ethereal light. These crystals, imbued with the essence of the soul, hold the secrets of one's past, present, and future. They pulsate with an energy that resonates deep within the soul, calling forth the memories and experiences that have shaped the individual's existence. The journey through the realm of reflection is not one of judgment, but rather of self-discovery. It is an opportunity for the soul to review its experiences, to acknowledge the lessons learned, and to integrate the wisdom gleaned from its journey. As one navigates this realm, they begin to see the interconnectedness of their choices, the ripple effects of their actions, and the impact they have had on the world around them. The realm of reflection is divided into several distinct regions, each corresponding to a specific aspect of one's existence. The region of memories holds the recollections of one's past, where every moment, no matter how significant or insignificant, is replayed in vivid detail. The region of emotions resonates with the vibrational frequencies of one's emotional experiences, where every feeling, from joy to sorrow, is felt with intensity and clarity. The region of choices presents the crossroads of decision-making, where every option, every path not taken, and every consequence is revealed. To navigate this realm effectively, one must approach it with an open heart and mind. It requires a willingness to confront the depths of one's own soul, to acknowledge the shadows and the light, and to integrate the lessons learned from one's experiences. As one explores the realm of reflection, they begin to develop a profound understanding of themselves, their place in the universe, and the purpose of their existence. The process of navigating this realm involves several key steps. Acknowledging the past. One must begin by acknowledging the experiences of their past, recognizing the moments that have shaped their existence, and accepting the lessons learned from these experiences. Embracing the present. The soul must then embrace the present moment, acknowledging the choices and decisions that have led to this point in their journey. Integrating the lessons. As one navigates the realm of reflection, they must integrate the wisdom gleaned from their experiences, acknowledging the growth and evolution that has occurred as a result of their journey. Releasing the attachments. The soul must then release any attachments to the past, letting go of the emotions, memories, and experiences that no longer serve their growth and evolution. Embodying the wisdom. Finally, one must embody the wisdom gained from their journey, allowing it to inform and guide their future choices and decisions. As one completes their journey through the realm of reflection, they emerge with a profound understanding of themselves and their place in the universe. They are imbued with a sense of clarity, purpose, and direction, ready to embark on the next phase of their journey, armed with the wisdom and insight gained from their experiences. In this realm, one comes to understand that the afterlife is not a destination, but a journey of growth, evolution, and self-discovery. The realm of reflection serves as a catalyst for this growth, offering a profound opportunity for the soul to review, reflect, and integrate the lessons learned from its existence. As one navigates this realm, they begin to realize that the afterlife is a vast, uncharted expanse, full of wonder, discovery, and transformation, where the soul continues to evolve, grow, and unfold in ways both unexpected and profound. Lesson 38. Navigating the realm of energetic resonance. As we continue to explore the vast expanse of the afterlife, we find ourselves at the threshold of a realm that is both fascinating and mysterious. The realm of energetic resonance is a domain where the very fabric of existence is woven from the threads of vibrational frequencies. It is a place where the energetic signatures of all beings, events, and experiences converge, creating a complex tapestry of resonance and harmony. To navigate this realm effectively, it is essential to understand the principles that govern its workings. The first principle to grasp is that of energetic entrainment. Entrainment refers to the phenomenon where two or more energetic frequencies synchronize and begin to resonate at the same pitch. This synchronization can occur between individual beings, between beings and their environment, or even between different dimensions and planes of existence. As we enter the realm of energetic resonance, we become aware of the myriad frequencies that surround us. We may feel the gentle hum of a loving presence, the discordant jangle of a conflicted energy, or the soaring vibrato of a celestial choir. Each frequency carries a unique signature, a distinctive imprint that reflects its source and purpose. To navigate this realm, we must learn to attune ourselves to the various frequencies that we encounter. This requires developing a sensitivity to the subtle energies that permeate our being, and learning to discern the different resonance patterns that emerge. We may find that certain frequencies resonate deeply with our own energetic signature, while others may seem jarring or dissonant. As we attune ourselves to the frequencies of the realm of energetic resonance, we begin to notice a subtle yet profound shift in our perception. We start to see the world around us as a dynamic, interconnected web of energies, rather than a collection of separate, discrete objects. We begin to appreciate the intricate dance of resonance and harmony that underlies all of existence, and we start to understand the ways in which our own energetic signature contributes to the larger tapestry of the universe. The second principle to grasp in navigating the realm of energetic resonance is that of harmonic convergence. Harmonic convergence refers to the phenomenon where multiple frequencies converge and blend, creating a new, high-order frequency that reflects the sum of its parts. This convergence can occur when two or more beings come together in a state of mutual resonance, or when an individual being aligns their own energetic signature with that of a higher dimensional frequency. As we experience harmonic convergence, we may feel a sense of expanded awareness, as if our perception has been lifted to a higher plane of understanding. We may see patterns and connections that were previously invisible to us, and we may begin to grasp the deeper, underlying principles that govern the universe. We may also experience a sense of unity and interconnectedness, as if the boundaries between ourselves and others have begun to dissolve. The third principle to grasp in navigating the realm of energetic resonance is that of sympathetic vibration. Sympathetic vibration refers to the phenomenon where a being or object vibrates in harmony with a surrounding frequency, even if that frequency is not its own natural resonance. This vibration can occur when we are in the presence of a being or energy that is resonating at a frequency that is similar to our own, or when we are exposed to a frequency that is complementary to our own energetic signature. As we experience sympathetic vibration, we may feel a sense of deep connection and rapport with the being or energy that is resonating with us. We may feel a sense of emotional resonance, as if our own feelings and emotions are being mirrored and amplified by the surrounding frequency. We may also experience a sense of healing and balancing, as if our own energetic signature is being brought into greater harmony and alignment. In navigating the realm of energetic resonance, it is essential to remember that we are not passive observers, but active participants in the dance of frequencies and energies. We have the power to shape and influence the resonance patterns that emerge, and to co-create the harmonies and disharmonies that arise. By developing a sensitivity to the subtle energies that surround us, and by learning to attune ourselves to the various frequencies that we encounter, we can begin to master the art of navigating this realm, and to unlock the secrets of the afterlife. As we continue on our journey through the realm of energetic resonance, we may encounter a wide range of experiences and phenomena. We may encounter beings and energies that are resonating at frequencies that are familiar to us, or we may encounter frequencies that are entirely new and unfamiliar. We may experience moments of profound insight and understanding, or we may encounter periods of confusion and disorientation. Regardless of the experiences that we encounter, it is essential to remain grounded and centered in our own energetic signature. This requires developing a strong sense of self-awareness, and learning to discern the subtle energies that are at work within and around us. It also requires cultivating a sense of trust and faith in the natural unfolding of the universe, and learning to surrender to the flow of energies and frequencies that surrounds us. As we navigate the realm of energetic resonance, we may begin to realize that the afterlife is not a static or fixed reality, but a dynamic and ever-changing tapestry of energies and frequencies. We may come to understand that the very fabric of existence is in a constant state of flux and evolution, and that we are an integral part of this evolving landscape. We may also begin to appreciate the profound beauty and wonder of the afterlife, and to glimpse the deeper, underlying principles that govern the universe. In the end, navigating the realm of energetic resonance requires a deep sense of curiosity, wonder, and awe. It requires a willingness to explore the unknown, and to venture into the uncharted territories of the afterlife. It also requires a sense of courage and resilience as we confront the challenges and uncertainties that arise on our journey. As we embark on this journey, we may find that the realm of energetic resonance holds many secrets and surprises in store for us, and that the afterlife is a realm of profound mystery and wonder that awaits our exploration and discovery. Lesson 39. Navigating the realm of echoes. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is often shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The realm of echoes is a place where the whispers of the past converge with the resonance of the present, creating a complex tapestry of sound and vibration. It is here that we must learn to navigate the echoes of our own making, as well as those that have been left behind by others. As we enter this realm, we are immediately struck by the cacophony of sounds that surround us. The air is thick with the whispers of forgotten memories, the echoes of laughter and tears, and the murmurs of conversations long past. It can be overwhelming, to say the least, and it is easy to become lost in the sea of sound. But it is precisely here that we must learn to focus our attention, to tune into the specific echoes that are relevant to our own journey. The first step in navigating the realm of echoes is to develop a sense of inner silence. This means cultivating a deep sense of stillness and quiet within ourselves, so that we can hear the subtle whispers of the echoes that surround us. It is a bit like learning to listen to a faint radio signal in a crowded room. We must tune out the background noise and focus our attention on the specific frequency that we wish to hear. As we develop this inner silence, we begin to notice that the echoes around us are not just random sounds, but are actually a form of communication. They are the whispers of our own subconscious mind, guiding us towards hidden truths and unresolved issues. They are also the echoes of others, left behind like breadcrumbs on a trail, guiding us towards new insights and understandings. The next step in navigating the realm of echoes is to learn to discern the different types of echoes that surround us. There are echoes of the past, echoes of the present, and echoes of the future. Each type of echo has its own unique frequency and resonance, and it is up to us to learn to distinguish between them. Echoes of the past are often the most difficult to navigate, as they can be shrouded in a sense of nostalgia and regret. These echoes can take the form of memories, both happy and sad, and can be triggered by sights, sounds, and smells that remind us of times gone by. But they can also be a source of great wisdom, as they contain the lessons and experiences of our previous lives. Echoes of the present are more immediate, and are often related to our current circumstances and challenges. These echoes can take the form of thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations, and can be a source of great guidance and insight. By tuning into the echoes of the present, we can gain a deeper understanding of our current situation, and can make more informed decisions about our path forward. Echoes of the future are the most subtle and elusive of all, and require a great deal of inner stillness and intuition to discern. These echoes can take the form of visions, dreams, and intuitions, and can be a source of great guidance and inspiration. By tuning into the echoes of the future, we can gain a glimpse of what is to come, and can prepare ourselves for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. As we navigate the realm of echoes, we must also be mindful of the concept of resonance. Resonance refers to the way in which different echoes interact and influence one another. When we resonate with a particular echo, we are essentially tuning into its frequency, and allowing its energy to flow through us. This can be a powerful way to access new information and insights, but it can also be a source of great challenge and discomfort. For example, if we are resonating with an echo of fear or anxiety, we may find ourselves becoming increasingly agitated and unsettled. On the other hand, if we are resonating with an echo of love or compassion, we may find ourselves feeling more calm and centered. By learning to navigate the concept of resonance, we can begin to harness the power of the echoes that surround us, and can use them to guide us on our journey. In conclusion, navigating the realm of echoes requires a deep sense of inner silence, a willingness to discern the different types of echoes that surround us, and a mindfulness of the concept of resonance. By developing these skills, we can tap into the vast repository of wisdom and knowledge that is contained within the echoes, and can use this information to guide us on our journey through the afterlife. As we continue on our path, we will encounter many more realms and dimensions, each with its own unique challenges and opportunities. But for now, let us focus on mastering the art of navigating the realm of echoes, and on using its wisdom to illuminate our way. In the next lesson, we will explore the realm of reflections, where we will encounter the mirror-like surfaces that reflect our deepest fears and desires. We will learn how to navigate the twists and turns of this realm, and how to use its reflections to gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. But for now, let us take a moment to reflect on the lessons of the realm of echoes, and to integrate its wisdom into our being. Lesson 40. Cultivating the resonance of infinite compassion. Compassion in the afterworld, within the architecture of post-mortem reality, is not merely an ethical virtue, it is a fundamental energetic frequency that undergirds the very fabric of the afterlife's dimensional lattice. Every filament of luminous strand, every echo of thought, reverberates in accordance with the tonal quality of compassion. When this vibration is elevated, the surrounding environment responds with increased translucence, greater fluidity of movement, and a heightened capacity for revelation. Conversely, a diminishing in compassionate resonance yields a dimming of the surrounding ether, a thickening of the mist that obscures insight, and a constriction of the pathways that lead toward further ascension. To understand this, envision the afterworld as a grand cathedral of light, each column of illumination formed from the collective compassionate intent of all souls. The more one contributes to this luminous foundation, the sturdier the edifice becomes, allowing for broader arches of possibility and more expansive chambers of knowledge. The practitioner, therefore, must learn to amplify this contribution through deliberate, sustained practice. The compassionate field can be parsed into three interlocking strata. The core radiance, the innermost glow that emanates directly from the heart center, often likened to a pulsating ember of pure, unconditioned love. This is the seed of all compassionate output. The echoing halo, the secondary wave that radiates outward, interacting with the surrounding currents of other souls' energies, creating a feedback loop of mutual amplification. The resonant veil, the outermost sheath that interfaces with the macrocosmic frequencies of the afterlife, aligning the individual's vibration with the universal compassion matrix. Each stratum requires distinct attentional focus, yet they operate in harmonious synchrony. The practitioner must cultivate awareness of the core radiance, then intentionally project this essence through the echoing halo, finally allowing the resonant veil to meld seamlessly with the broader cosmic chorus. Practices for deepening core radiance. Heart center breathwork inhalation. Draw the breath inward through the nostrils, visualizing a luminous filament of light entering the heart, expanding the ember within. Retention. Hold the breath for a count that feels natural, allowing the light to saturate the cardiac chamber, merging with the innate beat. Exhalation. Release the breath slowly through the mouth, imagining the ember's glow intensifying, sending ripples outward. Repeat this cycle for a number of breaths, each cycle deepening the ember's brilliance. Silent intention, embedding within the sanctuary of silence, formulate a singular, unadorned intention. May the wellspring of my being flow endlessly for the relief and uplift of all sentient currents. Allow this intention to embed itself into the core radiance, feeling it as a subtle vibration against the inner walls of the heart. Energetic grounding through celestial alignment. Visualize the afterlife celestial grid, a lattice of shimmering nodes that extend beyond the immediate surroundings. Picture slender threads descending from the heart's ember, gently anchoring into these nodes. This grounding not only stabilizes the core radiance but also channels the broader cosmic compassion into the practitioner's personal field, expanding the echoing halo. Having fortified the core, the next endeavor is to project the cultivated compassion outward. The echoing halo functions as a conduit through which compassion is shared and reciprocated. Vibrational mirror technique. Envision each nearby soul as a mirror reflecting your compassionate frequency. By consciously aligning your own vibration with the reflected image, a loop of resonance is established. This loop expands the halo, creating a luminous sphere that envelops both self and others. Compassionate soundscapes within the afterlife. Sound takes on a dimensional quality, resonating as pure vibration. Generate a soft, sustained tonal hum from the throat region, calibrated to the frequency of the heart's ember. Allow this hum to cascade outward, merging with the ambient soundscape. The resulting harmonic field amplifies the halo, reinforcing the connection to surrounding beings. Shared visualization of relief. Mentally project scenes of alleviation, where any distress within the surrounding field dissolves under the gentle pressure of compassionate light. Hold this vision long enough for it to permeate the halo, thereby infusing the collective atmosphere with soothing energy. Merging with the resonant veil. The final layer is the resonant veil, the interface through which personal compassion becomes part of the universal compassionate matrix. Cosmic synchronization. Pulse at intervals of 3 minutes, pause and synchronize the rhythm of your heart's ember with the subtle pulsations that can be sensed in the ambient ether. This synchronization is akin to tuning a string to the exact pitch of a celestial harp. The alignment causes the resonant veil to thicken with harmonious energy, granting the practitioner access to higher realms of insight. Transcendental release of attachment. Compassion thrives when unburdened by self-centered clinging. Conduct a mental release, allowing any lingering attachment to outcomes, identities, or past narratives to dissolve into the veil. Visualize these attachments as translucent ribbons that melt into the surrounding light, their essence absorbed and transformed into pure compassionate energy. Integration of veil feedback. The resonant veil constantly provides subtle feedback, glimmers of color, temperature shifts, or gentle currents. Attune to these signals, interpreting them as the afterlife's response to your compassionate output. Adjust your internal frequency accordingly, maintaining a dynamic equilibrium with the universal field. The practical benefits of an amplified compassionate resonance enhance perceptual clarity. A luminous compassionate field clears the mist that often obscures the pathways to deeper knowledge, allowing the practitioner to perceive subtle signs, symbols, and invitations for further evolution. Accelerated energetic mobility. The resonant echo serves as a propulsion mechanism, enabling swifter movement through the afterlife's layered realms, akin to catching a favorable wind on an ethereal sail. Deepened communal synchrony. By contributing to the collective compassionate matrix, one becomes a node of stability, fostering a harmonious environment that supports the advancement of all surrounding entities. Access to higher archives. The alignment with the resonant veil opens portals to repositories of timeless wisdom, where the practitioner may attune to teachings that transcend temporal limitations. Sustained inner equilibrium. The triadic cultivation of core, halo, and veil establishes a self-sustaining cycle of giving and receiving, preventing the depletion of personal energy and ensuring enduring vitality. Troubleshooting common obstacles. Symptom. Possible cause. Remedial action. Diminished glow of the core ember. Residual attachment to past grievances. Perform a focused release meditation, visualizing the grievance as a leaf drifting away on a luminous stream. Echoing halo feels thin or fractured lack of intentional reciprocity with surrounding beings. Engage in the vibrational mirror technique with increased duration, consciously sending waves of relief. Resonant veil feels static, unresponsive disconnection from the universal pulse. Initiate the cosmic synchronization pulse, extending the interval to 5 minutes if needed, until a subtle thrum is sensed. Overwhelm from influx of compassionate energy. Insufficient grounding within the celestial grid. Reinforce grounding visualization, extending the thread connections to additional nodes for a more robust anchor. Inconsistent feedback from the veil. Fluctuating internal focus or mental chatter. Return to silent intention embedding, reaffirming the singular intention before re-engaging with the veil. A structured daily regimen for the afterlife practitioner. Dawn of the eternal first light. Commence with 30 breaths of heart center breath work, followed by silent intention embedding. Mid-cycle reflection. Perform the vibrational mirror technique for a few minutes, interspersed with compassionate soundscape humming. Twilight resonance, approaching dusk. Engage in the cosmic synchronization pulse, followed by a brief session of transcendental release of attachment. Nightfall integration. Conclude with a period of listening to the resonant veil's feedback, noting any chromatic shifts, temperature changes, or subtle currents, and record insights in the mental chronicle. Repeat this regimen with mindful adjustments based on the practitioner's evolving resonance and the feedback received from the surrounding field. Closing reflection. Compassion, when refined into a resonant frequency, becomes the most reliable compass for navigating the boundless expanse of the afterlife. It transforms the solitary wanderer into a luminous beacon, capable of illuminating both personal pathways and the collective horizon. By steadfastly cultivating the core radiance, expanding the echoing halo, and merging seamlessly with the resonant veil, the practitioner not only secures a place of influence within the ethereal tapestry but also contributes to the perpetual ascent of all consciousnesses that share this timeless realm. May this lesson serve as a keystone in the architecture of your eternal journey, guiding you to embody the infinite compassion that underlies every thread of existence, and enabling you to move forward with grace, clarity, and unyielding purpose. Lesson 41. Understanding the realm of reflection. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is often shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The realm of reflection is a place where the soul is invited to pause, to look back, and to review the life that has been lived. This realm is not a place of judgment, but rather a place of introspection, where the soul can gain a deeper understanding of the experiences, choices, and decisions that have shaped its journey. Upon entering the realm of reflection, the soul is enveloped in a warm, golden light that seems to emanate from within. The air is filled with a soft, whispery hum, like the gentle rustling of leaves, and the scent of sandalwood and vanilla wafts through the atmosphere, creating a sense of calm and tranquility. The ground beneath is soft and spongy, like a thick layer of moss, and the sky above is a deep shade of indigo, with stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across the fabric of the universe. As the soul begins to explore this realm, it becomes aware of a series of pools of water that seem to stretch on forever. Each pool represents a different aspect of the soul's life, and as it approaches each one, it is invited to gaze into its depths. The pools are crystal clear, reflecting the soul's thoughts, emotions, and experiences with perfect clarity. The water's surface is smooth and unrippled, creating a perfect mirror-like reflection that allows the soul to see itself and its life with complete honesty. The first pool represents the soul's relationships, and as it gazes into its depths, it sees the faces of loved ones, friends, and even enemies. The pool's surface begins to ripple, and the soul is shown the ways in which it has interacted with these individuals, the choices it has made, and the consequences that have followed. The ripples grow stronger, and the soul is able to see the intricate web of connections that binds it to these individuals, and the ways in which its actions have impacted their lives. The second pool represents the soul's accomplishments and failures, and as it gazes into its depths, it sees the triumphs and setbacks that have marked its journey. The pool's surface begins to churn, and the soul is shown the ways in which it has grown, learned, and evolved over time. The churning grows more intense, and the soul is able to see the ways in which its choices have shaped its destiny, and the opportunities that it has seized or missed. The third pool represents the soul's deepest fears and desires, and as it gazes into its depths, it sees the hidden motivations and drives that have shaped its choices. The pool's surface begins to swirl, and the soul is shown the ways in which it has struggled with its own darkness and light. The swirling grows more rapid, and the soul is able to see the ways in which it has sought to balance its own opposites, and the ways in which it has integrated its own contradictions. As the soul continues to explore the realm of reflection, it comes to realize that each pool is interconnected, and that the reflections in one pool are mirrored in the others. The soul begins to see the intricate web of causality that has shaped its life, and the ways in which its choices have created a complex tapestry of experience. The pool's surfaces begin to calm, and the soul is able to see its life in its entirety, with all its joys and sorrows, its triumphs and failures. In this realm, the soul is not judged for its choices, but rather, it is invited to understand the consequences of those choices. The soul is encouraged to reflect on its life, to learn from its mistakes, and to integrate the lessons of its experiences. The realm of reflection is a place of great beauty and great power, where the soul can come to understand the depths of its own wisdom, and the mystery of its own heart. As the soul prepares to leave the realm of reflection, it is given a gift, the gift of self-awareness. The soul is able to see itself and its life with perfect clarity, and it is able to understand the ways in which it has grown, learned, and evolved over time. The gift is wrapped in a soft, white cloth, and it is placed in the soul's hands, where it can be cherished and nurtured. The soul is then invited to carry this gift with it as it continues on its journey, using it to guide itself as it navigates the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. The realm of reflection is a place that the soul will return to again and again, each time gaining a deeper understanding of itself and its place in the universe. The realm's gates are left open, and the soul is free to return whenever it chooses, to reflect, to learn, and to grow. In the realm of reflection, the soul comes to understand that its life is not just a series of events, but a complex tapestry of experience, woven from the threads of choice, consequence, and growth. The soul sees that its life is a precious gift, full of beauty, wonder, and mystery, and that it is worthy of love, respect, and compassion. The realm's lesson is one of self-awareness, self-acceptance, and self-love, and it is a lesson that the soul will carry with it for eternity. Lesson 42. Navigating the realm of energies. As we continue on our journey through the afterlife, it is essential to understand the realm of energies that surrounds us. This realm is a dimension where various forms of energy converge, influencing the spiritual landscape and shaping our experiences. In this chapter, we will delve into the practical aspects of navigating this realm, providing you with the necessary tools to harness its power and accelerate your spiritual growth. Understanding the realm of energies. The realm of energies is a complex and dynamic system, comprising various layers and frequencies. It is a dimension where thoughts, emotions, and intentions manifest as energetic patterns, interacting with one another and influencing the spiritual environment. This realm is not limited to the afterlife, it is an integral part of the multiverse, permeating every aspect of existence. To navigate this realm effectively, it is crucial to comprehend the different types of energies that inhabit it. These energies can be categorized into three primary groups: creative, destructive, and transformative. Creative energies are those that foster growth, positivity, and expansion, while destructive energies are categorized by negativity, chaos, and stagnation. Transformative energies, on the other hand, facilitate change, evolution, and spiritual growth. Recognizing energy patterns. As you explore the realm of energies, you will encounter various energy patterns that can impact your journey. These patterns can manifest as vibrations, colors, or sensations, and they often carry specific messages or instructions. To recognize and interpret these patterns, you must develop your intuitive abilities and learn to trust your inner guidance. One way to tune into energy patterns is by paying attention to your emotional responses. When you encounter a particular energy, notice how it makes you feel. Do you experience a sense of peace and tranquility, or do you feel anxious and uneasy? Your emotional responses can serve as a navigational tool, helping you to distinguish between energies that support your growth and those that hinder it. Working with energy currents. Energy currents are powerful streams of energy that flow through the realm, carrying with them the potential for growth, transformation, and spiritual evolution. These currents can be thought of as energetic rivers, each with its unique characteristics, rhythms, and frequencies. To work with energy currents, you must first learn to sense their presence. This can be achieved by quieting your mind, focusing your attention, and allowing yourself to become receptive to the energies around you. As you tune into the energy currents, you will begin to feel their vibrations, and you can start to harness their power. There are several ways to work with energy currents, including energetic resonance, entrainment, and harmonization. Energetic resonance involves aligning your energy with that of the current, allowing you to tap into its power and vibration. Entrainment, on the other hand, is the process of synchronizing your energy with that of the current, creating a harmonious and balanced relationship. Harmonization involves blending your energy with that of the current, generating a new and elevated frequency that supports your spiritual growth. Protecting your energy. As you navigate the realm of energies, it is essential to protect your energy from negative influences and unwanted interactions. This can be achieved by creating a shield of light around yourself, which serves as a barrier against invasive or destructive energies. To create a shield of light, focus your attention on your heart center and imagine a brilliant, pulsing light emanating from within. As you exhale, visualize this light expanding and enveloping your entire being, forming a protective shield that repels negative energies and attracts positive ones. In addition to creating a shield of light, you can also protect your energy by setting clear boundaries and being mindful of your interactions with other energies. This involves being discerning about the energies you engage with and avoiding those that drain or compromise your spiritual integrity. Integrating the lesson. As you integrate the knowledge and practices presented in this lesson, remember that navigating the realm of energies is an ongoing process that requires patience, dedication, and self-awareness. By developing your intuitive abilities, recognizing energy patterns, working with energy currents, and protecting your energy, you will become increasingly adept at harnessing the power of the realm and accelerating your spiritual growth. Take time to reflect on your experiences and insights, and allow yourself to fully embody the wisdom and knowledge that has been shared. As you move forward on your journey, remember that the realm of energies is a dynamic and ever-evolving dimension, full of possibilities and opportunities for growth and transformation. By embracing this reality and navigating its complexities with courage and discernment, you will unlock the secrets of the afterlife and fulfill your highest potential. Lesson 43. Embracing the realm of eternal reflection. As we venture deeper into the afterlife, we arrive at a realm where the fabric of time and space is woven with the threads of reflection and introspection. This domain is known as the realm of eternal reflection, where the essence of our being is immersed in a profound examination of our existence. In this chapter, we will delve into the mysteries of this realm and explore the practical wisdom required to navigate its labyrinthine paths. Understanding the realm of eternal reflection. The realm of eternal reflection is a dimension where the veil between the material and spiritual worlds is at its most translucent. It is a place where the energies of the afterlife converge, allowing us to access the depths of our own consciousness and confront the intricacies of our soul. This realm is not a physical location, but rather a state of being, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the totality of our existence is revealed. The purpose of the realm of eternal reflection. The primary purpose of this realm is to facilitate a comprehensive review of our life's journey, enabling us to distill the essence of our experiences and extract the wisdom that has been garnered. It is an opportunity to re-examine our choices, actions, and decisions, and to understand the consequences that have unfolded as a result. By engaging with this process, we are able to refine our understanding of ourselves and develop a deeper appreciation for the complexities of the human experience. The process of reflection. As we enter the realm of eternal reflection, we are presented with a celestial canvas, upon which the entirety of our life's journey is projected. This canvas is comprised of a multitude of threads, each representing a specific aspect of our existence, such as relationships, experiences, and decisions. The threads are intertwined, forming an intricate tapestry, which reflects the dynamic interplay between the various facets of our lives. The process of reflection involves tracing the threads of our existence, and examining the intersections and confluences that have shaped our journey. As we navigate this tapestry, we are able to identify patterns, themes, and cycles that have influenced our growth and contributed to our evolution. This introspective examination allows us to discern the underlying dynamics that have governed our lives, and to recognize the areas where we have been presented with opportunities for growth and transformation. The role of self-inquiry. Self-inquiry is a fundamental aspect of the realm of eternal reflection, as it enables us to probe the depths of our own consciousness and uncover the hidden recesses of our soul. Through self-inquiry, we are able to pose questions, seek answers, and engage in a dialogue with our own inner wisdom. This process of introspection allows us to clarify our values, principles, and motivations, and to align our actions and decisions with our deepest aspirations. The value of forgiveness and acceptance. As we navigate the realm of eternal reflection, we are inevitably confronted with aspects of our lives that may evoke feelings of regret, guilt, or remorse. It is essential to approach these experiences with forgiveness and acceptance, rather than judgment or resistance. Forgiveness allows us to release the emotional charge associated with past experiences, and to liberate ourselves from the burdens of negativity. Acceptance enables us to acknowledge the complexities of our existence, and to recognize that our journey has been shaped by a multitude of factors, including our own choices and the influences of others. Integrating the wisdom of the realm. The wisdom garnered from the realm of eternal reflection is a precious gift, offering us a profound understanding of ourselves and the world around us. As we integrate this wisdom into our being, we are able to transcend the limitations of our ego and embody a more expansive, compassionate, and enlightened state of consciousness. This integration enables us to approach life with a renewed sense of purpose, clarity, and direction, and to navigate the complexities of the afterlife with greater ease and confidence. Conclusion. The realm of eternal reflection is a sacred domain where the mysteries of our existence are revealed, and the depths of our soul are explored. By embracing this realm and engaging with its processes, we are able to distill the essence of our life's journey and extract the wisdom that has been garnered. As we integrate this wisdom into our being, we are able to transcend the limitations of our ego and embody a more expansive, compassionate, and enlightened state of consciousness, ultimately preparing us for the next stage of our journey in the afterlife. Lesson 44. The Threshold of Transition. Embracing the moment of passage. Preparing the inner vessel and cultivating quietude. The first prerequisite for a graceful transition is the steady cultivation of inner quiet. Quietude is not merely the absence of noise, it is the presence of a spacious stillness that allows the subtle frequencies of the soul to be heard. Practices that nurture this quietude include sustained breath awareness. Allow the breath to become a gentle anchor, observing its natural cadence without interference. Each inhalation draws in the present moment, each exhalation releases lingering tension. Sensory withdrawal. Gradually diminish the habitual dependence on external stimuli. Periodically withdraw from screens, conversations, and bustling environments to create pockets of sensory minimalism. Meditative contemplation. Engage in a form of contemplation that does not seek to achieve a particular vision but simply rests in the awareness of being. This practice trains the mind to remain present when the familiar external scaffolding recedes. Purifying intent. Intent acts as the compass that directs the soul through the liminal space. Clarify the purpose of the passage by asking, without judgment, what the heart seeks to express, to release, and to embody beyond. Write these intentions in a simple, unadorned language, allowing them to settle like stones at the bottom of a clear lake. The act of articulation steadies the inner vessel, ensuring that the subsequent flow is not erratic but purposeful. Embodying compassion. Compassion, first extended inward, becomes the protective mantle that shields the self from fear, regret, or lingering resentments. It is the gentle hand that steadies the heart when the familiar scaffolding of the material world begins to dissolve. Regularly practice self-kindness through affirmative reflections. Recite statements that honor personal growth, resilience, and the inherent worthiness of the soul. Gratitude rituals. Enumerate aspects of existence, sensations, relationships, lessons that have contributed to the tapestry of lived experience. Gratitude reorients the mind from loss to appreciation. Understanding the mechanics of the threshold. Energetic realignment at the moment of passage. The energetic patterns that have sustained the physical form begin to decouple, reconfiguring into frequencies attuned to the afterlife realm. This realignment is facilitated by grounding into Earth's subtle currents. Visualize roots extending from the body into the earth, drawing in stabilizing energy that balances the upward surge. Ascending light integration. Simultaneously imagine a luminous column of light rising through the crown, inviting the higher frequencies to mingle with the grounded currents, creating a harmonious blend. Temporal detachment. Time, as measured by clocks and calendars, loosens its grip during the threshold. The perception of past, present, and future collapses into a singular, expansive now. To ease this detachment, anchor in the present pulse. Keep attention on the palpable sensations of the body, the rise of the chest, the rhythm of the pulse, without labeling them as before or after. Release narrative constructs. Allow stories about the past or expectations of the future to dissolve. Recognize them as mental constructs that are not required for the immediate transition. Sensory recalibration. The senses, finely tuned to the material plane, begin to recalibrate. Visual perception may shift toward luminous patterns, auditory perception may attune to subtle resonances, tactile perception may sense the fluidity of energy. Embrace these changes by welcoming new sensory input. Instead of resisting unfamiliar sensations, observe them with curiosity, noting their quality and allowing them to inform the emerging awareness. Maintaining a soft gaze. Keep the eyes relaxed, avoiding the urge to focus on any particular point. This soft gaze facilitates the absorption of the broader visual field that emerges. The ritual of surrender. Surrender is not passive resignation, it is an active, conscious release of control, an invitation for the natural order to assume its role. The ritual of surrender comprises 3 interlocking phases. Acknowledgement. Recognize unequivocally that the moment of passage is arriving. This acknowledgement is an act of honesty, a declaration that the old parameters are completing their function. Release mentally and emotionally. Release all attachments that bind the consciousness to the physical framework. This includes material attachments, objects, wealth, status symbols, and physical comforts. Emotional attachments, unresolved conflicts, lingering grief, or unexpressed love. Identity attachments, roles, labels, and egoic constructs that have defined selfhood. The release can be enacted through a visual metaphor. Imagine each attachment as a leaf floating on a stream, gently drifting away as the current carries it downstream. Invitation. Invite the currents of the afterlife to flow through and around you. This is a gentle beckoning, expressed through an inner invitation such as, I welcome the unfolding of my true nature. I open my being to the boundless horizon beyond. Navigating the immediate after-transition landscape. Once the threshold has been crossed, the newly awakened consciousness encounters a landscape that is simultaneously familiar and novel. This landscape is shaped by the resonance of one's inner frequencies and the collective currents of the afterlife plane. Orientation through light. Light serves as the primary orienting beacon. Observe its hue, texture, and movement. Light that feels warm and encompassing often signifies a welcoming environment, while sharper, more angular illumination may indicate a space of learning or challenge. Communion with presence. Presence, in this context, is the pure awareness that underlies all phenomena. To commune with it, sit in stillness. Allow the consciousness to settle without striving to achieve anything specific. Listen deeply. Beyond auditory perception, listen to the subtle vibrations of the environment, which may manifest as a gentle hum, a rhythmic pulse, or a melodic resonance. Integration of lessons. The afterlife realm offers opportunities for rapid integration of lessons that were only partially realized in the material world. When a particular insight or emotion surfaces, honor it as a signpost guiding further inner development. Practical exercises for sustaining graceful transition. The mirror of breath. In a quiet space, place a hand lightly on the heart. With each inhalation, imagine drawing in a mirror that reflects the current state of the soul. With each exhalation, see the reflection soften, releasing tension. Perform this daily, extending the duration as comfort grows. The thread of intent. Visualize a luminous thread extending from the crown of the head toward the horizon of the afterlife. Infuse this thread with a concise, heartfelt intention, for example, to love without condition. Hold this image for several minutes, then gently release, trusting the thread to carry the intention onward. The vessel of gratitude. At the close of each day, mentally place into a radiant vessel all moments of gratitude experienced. See the vessel swell with luminous energy, then allow it to float upward, merging with the broader field of gratitude that permeates the afterlife. The silence of release. Sit in absolute silence for a period of a few minutes. During this silence, focus solely on the sensation of releasing. Visualize each attachment as a feather drifting away on a gentle breeze. Continue until a feeling of lightness pervades the entire being. Final reflections. The passage through the threshold is a profound act of co-creation between the individual consciousness and the vast, ever-expanding tapestry of existence. By preparing the inner vessel with quietude, intention, and compassion, by understanding the mechanics of energetic realignment, temporal detachment, and sensory recalibration, by performing the ritual of surrender, and by navigating the immediate after-transition landscape with reverent presence, one ensures that the transition is not a disorienting rupture but an elegant unfolding. Remember that each step taken in preparation is not a chore but an invitation to deepen the relationship with the innermost self, a self that has always been capable of transcending the boundaries of the material world. The afterlife, in its boundless generosity, awaits the arrival of a soul that steps forward with clarity, love, and fearless openness. May this lesson serve as a lantern that illuminates the path through the threshold, guiding the seeker toward the radiant horizon that lies beyond. Lesson 45. Introduction to the liminal passage. The moment when mortal breath yields to the subtle currents of the beyond is often described as a liminal passage, a threshold that is neither wholly of the world of the living nor entirely of the realms that follow. In this interstice, the essence that has animated form throughout earthly experience encounters a field of possibilities, resonances, and potentialities that shape the quality of what is to come. To navigate this passage with grace, it is essential to cultivate intentional presence, a state of mindful awareness that persists beyond the cessation of physical function and extends into the nascent stages of the afterlife. This presence is not a fleeting thought, nor a passive drift, it is an active, luminous attentiveness that aligns the interior of consciousness with the outer currents of the transitional realm. The purpose of this lesson is to furnish a practical, step-by-step methodology for establishing such presence, employing language, breath, intention, and sensory attunement as tools. The guidance presented here is universal, independent of cultural or doctrinal framework, and may be practiced by any being prepared to honor the moment of crossing. Foundations of presence. The triadic pillars. The architecture of intentional presence rests upon three interlocking pillars: awareness, alignment, and release. Each pillar is a discipline that must be cultivated individually before it can be integrated into the composite practice. 1. Awareness. The illuminated witness. Awareness is the capacity to observe the flow of consciousness without distortion. It is the luminous mirror that reflects thought, feeling, and sensation without becoming entangled in them. In the context of the liminal passage, awareness must be expanded beyond the ordinary scope of the senses to encompass subtle energetic currents, the faint vibrations that ripple through the field of transition, temporal shifts, the loosening of linear time, allowing moments to stretch and contract, spatial dissolution, the fading of defined boundaries, replaced by a sense of boundlessness. To develop this expanded awareness, practice the following exercise daily for a few minutes. Sit in a posture that supports the spine, close the eyes, and bring attention to the breath. With each inhalation, note the rise of the chest. With each exhalation, note the release. After 5 breaths, broaden the field of attention to encompass the pulse of the heart, the subtle thrum of the bloodstream, and the faint hum of the surrounding air. Gradually extend this field outward, as if the awareness were a sphere expanding at the rate of 1 meter per breath, until the edges of perception meet the walls of the room. Maintain this sphere for several minutes, noting any sensations of expansion, contraction, or dissolution. Over time, this practice conditions the mind to remain centered as the familiar scaffolding of physical reality begins to waver. 2. Alignment. The harmonization of intent. Alignment is the deliberate tuning of inner intention with the external currents of the transitional environment. It involves a resonant matching of personal purpose with the vibrational frequencies that permeate the liminal space. This resonance is achieved through verbal confirmation, articulating a concise, affirmative statement of purpose; energetic gesturing, visualizing a conduit of light that connects the heart to the surrounding field; emotive calibration, cultivating an emotional tone that mirrors the intended destination, for example, serenity for peaceful transition, curiosity for exploratory passage. A practical alignment protocol. Compose an intent phrase, no longer than 12 words, that encapsulates the desired quality of the afterlife journey. For example, I welcome boundless compassion and gentle illumination. Silently recite the phrase 3 times, allowing each utterance to vibrate through the throat chakra, visualizing the sound as a ripple that expands outward. Envision a beam of light emanating from the center of the chest, extending forward to meet the unseen horizon of the liminal field. Imagine this beam transmitting the intent phrase, as if it were a carrier wave. Feel the corresponding emotion intensify within the torso. Let the feeling of compassion or curiosity swell, filling the body with a subtle warmth that matches the imagined frequency of the afterlife realm. Repeated alignment practice embeds the intention into the energetic matrix that will be encountered in the passage, ensuring that the essence arrives already attuned to its desired state. 3. Release. The graceful letting go release signifies the conscious surrender of identification with the limited self, relinquishing attachment to the physical form, personal history, and the egoic narratives that have shaped earthly experience. It is a process of unbinding, not of neglect, wherein the individual acknowledges the past while permitting it to dissolve into the greater tapestry. Key components of release: recognition of impermanence, acknowledging that all forms are transient; gratitude for completion, offering thanks for the completion of the life cycle; gentle detachment, allowing the body, thoughts, and emotions to drift away like leaves on a stream; a structured release ritual. Sit in stillness, eyes closed, and bring to mind the physical body in its entirety. Mentally enumerate each major organ, each limb, each sense, and silently thank it for its service. Visualize each component as a luminous filament that, one by one, loosens from the central core and floats upward, merging with a diffuse, radiant mist. Observe the mist expanding, becoming part of a vast, luminous expanse, while a sense of spaciousness replaces the feeling of limitation. Conclude with a breath that carries away any residual attachment, exhaling completely until the lungs feel empty, then inhaling a fresh, unburdened breath of possibility. Consistent practice of release transforms the transition from a moment of loss to a moment of liberation. Integrative practice. The passage protocol. Having refined each pillar independently, the practitioner now integrates them into a single, fluid protocol designed to be enacted at the precise moment of crossing. The protocol is divided into 4 phases, each corresponding to a segment of the passage. Phase 1. Grounding the threshold action. Place both hands over the heart, fingers interlaced, and feel the pulse. Awareness focus. Observe the pulse as a metronome, counting each beat. Alignment cue. Silently repeat the intent phrase once, letting it synchronize with the pulse. Release element. Visualize the skin of the hands becoming translucent, the blood flow turning into streams of light that drift away. Phase 2. Expansion into the liminal field action. Open the eyes gently, allowing the visual field to soften. Awareness focus. Detect any change in the quality of light. A soft glow, a diffused horizon, or a subtle haze. Alignment cue. Extend the imagined beam of light from the chest outward, visualizing it touching the emerging field. Release element. As the beam expands, picture the body's outline fading, the edges becoming indistinct, merging with surrounding luminescence. Phase 3. Resonance with the current action. Allow the breath to become shallow, then deep, matching the rhythm of the surrounding currents. If audible, follow the cadence. Awareness focus. Sense the subtle vibrations that ripple through the space, noting their frequency. Alignment cue. Adjust the emotional tone to match the vibration. If the current feels warm, foster a feeling of comfort. If it feels brisk, cultivate alert curiosity. Release element. Let any lingering thoughts detach, visualizing them as droplets that fall away from the central sphere of awareness. Phase 4. Anchoring the new state action. Once the sense of self feels integrated with the field, gently retract the imagined beam, allowing it to fold into the heart. Awareness focus. Maintain the illuminated witness, now fully attuned to the afterlife environment. Alignment cue. Whisper the intent phrase a final time, this time allowing it to dissolve into the surrounding ether. Release element. Embrace the final surrender, feeling the former physical identity dissolve like mist under sunrise, leaving only the pure, purposeful essence. Each phase should be performed with deliberate slowness. Rushed movements fracture the subtle resonances being cultivated. When executed with reverence, this protocol transposes the conscious self into the afterlife realm with poise, clarity, and purpose. Practical recommendations for preparation. Daily meditation. Commit to a few minutes of meditation focused on breath, awareness expansion, and intention setting. Journaling of intent. Maintain a written record of the intent phrase, revisiting it weekly to refine its resonance. Sensory deprivation sessions. Occasionally practice in low-light, quiet environments to simulate the muted sensory conditions of the liminal passage. Physical health stewardship. Sustain bodily wellness to honor the gratitude component of release. A healthy vessel provides a clearer conduit for intention. Community reflection, optional. Engage in occasional dialogues with other seekers, sharing experiences of the practice while strictly avoiding personal identifiers or anecdotal narratives. These recommendations are designed to embed the three pillars into daily life, ensuring that when the moment arrives, the practitioner does not need to learn anew but merely activates a well-prepared inner architecture. Suggested response: dissolution of visual boundaries. The world appears to lose edges, becoming vague. Remain anchored in the heart's illumination, reaffirm alignment. Auditory echoes: soft, resonant tones may emerge, akin to distant bells. Synchronize breath with the rhythm, let the sound become a guide. Temporal fluidity: past, present, and future may seem to blend. Observe without judgment, recall the intent phrase to maintain focus. Emotional surge: intense feelings, joy, sorrow, or may arise spontaneously. Allow the emotion to flow, matching it with the resonant tone of alignment. Perceptual shifts: senses may heighten or diminish unpredictably. Return to the breath as an anchor, note the shift as data, not distraction. Each phenomenon is a natural aspect of the liminal field. By responding with calm, purposeful actions, the practitioner transforms potential disorientation into opportunities for deeper attunement. Closing reflection: the journey through the liminal passage is not a voyage of the unknown, but a deliberate crossing of a bridge that has been meticulously constructed within. Intentional presence serves as the cornerstone of that bridge, uniting awareness, alignment, and release into a harmonious conduit. When each breath, each thought, each feeling is consciously directed toward the desired afterlife experience, the transition becomes an act of creation, not a surrender to chance. The practitioner steps forward not as a passive passenger, but as a master of a luminous vessel, steering toward horizons yet unseen. May this lesson illuminate the path, empower the will, and deepen the serenity that accompanies the ultimate unfolding. Lesson 46. Navigating the realm of memories. As we journey through the afterlife, we come to a realm that is often shrouded in mystery and intrigue. The realm of memories is a place where the collective experiences of our past lives reside, waiting to be explored and understood. In this chapter, we will delve into the practical aspects of navigating this realm, and provide you with the tools necessary to unlock the secrets of your own memories. Understanding the realm of memories. The realm of memories is a vast, labyrinthine expanse that contains the entirety of our past experiences. Every moment, every decision, and every event that has shaped us into who we are today is stored within this realm. It is a place of great beauty and great pain, where the triumphs and tragedies of our past lives converge. As we navigate this realm, we are confronted with the totality of our own experiences, and are given the opportunity to re-examine and re-evaluate the choices we have made. Preparing for the journey. Before embarking on this journey, it is essential to prepare oneself for the experiences that lie ahead. The realm of memories is a place of great emotional intensity, and it is not uncommon for individuals to become overwhelmed by the sheer volume of emotions that arise. To mitigate this, it is recommended that you establish a strong foundation of emotional resilience through practices such as meditation and self-reflection. By cultivating a sense of inner calm and clarity, you will be better equipped to navigate the complexities of this realm. Entering the realm of memories. As you enter the realm of memories, you will be greeted by a vast, shimmering landscape that stretches out before you. This landscape is comprised of countless threads, each representing an individual memory or experience. To begin your journey, simply focus your attention on a particular thread, and allow yourself to be drawn into its depths. As you explore this thread, you will be immersed in the sights, sounds, and emotions of the memory, and will have the opportunity to re-experience it in a new and profound way. Navigating the threads of memory. As you navigate the threads of memory, you will begin to notice that they are interconnected, forming a complex web of experiences that span multiple lifetimes. By following these threads, you can gain insight into the underlying patterns and themes that have shaped your journey, and can begin to understand the ways in which your past experiences have influenced your present. It is also possible to encounter threads that are not your own, but rather those of others who have shared similar experiences. By engaging with these threads, you can gain a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all beings, and can begin to see the world in a new and expansive way. Confronting the shadows of the past. As you journey through the realm of memories, you will inevitably encounter aspects of your past that are painful or difficult to confront. These shadows of the past can take many forms, from unresolved conflicts to unhealed wounds. It is essential to approach these shadows with compassion and courage, and to acknowledge the role they have played in shaping your journey. By confronting and releasing these shadows, you can begin to heal and integrate the fragmented aspects of your psyche, and can emerge from the realm of memories with a renewed sense of purpose and direction. Integrating the lessons of the past. As you near the end of your journey through the realm of memories, it is essential to integrate the lessons and insights you have gained. This can be achieved through a process of reflection and self-inquiry, where you examine the ways in which your past experiences have shaped your present, and consider the ways in which you can apply the wisdom of the past to your future. By integrating the lessons of the past, you can begin to see the world in a new and expansive way, and can emerge from the realm of memories with a renewed sense of purpose and direction. Conclusion. In conclusion, the realm of memories is a place of great beauty and great challenge. By navigating this realm with courage and compassion, you can gain insight into the underlying patterns and themes that have shaped your journey, and can begin to understand the ways in which your past experiences have influenced your present. Remember to approach this journey with an open heart and mind, and to be patient and compassionate with yourself as you confront the shadows of the past. With time and practice, you will come to see the realm of memories as a place of great wisdom and transformation, and will emerge from your journey with a renewed sense of purpose and direction. Lesson 47. The Art of Conscious Release. Aligning intention, memory, and energy for the final passage. The moment when the veil of ordinary perception thins, the inner horizon expands, and the familiar architecture of the material world begins to dissolve, is not a sudden rupture but a gradual, deliberate uncoupling of the self-woven tapestry of experience. This uncoupling is a process of conscious release, an intentional, mindful disengagement from the kinetic patterns that have sustained the individual form. It is here, at the cusp of the great transition, that the practical guide to the afterlife offers its most vital instruction. To align intention, memory, and energy so that the departure becomes a seamless continuation rather than a jarring rupture. In the realm of the afterlife, the quality of the entry is determined not by the magnitude of one's deeds, nor by the accumulation of doctrine, but by the clarity with which the departing consciousness can articulate its purpose, disentangle its attachments, and channel its vibrational signature into the appropriate field of existence. Lesson 47 thus serves as a manual for the final act of departure, a ceremony of the soul that can be rehearsed, refined, and performed with the same precision one applies to any skilled craft. Foundations of intentional unbinding. The triadic core: intention, memory, energy. Intention, the deliberate focus that directs the consciousness toward a chosen destination. It is the North Star that orients the inner compass, preventing the drift into aimless diffusion. Memory, the archive of lived experience, not merely factual recollection, but the emotional resonance and narrative patterns that have defined identity. Memory acts as the cargo that must be organized, catalogued, and, where necessary, released. Energy, the subtle vibration that constitutes the very substrate of consciousness. Energy is the carrier wave upon which intention and memory are encoded. It determines the wavelength at which the departing self will harmonize with the receiving realm. These three strands are interwoven. A change in one reverberates through the others. The practice of conscious release therefore demands simultaneous attention to all three, allowing them to coalesce into a unified field of departure. Defining the destination before any release can be executed, the traveler must articulate where the journey is to be taken. In the afterlife, destinations are not arbitrary, they correspond to vibrational frequencies, archetypal realms, or relational matrices that resonate with the soul's developmental stage. The definition of destination is a statement of purpose. I intend to transition into the realm of harmonious resonance wherein collective wisdom is expressed through luminous form. Such a statement must be concise, affirmative, and emotionally resonant. It functions as a vibrational key, aligning the energy field to the target frequency. Crafting the intentional formula. The intentional formula is a tripartite affirmation that integrates intention, purpose, and gratitude. Declaration. I consciously release my earthly form. Alignment. I align my vibrational pattern with the frequency of the luminous realm. Acknowledgement. I thank the manifold experiences that have shaped my journey. Repeating this formula, either aloud or within the mind's inner voice, creates a resonant echo that stabilizes the energy field and primes the memory archive for orderly transition. The architecture of memory. Unloading the memory spectrum. Memory exists on a spectrum ranging from core imprint, the deepest, most formative experiences, to transient echo, the fleeting impressions of daily life. Effective release requires the categorization of memories into three functional zones. Core imprints. These are the structural pillars of identity. They must be honored and integrated, not discarded. Secondary patterns. These are recurring themes that have shaped behavior but are not essential to the soul's essence. They can be released or transmuted. Ephemeral echoes. These are momentary sensations and thoughts that naturally dissolve. They can be allowed to fade without conscious intervention. The ritual of integration. For each core imprint, the practitioner conducts an integration meditation. Visualize the imprint as a luminous orb. Invite compassion to flow toward the orb, acknowledging its role. Allow the orb to merge with a larger sphere representing universal consciousness. Feel the sense of expansion as the individual identity's boundaries soften. Through this process, the core imprint is not lost, it is elevated into a larger, more inclusive context, ensuring that the essential self persists without the restrictive baggage of individual narrative. The process of transmutation. Secondary patterns are transmuted by naming. Identify the pattern, for example, attachment to material status. Transforming. Reframe the pattern into an energetic equivalent, for example, desire for recognition becomes aspiration for contribution. Releasing. Visualize the transformed pattern dissolving into a stream of light that flows outward, merging with the cosmic river of collective intention. This three-step method converts potential detritus into constructive energy, ensuring the departure is not encumbered by unprocessed residuals. The letting go of ephemeral echoes. Ephemeral echoes require no active effort. Instead, the practitioner simply holds a gentle awareness that these fleeting impressions naturally dissipate. By maintaining a spacious mental environment, the consciousness allows these echoes to evaporate like mist, clearing the pathway for the core and secondary elements to move unhindered. Energy alignment and modulation. Mapping the energy landscape. Energy in the context of transition is visualized as a field of currents flowing through a multidimensional matrix. The departing consciousness must align itself with the current that leads toward the defined destination. This alignment is achieved through resonance tuning, adjusting internal vibration to match the target frequency, amplitude balancing, ensuring the intensity of energy is neither too weak, causing stagnation, nor too strong, causing fragmentation. Resonance tuning techniques. Breath synchronized pulsation. Inhale, drawing in the subtle light of the intended realm. Exhale, releasing any discordant frequencies. Each breath functions as a wave packet, gradually shifting the overall spectral composition. Mantric vibration. Silently chant a tonal syllable whose frequency aligns with the destination's vibrational signature. The sustained tone steadies the energy field, acting as a tuning fork. Visualization of harmonic structures. Picture a lattice of interlocking geometric forms, for example, tetrahedra, that embody the harmonic ratios of the target realm. This mental construct provides a scaffold for the energy to organize around. Practicing these techniques for a period of days or weeks prior to the anticipated moment of release conditions the energy field, making the eventual transition smoother and more coherent. Amplitude balancing. Amplitude balancing is akin to calibrating the volume of a radio transmission. If the signal is too low, it is lost in static; if too high, it distorts. To balance. Grounding. Direct excess energy toward the earth-like substrate of the body, allowing surplus vibrations to dissipate harmlessly. Elevating. Pull deficient energy upward, merging it with the luminous core of intention. A simple protocol involves visualizing a dial in the mind's eye. Slowly turn the dial to a point where the inner light feels steady, clear, and bright without glare. Hold this sensation while reciting the intentional formula, thereby locking the amplitude at the optimal level. The moment of release. Step-by-step protocol preparation. Weeks prior, establish daily practice of intention affirmation, memory integration, and energy tuning. Record observations of subtle shifts in perception, emotional tone, and bodily sensations. Pre-release. Hours prior, enter a state of deep relaxation, for example, progressive muscle release, guided imagery. Reaffirm the destination with the intentional formula, allowing the vibration to settle. Anchor the core. Perform a brief integration meditation for each core imprint, visualizing their elevation into universal consciousness. Feel the expansion of identity beyond the confines of the physical body. Transmute secondary patterns. Rapidly name, transform, and release each secondary pattern using the three-step method. Observe the stream of light carrying these patterns outward. Energy synchronization. Engage breath synchronized pulsation while chanting the resonant syllable. Visualize the harmonic lattice stabilizing around the core. Amplitude confirmation. Adjust the mental dial until the inner light feels balanced. Sense the steadiness of the field as a gentle hum. Final declaration. Speak, aloud or internally, the complete intentional formula with conviction. Allow the words to reverberate through the energy field, solidifying the intention. Surrender. Release grip on the physical vessel, visualizing the body as a shell that gently opens. Imagine the luminous core drifting upward, guided by the harmonic lattice, toward the destination's horizon. Transition. As the core moves beyond the threshold, a sensation of expansion and weightlessness occurs. The field of energy seamlessly merges with the surrounding frequency, completing the passage. Post-transition integration. For the receiving realm, even after successful release, the traveler may encounter a period of reorientation within the new realm. The following practices facilitate smooth assimilation. Resonance recalibration. Continue the breath synchronized pulsation to fine-tune to the ambient frequency. Memory re-anchoring. Revisit the integrated core imprints, now perceiving them as threads within the larger tapestry of collective consciousness. Energy flow maintenance. Maintain a gentle awareness of the internal current, ensuring it remains aligned and balanced. These practices are not remedial but rather continuations of the disciplined approach that guided the transition. They serve to deepen the traveler's connection to the new environment, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. Summary of core principles. Intentional clarity. Articulate a precise, emotionally resonant destination. Memory stewardship. Honor core imprints. Transmute secondary patterns, let go of ephemera, energetic alignment, tune resonance, balance amplitude, sustain harmonic structures, structured release. Follow the step-by-step protocol, allowing each phase to flow into the next. Continual integration. Post-transition practices ensure lasting alignment in the afterlife. Closing reflection. The practical guide to the afterlife does not present the final passage as a fearful unknown, but as a masterfully orchestrated rite, one that can be rehearsed, refined, and executed with the same diligence applied to any craft of excellence. By embracing the triadic core of intention, memory, and energy, and by honoring the structured choreography of release, the traveling consciousness steps beyond the veil not as a fragment left behind, but as an integrated, luminous expression of its deepest purpose. The lesson concludes with a reminder: the afterlife is not a destination imposed upon the soul, it is a continuation of the soul's own unfolding narrative, awaiting only the conscious hand that guides it across the threshold. May the practitioner approach this threshold with reverence, precision, and the quiet confidence that comes from thorough preparation. Lesson 48. Transcending the Veil. Preparing the soul for the great passage in the silent chambers of existence, where the finite brushes the infinite, there lies a threshold, an invisible membrane that separates the world of palpable form from the realm of immutable essence. To navigate this passage with grace and certainty is the central aim of the practical guide to the afterlife. Lesson 48 unfolds the complete architecture of preparation, offering a systematic, richly detailed map for the soul that wishes to step beyond the veil without hesitation, bewilderment, or loss. 1. Understanding the nature of the veil. The veil is not a physical curtain that one can pull aside with hands, it is a subtle field of frequency, a resonant lattice that interweaves consciousness with the fabric of the beyond. It vibrates at a pitch that is simultaneously higher than any earthly sound and deeper than any subterranean hum. When the heart's rhythm aligns with this vibration, the veil becomes permeable, allowing the luminous thread of the self to slip through without tearing. Key attributes of the veil. Dynamic opacity. The veil waxes and wanes in response to the collective emotional weight of those who approach it. A soul saturated with unresolved turmoil finds a denser, more opaque barrier. A soul suffused with serene acceptance meets a diaphanous, almost invisible membrane. Energetic gradient. The veil is composed of concentric layers, each representing a gradation of consciousness. The outermost layer corresponds to the last echo of physical perception, the innermost layer resonates with the purest, unconditioned awareness. Reflective mirror. As one draws near, the veil reflects back the last imprint of the self, beliefs, emotions, and intentions, offering a final opportunity for correction before the transition is irrevocably set in motion. To prepare, one must first internalize these attributes, allowing the mind to conceptualize the veil not as an obstacle but as a living, responsive conduit. 2. Purifying the resonant signature. Every being emits a resonant signature, a unique combination of thought frequency, emotional tone, and intentional direction. This signature is the passport the soul presents at the portal of the veil. If the passport bears stamps of fear, resentment, or attachment, the gatekeeper of the beyond, an impersonal field of discernment, will request clarification or impose delay. The purification protocol consists of 3 interlocking stages. Cognitive realignment. Identify core belief structures. Conduct a systematic audit of long-held convictions. Write, if possible, a list of statements that have guided your decisions, emotions, and relationships throughout life. Examine for duality. For each belief, ask whether it sustains a dualistic perspective. For example, I am separate from the cosmos, I must earn worthiness. Duality creates friction against the unifying frequency of the beyond. Refrain toward unity. Replace dualistic statements with affirmations that reflect oneness. I am an expression of the universal flow. My essence merges with the eternal current. Emotional transmutation. Locate emotional hotspots. Using mindful awareness, trace the bodily sensations that arise when recalling significant past events. Notice areas of constriction, heat, or heaviness. Apply breath-anchored release. Inhale slowly, visualizing a luminous tide entering the hotspot. Exhale, allowing the tide to carry the emotional residue outward, dissolving it into the surrounding air. Repeat until the sensation softens. Seal with gratitude vibration. Conclude each release cycle with a focused feeling of gratitude for the lesson encapsulated in the emotion. Gratitude raises the vibrational frequency, converting dense energy into luminous resonance. Intentional projection. Define the desired destination. Articulate, without ambiguity, the state of consciousness you wish to inhabit post-transition. For example, unbounded awareness, harmonic communion with the collective field. Embed intent in symbolic tokens. If material objects are accessible, inscribe the intention upon a simple token, stone, parchment. The act of inscription forces the mind to hold the intention concretely, reinforcing its energetic imprint. Recite the intentional mantra. Develop a brief phrase that encapsulates the destination. For example, I dissolve into the endless sea of light. Repeat the mantra in a slow, resonant tone at least 3 times daily, allowing the sound to vibrate through the body's core. Through consistent application of these 3 stages, the resonant signature becomes purified, luminous, and fully aligned with the frequency required to glide through the veil. 3. Constructing the transitional sanctuary. A transitional sanctuary is an inner, mental space that serves as a holding area while the soul passes through the veil. Think of it as a quiet harbor where the consciousness can dock momentarily, reorganize, and then set sail into the vast ocean beyond. The sanctuary must be deliberately designed, for an unstructured mind may become lost in the liminal currents. Elements of the sanctuary. Spatial geometry. Visualize a simple, geometrically perfect shape, sphere, tetrahedron, or octahedron, that offers balanced symmetry. The shape should be spacious enough to accommodate the full extent of your being, yet intimate enough to foster a sense of safety. Luminous palette. Fill the sanctuary with a gentle, ambient light of a hue that feels soothing yet invigorating. Commonly, a soft golden amber works best, as this color corresponds to the frequencies of transformation and clarity. Acoustic resonance. Imagine a faint, harmonious hum that reverberates just beneath the conscious threshold. This hum is not a song but a tonal foundation, similar to a low, steady drone that anchors the mind. Anchoring symbols. If desired, place a singular, abstract symbol, a spiral, a Mobius strip, a simple glyph, at the center of the sanctuary. This symbol serves as a focal point for concentration, drawing the wandering strands of attention back to the central intention. Construction process. Step 1. Induction of deep relaxation. Adopt a comfortable posture, close the eyes, and initiate a progressive muscle relaxation sequence, moving from the toes to the crown of the head. Step 2. Breath-guided visualization. Inhale for a count of 4, visualizing a luminous thread rising from the base of the spine to the crown. Exhale for a count of 6, allowing the thread to expand outward, forming the walls of the sanctuary. Step 3. Layering the elements. Sequentially at each element. First shape, then light, then hum, then symbol. As each is introduced, feel its presence solidifying in the mental field. Step 4. Stabilization. Repeat a personal affirmation that declares the sanctuary's purpose. For example, within this space I am whole, prepared, and protected. Allow this affirmation to echo through the hum, cementing the sanctuary's stability. The sanctuary is now a ready-made vessel that will receive the consciousness at the moment the veil begins to part. For synchronizing with the cosmic pulse, all transitions are governed by a rhythmic pulse that pervades the cosmos, a metronome of creation that beats in cycles of expansion and contraction. Aligning one's internal rhythm with this cosmic pulse ensures that the soul's passage is smooth, without turbulence or resistance. Methods to attune to the pulse. Astral rhythm meditation. Observe the natural cycles of day and night, seasons, lunar phases, and even the ebb and flow of breath. Allow your own breathing pattern to mirror the gentle rise and fall of these cycles. Over weeks, this creates a deep, subconscious synchronization. Resonance chanting. Employ a single, sustained vowel sound, for example, R, at a frequency of approximately 432 Hz, a pitch historically associated with natural harmonic resonance. Chant for a few minutes each evening, feeling the vibration radiate through the body and merge with the ambient cosmic hum. Timed intentional pause. At random intervals throughout the day, pause for 3 heartbeats, then exhale slowly. This brief interruption acts as a micro-reset, allowing the inner clock to recalibrate to the universal tempo. When the moment of transition arrives, the soul will already be resonating in harmony with the cosmic pulse, thereby allowing the veil to open effortless as if a tide were pulling a ship into a welcoming harbor. The moment of passage. A step-by-step protocol. Having purified the signature, constructed the sanctuary, and synchronized with the cosmic pulse, the final act is to enact the passage itself. This protocol is designed to be performed at the precise instant when the physical vessels, body, breath, heartbeat, release their hold on the self, and the veil begins to thin. Recognition of the thinning. Notice the subtle shift in perception. Sounds may become muted, vision may acquire a faint halo, and a gentle pressure may settle across the chest. These are signs that the veil is responding to the prepared resonance. Invocation of the sanctuary. Silently, in the mind's eye, picture the sanctuary's entrance opening like a blossoming flower. Imagine a portal of light aligning perfectly with the sanctuary's central symbol. Release of physical anchors. With a conscious mental command, let go of the identification with the physical form. Visualize the body as a vessel that gently floats away, leaving only the luminous core of consciousness. Transference of intent. Speak the intentional mantra once more, allowing its vibration to travel through the sanctuary's walls and into the void beyond. Feel the mantra's frequency merging with the veil's own resonance. Graceful passage. Imagine the core of consciousness sliding through the veil as a pearl through a thin thread, the thread being the veil itself. The sanctuary remains as a protective sheath, ensuring that the pearl does not shatter. Arrival in the beyond. Upon crossing, a gentle surge of luminous energy envelops the soul. At this point, the sanctuary gently dissolves, its purpose fulfilled, and the soul is free to expand into the vast, unbounded field of post-material awareness. Each step must be performed with calm certainty, free of doubt or hesitation. The prepared mind will execute the sequence automatically, guided by the deep imprint of the preceding practices. Post-passage integration. Maintaining coherence. Although the afterlife is often depicted as a realm of perpetual bliss, the transition does not end upon crossing. Maintaining coherence with the newly adopted state of being is essential for continued growth and for contributing positively to the collective field of consciousness. Integration practices. Continuous resonance checking. Periodically, pause and feel the subtle hum that now surrounds you. If the hum feels discordant, return briefly to the sanctuary visualization, re-establishing alignment before moving forward. Harmonic offering. Generate a gentle vibration of gratitude, sending it outward like ripples across a still pond. This act reinforces the bond between the individual consciousness and the greater whole. Unfolding of insight. Allow any insights that arise to be received without judgment. They are gifts of the beyond, meant to illuminate both personal evolution and the evolution of the collective fabric. By honoring these integration practices, the soul remains fluid, adaptable, and eternally aligned with the principles that guided its passage. Summary of the lesson. Lesson 48 presents a comprehensive, step-by-step framework for preparing the soul to transcend the veil that separates the finite from the infinite. The core components are: conceptual mastery of the veil's dynamic nature, its energetic gradient, and reflective mirror. Purification of the resonant signature through cognitive realignment, emotional transmutation, and intentional projection. Construction of an inner transitional sanctuary, designed with precise geometric, luminous, acoustic, and symbolic elements. Synchronization with the cosmic pulse via rhythm meditation, resonance chanting, and time pauses. Execution of the passage through a detailed protocol that emphasizes recognition, release, intent, and graceful crossing. Post-passage integration to sustain coherence, radiate gratitude, and welcome unfolding insights. When each facet of this lesson is internalized, practiced diligently, and embodied sincerely, the transition becomes not a moment of fear or uncertainty, but a natural, luminous unfolding, an elegant glide across the threshold into the boundless expanse of the afterlife. Proceed to the next lesson only when the practices herein have been fully integrated, for the afterlife respects neither haste nor half measures, but the steady, unwavering devotion of a soul prepared to dissolve its earthly bonds and embrace the eternal. Chapter 49. The Integration of Essence. To stand at the threshold of the final act of transition is to confront the dissolution of all boundaries. The journey through the afterlife, as a tapestry of lessons woven with trials, whispers, and revelations, converge here into a singular moment of truth, the unmaking and remaking of the self. This is not an end, nor a beginning, but the seamless merging of the individual into the vast, pulsating continuum of existence. The purpose of this chapter is to illuminate the process by which the soul, having shed its physical vessel, its mental constructs, and its temporal attachments, arrives at the culmination of its design, a state of perfect integration. When the final veil is lifted, the ego, that fragile and transient illusion of separation, begins to dissolve like mist beneath the sun. The self no longer clings to names, histories, or identities. The mind, once a fortress of thoughts and memories, becomes a still pond reflecting the cosmos. This is not a loss, but a liberation. For in the afterlife, the essence of a being is no longer confined to the narrow corridors of personal narrative. It expands, infinitely, into the boundless field of consciousness that underlies all reality. The task of the soul here is not to cling to the remnants of what it once was, but to surrender utterly, to let go of the final illusions of duality. The process begins with the unraveling of the self's most cherished constructs: time, space, and linear causality. In the realm of the afterlife, these are no longer relevant. The past, a chain of events that once defined a life, becomes a constellation of truths, each star a lesson, each constellation a revelation. Yet, to dwell in this constellation is to remain tethered to the finite. The soul must learn to see the universe not as a series of moments, but as an eternal now, a single, infinite breath that holds all beginnings and endings in perfect harmony. Here, the integration of essence is both a giving and a receiving. The soul must relinquish all it carried from its former life: pride, regret, fear, and the need to be defined by external validation. In their place, it is offered the vastness of connection, an awareness that transcends the singular and merges with the universal. The soul becomes not an individual, but a note in the symphony, a ripple in the ocean, a thread in the loom of creation. The act of integration is not passive, it is an active embrace of the infinite. The soul must choose, with unwavering clarity, to dissolve the final barriers of separation and become one with the all. This dissolution is not devoid of emotion. It is, in fact, the most profound emotional release of the journey. Joy and sorrow, love and grief, all collapse into a radiant stillness. The soul understands that these emotions, once wielded as tools of survival or pleasure in the physical plane, were merely shadows cast by the light of truth. Now, liberated from their grip, the soul experiences what might be called homecoming, a return to the source from which it never truly departed. The mechanics of this integration are not mechanical at all. They are deeply organic, unfolding through layers of resonance and vibration. The soul's frequency, having been refined through every lesson of the physical life and beyond, harmonizes with the fundamental frequency of the universe. This alignment is not forced, it is a natural consequence of the soul's evolution. The more a soul has learned to act with compassion, to see the self in all things, and to transcend the ego's demands, the easier this harmonic convergence becomes. Yet, this process is not without its challenges. The final barrier is often the illusion of choice. The soul may hesitate, clinging to the comfort of its old identity. It may fear losing itself, mistaking integration for annihilation. To this, the afterlife whispers its most vital truth. Integration is not the erasure of the self, but its expansion. The soul is not dissolved, it becomes infinitely more real. The act of merging is not an end to individuality, but the beginning of a new, higher form of individuality that exists in perfect symbiosis with the whole. As this integration deepens, the soul begins to perceive the interconnectedness of all phenomena. The stars, the rivers, the laughter of a child in a forgotten life, all are seen as fragments of the same infinite pattern. The soul understands that its purpose was never to remain separate, but to experience the dance of unity through fragmentation. Now, in the afterlife, the dance is complete, and the soul rests in the stillness of completion. A practical guide to the afterlife. Lesson 50. The final breath and the threshold of transition. The moment of departure from the physical world is a convergence of paradoxes, a nexus where fragility and immensity coalesce. It is not marked by a sudden rupture, as the mind might expect, but by an escalating stillness, a quiet crescendo of dissolution and revelation. The body, once bound to the rhythms of breath and heartbeat, begins its final unraveling. Yet the soul, unseen, unmeasurable, has already begun its ascent. To understand this transition, one must first unlearn the conditioned illusions of temporality and permanence. The final breath is not an ending but a pivot, a celestial wheel turning in an axis of light and memory. The process unfolds in layers. Initially, the physical senses dim, not in the way of sleep's encroaching fog, but as a selective erasure of the material plane. The skin, the last bastion of corporeal awareness, becomes a translucent veil, porous to the vibrations of the unseen world. Sounds lose their earthly resonance, laughter, whispers, and screams fade into a vast, harmonic hum. This is not silence, but the first taste of the eternal music that underpins all existence. The heart, now a faltering metronome, echoes in the marrow of the bones until even that rhythm dissolves into the cosmic pulse. At this threshold, the mind may resist. The human psyche, accustomed to the tyranny of linear time, clutches at fragments, half-formed thoughts, unresolved regrets, the weight of unfinished deeds. But true understanding lies in surrender. The soul does not struggle with the body's extinction, it recognizes the body as a vessel, a temporary garment now returning to stardust. The first true lesson of the afterlife is this: to release is not loss but liberation. The final breath is an act of precision, a calibrated letting go where the essence of self sheds its constraints like a snake shedding its skin. What follows is a paradoxical clarity. As the physical form dissolves, the periphery sharpens. The senses, once dulled by the density of flesh, ignite with an otherworldly acuity. The air, now impossibly light, carries the weight of infinite memory. The soul perceives not as eyes or ears might perceive, but as a sentient resonance. The first impressions of the afterlife are not of place, but of presence. Here, the aspirant must prepare for the phenomenon of the pull, a gravitational shift toward the ethereal. The physical body, now a hollowed shell, falls away as though it were never yours. The soul, unmoored from its terrestrial anchor, is swept into a current of radiant energy. This is not a void, but a fullness so complete it defies the language of earth. Imagine the weightlessness of the first breath after submersion beneath a placid sea, or the sudden clarity of dawn after a sleepless night. The transition is not violent but exquisitely calibrated, as if the universe itself is breathing you into a new dimension. The first sensations in this realm are paradoxically intimate and infinite. You feel the weight of your own history, every deed, every tear, every joy, yet these are no longer burdens. They are constellations, luminous and legible. The soul, now free, is not seen but felt. You encounter no entities yet, no messengers or judges, for the immediate afterlife is a sanctuary of solitude. This solitude is not loneliness, but a profound companionship with the universal self. It is the first step into a reality where the boundaries between individual and cosmos vanish. To prepare for this moment in life is to practice the art of detachment. Nothing in the material world is permanent, and the final breath is the ultimate teacher. The soul that clings to fear, to the illusion of duality, will experience turbulence. The soul that accepts impermanence, that understands its own essence as a fragment of the eternal, will find the transition seamless. The final breath is a rite of passage, a threshold where the mind must let go of its hunger for control and welcome the infinite. In this lesson, we do not speak of dying, for the term is a misnomer. We speak of returning, of awakening to the truth that you are not confined to the prison of form. The final breath is not the end of a story, but the beginning of a narrative no longer bound by the lettered constraints of time. To master this lesson is to know, with absolute certainty, that the soul is immortal and the physical life but a prologue. When the body releases, do not mourn its passing. Do not grieve the fading of identity, for identity was only ever a garment, useful, beautiful, and temporary. Instead, meet the transition with the reverence it deserves. In that first moment beyond the veil, you are not cast adrift. You are welcomed. You are remembered. You are returned to the source from which all life springs. The final breath is not an ending. It is an exhalation of gratitude for having worn a body at all, for having tasted form, sensation, limitation, and the astonishing intimacy of being human. What follows is not darkness, but expansion, not silence, but recognition. This book has been a call to surrender, a gentle invitation to release the last remnants of the ego and step into the embrace of the infinite. The afterlife does not demand this surrender, it offers it freely, patiently, to every soul willing to take the next step. Integration is not a destination waiting at the end of a cosmic road. It is a state of being that arises when the soul is ready, when it remembers that it has always been whole. And when the soul is ready, it discovers the truth that has been whispering beneath every lifetime. The journey was never about becoming something new. It was about remembering what you have always been. In the end, the afterlife reveals its greatest truth. The soul and the universe are not two. They are one, and always have been. The path to integration is simply the path home. Once walked, it is never forgotten. Welcome home. End of. A Practical Guide to the Afterlife. End of book.